for ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ。
for ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ。
fight for ultimate glory starts now.
모바일 레전드 M6 스위스워치.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Lost in the shadows, feeling so small. But I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just starting my run. Through the darkest of nights, I will find. You won't get me down. worlds converge and dreams ignite, there are millions to witness the champion arise. With every challenge, we push with all our might, for we have only one goal, the ultimate prize. When hope seems so far, I'll reach for the stars. In the heart of the storm, I am reborn, I am reborn. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. Forced to be whole and it waits to and fall. I'll always come back around. Battle, battle, taking the ride, make it, break it, hate it, I shine. You won't get me down, no, I'll never back down. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. Forced to be whole and it waits to and fall. I'll always come back around. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. Forced to be whole and it waits to and fall. I'll always come back around, always come back around. Lost in the shadows, feeling so small, but I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just starting my run. Through the darkest of nights, I will find. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. Forced to be whole and it waits to and fall. I'll always come back around. When worlds converge and dreams ignite, there are millions to witness the champion arise. With every challenge, we push with all our might, for we have only one goal, the ultimate prize. When hope seems so far, I'll reach for the stars. In the heart of the storm, I am reborn, I am reborn. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. Forced to be whole and it waits to and fall. I'll always come back around. Battle, lost in the shadows, feeling so small. But I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just starting my run. Through the darkest of nights, I will find. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around, I'll never back down.
Day 1, cold opening, scene 1, take 6, and 3, 2, 1, action!
After witnessing a grueling set of wildcard stages, the first day of the Swiss stage is about to begin. Ulfadnar completes the list of 16 teams from around the world vying to be greater than ever. 8 best-of-1 matches are lined up for us to witness today. However, before the day ends, we will get to know the matchup for the second round of the Swiss stages.
And cut! Good take, good take. Absolute cinema, Rose. Well, we got talents doing double duty. Okay.
Thank you very much, Derek. Okay, now, Derek, what are your thoughts about M6 this time around?
Well, I feel like the greater than ever theme sums it up perfectly. No former champion got to qualify. I think it's the start of a new generation.
You know what? I agree with you.
Yeah.
How about Trex? Trex, what do you think? Mirko, what do you think, Mirko?
No, not him.
No?
No murders yet, no.
Okay, Derek, how about we do a safety shot? Yes, safety, because, you know, everything has to be greater than ever.
All right, Husky, get in here!
Okay.
All right, let's roll it up. Up next on the docket. Oh yeah, M6 Swiss Stage Day 1 montage in 3.
Wait, what montage?
1, action!
As we strive to be greater than ever, we welcome you back to where it all began for the M Series. Beautiful Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, to make history yet again. As on the road to hailing new MLBB World Champions, we go Swiss for the first time ever. Salamat datang, I'm Renoir Santa Cruz, but you can just call me Renoir, and we are your stellar panel to open up the Swiss stage. I am joined by someone who, after casting for M1, dad left to buy some milk. 5 years later, coming back just in time for M6. Not an actual dad, it's Husky.
Thank you very much. I mean, it's great to be back on the M Series stage once more after, 4 years? I'm telling you, I got some pretty great milk. I'll share it with you guys later.
Thank you so much, man, and it's glad to have you back here. Over there at the end is NACT casting GOAT and actual dad Trex, who went on a bit of a crazy adventure to get here to Malaysia. You want to share us what happened to you?
I mean, I'm glad. It would take a long time because it took such a long time for me to get here, but we did make it, and it took a long time for these teams to get here as well. And I'm excited to be here on the first day of Swiss.
And here we are, finally, for the first time ever, a Swiss stage. The M6 World Championship wouldn't have been possible without our partners and sponsors. So, of course, experience the thrill of gaming in real life. At Qiddiya's Gaming and Esports District, every detail is a celebration of play and entertainment at Qiddiya Gaming. Play and entertainment and lots of drama is what we can expect from the M6 World Championship. Swiss stage, finally, it's been hyped up. We had a whole video hyping up what the Swiss stage means, because in this very first portion, best of ones are the matches we're going to be seeing. 8 of them. You've been in the esports scene for a long time, Husky. Best of one, what does that entail?
Best of one means surprises, right? You gotta pull out some pocket perks, something to throw your enemies off guard. The easiest way to win the best of one is just to go ham.
Go ham.
It's very Malaysian of you.
Thank you.
It's always the Malaysian teams that do those pocket cheese picks. But I got to argue that it's also kind of, do you want to just stay solid for a best of one? Do you want to stick to the normalcy, or do you want to get crazy, right?
Yeah, so it's up to the teams what they're going to be giving us. Are they going to give us something more foundational, more around the standard that we're seeing, or are you going to surprise right away as we talk a little bit more about the Swiss stage and show you what actually we're going to be expecting for the next few days of action later on. So this M6 World Championship is special, not just because of the format change, but because I feel like it's a dawn of a new era. This is the best way to put it. There's so many changes happening all around the world as the next generation will continue their reign. No past champions, only future kings. Trex, you are one of the people who really follow the global esports scene. Once you started realizing that the old kings are falling and new names are rising, how do you feel about that?
I mean, it's a fresh start, right? It's a fresh start. We're 6 M series in, and we have a lot of new faces. There's a couple veterans still sticking around, but there are definitely some monsters coming, and it just shows how hungry so many teams are as we come into M6.
Yeah, but for your kings, a little bit more familiar faces, but I think a lot of people are excited to see them back on the world stage, to see what they bring to the table. Now, coming from the Malaysian point of view, it's not really a next generation for the Malaysians, as it's Team Vamos with very familiar faces in the M series, but for your Selangor Red Giants, very new to the M series, actually.
Yeah, I would definitely say it's not just a new generation. It, to an extent, is a new. We never had a back-to-back champions with the same exact roster. We never had a team that was able to go on the golden road and now have a chance to actually complete it. What Onyx Indonesia almost did last year, kind of fell short. We might have the chance to complete that legacy.
Yeah, that is still much a possibility. So many great new storylines heading into M6, and of course what Husky mentioned, Selangor Red Giants could be the first team ever to complete the Immortal run, patent pending. I'm still waiting for approval if they're actually going to push that. But as with the next generation, again, the story arcs for M6 are quite wild. A lot of redemption, retribution. I'm going to just say straight up, revenge. Trex, is this the spiciest M6 we might be getting? M series ever?
I think it's definitely pretty spicy. There's just so many storylines to follow right now. So many teams, so many interactions between players. I mean, just all over the map. I feel like you could look at every team and paint a storyline for them to succeed through into knockout, into possibly getting a championship run.
Yeah, from North America to Turkey to China to the powerhouses in Southeast Asia, they are either in the great mission to redeem or to just right the wrong in the past. For you, Husky, is there a storyline other than the Malaysian storyline, all right? Other than the Malaysian storyline that you have your eyes set on?
I think the one that I'm looking forward to is RRQ in particular, because again, when they were here in M1, they fell to Evos in that grand finals, and now they're back here in M6. They could be the one to kind of finish what they started 4 years ago. So that's the storyline that I think not just me, but a lot of Indonesian fans are also looking forward to.
Trex, any other storylines you want to dip your toes in?
You know, me not being a Southeast Asia guy, it's definitely Team Spirit, Ulfidnar, BTK for me. These are these are 3 teams that I think a lot of us have our eyes on. Ulfidnar never being able to break a top 8 when they were Fireflex, never being able to break a top 8 when they were Incendio Supremacy, but still making it so close. And then Team Spirit with their insane run last year, and BTK bringing the comeback. So I mean, these are non-C regions that we're hoping maybe we see something great from this year.
Yeah, if you are a first-time viewer of MLBB Esports, Southeast Asia has dominated for the longest time. But here in M6, we have new regions popping up. Of course, as Trex mentioned, NA, Turkey, EECA, a lot of eyes on them to excel. There's a lot more stories we're going to be sharing with you and learning more about as M6 goes on. There is definitely a lot of star players you have to keep your eyes out on. So make sure you listen in very closely to see all of the links that we have. Going back once again, it is Swiss for the first time ever, best of ones, and we're going to be getting 8 of them today. But compared to different Swiss stages, it's not all going to be best of one. As we go a little bit later into the tournament, we start to see all the more familiar best of 3s. But it's gonna take a while. To keep it simple, win 3, you advance, lose 3, you get eliminated. This is historical for us as we look at all the best of ones we're gonna be getting in today. One by one, what are you most excited for? You can say SRG. It's fine.
I think a lot. Even you would expect me to say SRG, Vamos, but you know what? I'm going to go out on a limb. I am personally looking forward to KBG against RRQ.
Oh.
Right? We talk about storylines we're all looking forward to. We forgot to mention the Chinese region, right? Like Tianfeng Yaoguai during the wildcards gave us hell of a performance, almost took it out Offerna, and right now KBG, who are the first seed from that region, it's up to them.
You know, I like it. I think the best thing about Swiss, we're finally going to get to see the cream rise to the top, right? There's no excuses about bad group or this team could have made it out if they were in a different group or this or that. Only the best will make it out of this. Only the best will succeed in getting those 3 wins, going to the knockout stage, and proving themselves with the other 8 teams. And that's what I think I'm most excited for as we move through this Swiss. Plus, there's just a lot of games to watch.
There is a lot. So the schedule is going to be popping up in just a bit, and we're going to be talking about that. Remember, folks, we are on a rolling schedule. So as soon as the previous match ends, it could start up all over again much quicker, so make sure you are locked in. S2G versus SRG is coming up, BTK versus Ulfidnar, CFU versus NIP Flash, and Maycam Evolve versus Team Spirit. While for the second half of the day, we have Twisted Minds, Vamos, Falcon, and Aurora, KBG versus RRQ, and the big one that a lot of people have their eyes on, that we're waiting for, the Clash of Titans in Fnatic Onyx Philippines versus TLID. Before we talk a little bit more about S2G versus SRG, why the heck are people really hyped up about FNOP and TLID?
I mean, you have 2 champions, and I mean, as far back as we go, it's ID Philippines, man, you know? And whether we all put Philippines at the top of the pedestal, they're the reigning champions for multiple years. But there's a lot of people out there that always want to see those champions get toppled, and there's a lot of Indonesians out there that have faith that TLID can maybe do it. Can they, though?
I think there's a good chance they do it, but you know, I'm interested in the aftermath, right? Because we always have the Swiss draw right after the day ends. And I want to see which team gets the loser of that bracket for day number 2. That is going to be devastating on paper.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the reasons why we went Swiss, to get unexpected results, surprising outcomes. And about the Swiss stage, I believe Coach Ozora Vecchi, the analyst of SRG, mentioned something about this. He says, after winning MSC, the pressure and expectations only grew. MPLMY Season 14 was the first hurdle. We were expected to perform clean sweep and be the grand finalist. The pressure felt really different, but knowing that I'm surrounded by a lot of capable talents, I don't feel alone. It's not just about the Swiss stage, it's actually his feelings heading into M6.
Yeah, I think there's even kind of a permutation, right? Like Doctor Strange, 1 in a million chance that SRG wasn't going to make it to M6. A lot of people were looking at Todak. Todak beat SRG in the upper bracket during playoffs. So people were started to cast some doubts onto SRG, but I'm glad that they were able to recover, and I'm glad that they took some losses, because it really lifted the pressure of that perfect run.
Yeah, I think there's a thin line between having fun competing and when that pressure starts to build, right? I think before that, they weren't champions, right? They didn't win MSC. They were winning games, having fun, enjoying themselves, and now it's all eyes on SRG, right? The whole world is judging every movement they make and how they're going to perform here. You know, before, if they perform bad, nobody would bat an eyelash. This time, if they perform bad, the chats are going to be out of this world.
Yeah, Selangor Red Giants, a team that at one point, not at one point, leading to their MSC win earlier this year, did not drop a series. And that win streak extended a little bit further after that into SPS. More into the continuation of that story later on. As we now into the squad of S2G from Turkey, who have made a new name for themselves as the new Turkish Kings. Anything that you want to share about S2G, folks, that impressed you about the squad?
You know, S2G, Turkey coming in the past, it was always Fireflux, right? It was always Ulfidnar. But we do have a little bit of a quote coming from Pio Villain. 1 month before MTC, I joined S2G and was announced during the transfer window as part of the strategy. I brought Filipino and Malaysian gameplay to the team, and I can say that Turkish teams are quick to adapt. In terms of gameplay, they're not far behind Malaysian teams. I'm proud that 2 Turkish teams made it to M6, and that's, I mean, I think my question for S2G is this, is where do they stand right now? Are they really that far ahead of Ulfidnar? They didn't just beat Ulfidnar, they 4-2'd them. It didn't go the distance. Ulfidnar won 2 games and S2G just cleaned things up, which means where do they stand on the pedestal against all of these other teams?
Yeah, and I think on top of that, it also comes down to, I feel like there's a parallel between the Turkish region and the Chinese region where you have sort of this expectation, right? If your second seeded team is already that good, how much better is the first seeded team? And especially when you have Coach Pao Villain, who has been in multiple regions and now bringing that flavor to the Turkish.
Yeah, and in the Filipino perspective, actually, there's a lot of us who hold the Turkish region in high regard, especially Ulfidnar. So any team that gets to beat that, the point that you made, the fact that they 4-2'd then Fireflux, that means something, that it cannot just be that this team got lucky, made it into M6. It's the long-time kings of the Turkish region finally getting felled by familiar faces. 2 members in S2G are actually part of the first Fireflux roster that won MTC Season 1. So there's championship DNA in that too. But based off of what we've seen from S2G leading into this, especially in the Turkey Championship, Husky, you feel like they could scare a lot of Malaysians and SRG today. Could they potentially pull off and open up M6 with a major upset?
It's something that I don't hope for to happen, but I would be glad if it does, because I think that would be the best way to kind of set the tone for what Swiss Stage is.
And to set the tone, let's welcome in the teams. Of course, we were talking about them, so let's talk about them a little bit more. It's S2G, the new Turkish Kings.
All right, so we got Sigibum in the goal lane, Pagu as the roam, Begin in the mid, Kazue as the jungle, and Lunar as the EXP. Now, the players that I really have my eyes on, Sigibum, he's in the gold, but for him to really be able to pop off, we're gonna need to see that mid duo really do their thing, and that's Kazue and Pagu. Now, everyone normally has their eyes on Begin. Everyone normally has their eyes on Sigibum, but I think in this game, we really need Pagu to do his thing, right? We really need Pagu to be able to create those moments that Begin and Sigibum in these team fights can actually capitalize. And because Pagu kind of goes unnoticed sometimes, I need him to shine in these games if they're going to be able to win out in this best of 1.
Help out Sigibum go into Sigiboom mode, into that MVP Grand Finals form that he showed in Turkey. And of course, their opponents, I mean, we are in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, so make some noise for SRG! Innocent, Yum, Stormy, Sekais, and Cram!
Absolutely, you got the half-man, half-beast, Innocent, Season 13 Finals MVP. You got Season 14 Finals MVP, Stormy, but just like what Trek said, he's looking at the mid-trio. I'm also looking at the mid-trio of Yums, Sekais, and Stormy. The side lanes are self-sufficient. We've seen Sekais go through a transformation, taking the title of Sky Prince, but right now, it's not just about Sekais, it's about Stormy and Yums by his side to enable this Sky Prince to take the throne once more.
I like that you're highlighting Yums here, man. The only player with 4 MPL Malaysia titles under his belt. On paper, he is easily the most decorated Malaysian player that's active right now, and this is also his 3rd M Series. Can he better his best rank at 5th to 6th at M3? I just want to say I'm surprised. I didn't know that Innocent had that name. Is this the first time you heard that? Half man, half beast?
That is actually the first time I heard that, and I like it. I like it a lot. Are we going to see him go beast mode, though? Do we think this is just easy GG's, Husky?
If the Roger is in meta, then yes, right? He got the moniker half man, half beast because of his Roger performance in Season 13, where it was a perma-ban against Innocent. He gets Roger, the game is over in under 15 minutes.
Yeah, but we gotta admit, it's a different meta now.
It's a different meta now.
Yeah, it's very different. So we're giving away some great stuff for you for the MLBB Rising Open. You know what? Just go ahead and don't scan it yet. Don't scan it yet. We're not done scanning it. Now you can scan it. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead, please. That's the redeem code as well. It can only be redeemed one time per person. M6 World Championship, of course, we're going to be giving away goodies. We're about to start your draft, so let's talk about the meta. Let's start off with you, Husky. What's one or two picks that you're looking out for here that might be prioritized?
Prioritized, I think, first of all, it's definitely the Tusin. Tusin is going to be prioritized for sure. Nolan Suyo.
Suyo, what about you, Trix?
I don't think the Juicin's going to make it onto the pick table. I don't think the Juicin's going to make it onto the pick table. I think Cho may be a big pick, but he might also not make it. Yves, another possibility, but that's another one always getting banned out. Some things that might actually slip through. Hilda's been a big one. Suyo might actually slip through because it's something that hasn't been getting picked up as much. But we are in Swiss stage right now. This is not wild card. These are the big dogs. And as we see in every M series, the meta changes as we move forward.
Because he has been getting more and more popular. We have seen in wildcards that Chip sometimes kind of slip through the draft as well, and he has been utilized by a couple of teams. But so far, I mean, we're seeing that Hilda ban, the Fanny ban is a lot of respect from S2G to SRG Sakai's. I do wonder if they are going to trade that Khalid for Phovis, though. The Phovis hasn't had the best win rate during wildcards.
With Alpha out, Phovius Rush on the side of S2G might actually sound good. But you definitely should take the Matilda away from SRG, right?
One of the few pioneers, the Matilda Meister 5-star Yums Express with that hero. Back in Season 9, when he pulled that out, he instantly became known for it, and people have been really keeping a lot of eyes on that Matilda.
So Cho's still open, Nolan's still open, plenty of junglers. I don't think we prio jungle up front. I like the idea of EXP or Roam, Matilda being open, but I feel like S2G maybe, or SRG, want to be a bit more aggressive here. It is a best of one. You want to try to catch them off guard, and that's where I think the Cho could come in clutch. They go for the Suyo though, so they do prio jungle right up front.
I feel like that's a rough trade to take against SRG because you're giving away the Cho to Yums, and Suyo has fallen out of the grape based off of what the grapevine has said, that he's been falling out of priority. But even SRG's going, you know what, we don't need the Cho right away. Let's get a Gacha and get Stormy on his signature Valentina.
Yeah, signature Valentina. We're going to get a Valentina merch next season as well because he did pick it as his hero to go to. But I do like the Gatot Kacha. Very durable against physical damage dealers, and at the same time has very reliable crowd control, right? Suyo gets in front of his face, he's going to get crowd control, and the follow-up will be there.
Okay, so they got to pick up the gold lane here, right? The Bruno's smart, and that forces the side of SRG to possibly pick up a gold lane next as well, or they get banned out, right? You start taking out gold laners in this second phase of bans, but still on the side of S2G, with the Matilda now, with the Suyo, you have speed, you have a movement, you have rotations, you have an aggressive mid game right there, a big power spike around third turtle that can definitely cause some damage. So how does SRG try to counteract that?
You know what? Harith is still open. Put it in the hands of Innocent. Get that other gold laner who scales up super freaking fast.
Nathan, I believe that's how you call him. We call him Nathan here. Either way, he had that late game insurance.
Natan's the right way.
Natan's the right way. All right.
It's just dumb. It's just the PH casters that say Nathan.
So Natan's the right way. He always has Claude as well for Innocent if they really want to play it safe. So they take the Joy. This is, I don't think we've seen Sakai's play Joy ever. Not in recent times, right? Not in recent times, no. Not in the previous season, not during MSC for sure, not during season 13, so it's been a long, long time. So it's something that I don't think we have seen before.
Okay, so let's be real. How deep does SRG's gold lane pool go here? Is it even actually worth for S2G to ban, like, maybe the Harith? But what after that? With Beatrix, we've seen a little bit of that in the wild card. Could be options. Claude also got the recent buff. We didn't see a lot in wild card, but I still think in the hands of some of the more veteran players, players, it can definitely show. Phobius ban on the side of SRG, back over to S2G now.
Yeah, good ban there on the Harris, taking it away. So now, little by little, SRG might think about the two marksmen that can handle the map a little bit more, the Moskov and the Claude, considering that, as you mentioned, Trex, it is super aggressive, the lineup of S2G. This is a best of one Swiss stage draft priority. So if SRG decides to go for the more macro slower route, do you think that's going to come back to bite them, Husk?
Macro slow, letting the macro route is what SRG is very comfortable with, but I do feel like it's not going to completely come back and bite them in the backside. There are some merits to how SRG can kind of drag the game out, then push them in a comfortable position. I'm more worried about what's going to happen in that goal lane, right? Because SRG with the Phobius ban and followed by the Vexana, it kind of feels like that this Gatot might go into XP, but because it's a big flex, S2G now have to really decide how do they shut SRG's kind of flex down. The Cho is still open.
Cho is still open. I think that's a big pick for SRG. Very possible here. S2G looking for this next ban. And like I said, do we just hammer in? Cho actually could be a really solid ban here. I'm taking it out. Because Beatrix, are you really that worried? There's the Cho ban. So now first pick for SRG. I think they save gold lane here. They push gold lane into last pick and they go into Roam or EXP lane.
A part of me is thinking that maybe SRG might go the other way around because picking Gatot first phase, you don't actually see the XP matchup yet. As an outsider, yeah, you get time.
When I give the word.
Oh, but you know what? Nah. Yeah, let's go with what Trex said. You go gold lane into the last, and then you go Khalid now. Well, not a lot can actually beat the Khalid.
I think we get an Aurora on the side of S2G here.
Oh, that would be perfect. I agree.
Aurora would help round things out. It's going to be hard, though, to catch some of the fast pacing, to catch a Khalid, to catch the jungler of SRG, but still, it's solid.
Yeah, as much as S2G's draft, at least the first 3 picks is about going fast and going into your face. SRG have a good draft to kind of create this vacuum, right? You want to come right in, we can shut you down with a good backline dice, with a very great crowd control. So that's something I think S2G needs to think about as well with this mid pick. Now that Vexana isn't there, I think I agree with Trex. Aurora feels like a solid one.
Aurora and anyone who can catch or anyone who can front. A Ruby EXP might not be the best, but
I like it. I like it.
Oh,
we actually called it.
I like it.
Well, we're on a roll today.
Here's the thing with the Ruby, though. We haven't seen it a whole lot in Wildcard, but I think it goes so well against some of the current meta. The Joy, you stop her for just a second.
Yeah.
The Khalid, you stop it for just a second. These big divey compositions, it can counter the Chow, anything that wants to get in your face. It buys you just that split second of time to counterplay.
Yeah, split second crowd control.
Yes.
The Ruby pick. I have my slight doubts about it because historically in the PH, when you see a Ruby going up against a Valentina, Valentina's so happy because suddenly you have 3 set of heroes on the side of SRG.
That's true.
Yeah. I think it has to be a physical damage dealer, and the time doesn't look too good because they already have Joy, right? They need some big physical damage for their lane. And the Granger! First ever Granger pick for Innocent too. I mean, not only the Joy, but the Granger as well.
I like it.
Big lane bully.
Yeah.
I like it a lot. It's definitely different. You mentioned cheese picks. You mentioned new picks.
Yep.
Is this it?
Here we go. The very first Swiss stage match. Let's toss it over to the casters.
Thank you so much to our amazing panelists. And the much anticipated first round of the Swiss stage is about to commence. To bring you the action, it's me, Brigitte, alongside Mirko. And off the top of your head, how are you feeling? Because we're about to witness all 16 teams played out as early as day 1.
Hey, it's crazy. The Swiss stage, we've been talking about this. We've been hyping it up. And to have a big match like this to start off the day, to start off Swiss stage, this will set the momentum. It's a best of 1 too. And that's why I feel like we can see the Granger here. We can see a lot of these cheese picks actually pop up.
Yep, honestly, this was really on script for SRG at least. We know that S2G, led by Sigiboom, usually really doesn't go that much off meta, and he's sticking with the Bruno. But for Innocent, he's immediately showing us the Granger as early as the first game. So we'll see how this goes for both of these teams. Because if you were to ask me, looking at their draft as early as now, I think SRG were able to plan things out really well. They were able to set up a lot of gap closers in their lineup. And if ever they do be successful enough to overwhelm S2G with all those gap closers, Innocent from afar, he could just do all the free hits and he could just damage the members of S2G from afar.
Absolutely, man. So much poke, really, with the Sonata, with the Rhapsody, the new changes here. And as a gold lane, we've actually had a lot of discussions on the Granger pick itself. You know, does it do better in the jungle? Does it do better in the gold lane? And I think most of us actually agree that it does do better in the gold lane. You get free farm, you get a lot of gold in the start, and it helps with the stacks. But Innocent, he actually goes for Purify. So this is also, I think, something that we can talk about for the Granger. You are pretty elusive with it. You're actually quite slippery with the new Granger. You actually dash quite well. So the Purify is a really good choice for Innocent to just escape from the CC that S2G can provide towards them.
Yep, and I'm eager to know and how he decided to go for his emblem builds. We're seeing the Impure Rage as well, and all you know is that if you don't really rely on mana, you get that additional passive returned on your HP instead. So you get to see an additional layer of sustainability perhaps for Innocent by the time he really wants to, or if S2G even attempts to go for him in the early stages of the game. But Selangor Red Giants, it does seem like they're actually preventing this brute force playstyle come out from S2G. We know for a fact that it's one of their specialties. They really want to force things out early on, but it's SRG!
Sky's really dashing forward. That's a good Terrify and a taunt down onto Begin. Cram walks up with the Terrify as well. Oh, Cram still able to get some damage down, but Begin still escapes with the flicker. Great setup though for SRG. Stormy dives in the mid lane, gets the first blood under the tier 1, and that should be turtle number 1 for free.
Seriously, he didn't let him go. They needed to get that pick off. So S2G, right now, they're absolutely unable to contest for this turtle. And we're expecting that this is more of a rotation we're seeing from their side. It's an XP lane, which is more active in the early stages. But Hagu, he keeps to be the next target. And Stormy, though, he gets traded as well.
That's an I'm offended over to Yums too. I don't know about that trade now. Cram's gonna be walking forward. Kazoo dashes forward, gets the kill in. Cram going with the blaze round, gets frozen up, and gets CC down. SRG overextending after the turtle fight.
And I think that's one thing you really need to consider if you are SRG, because early on, I wouldn't doubt that they were already taking hold of the lead. They couldn't even, or S2G couldn't even pay much attention to Innocent or the other lanes. Cram, he could just freely rotate out of the XP lane and actively participate in the first few skirmishes we've seen. But this might actually backfire if they do not manage things well. S2G, if we were talking about SRG's ability to close the gap, S2G can't do the same. They have high mobility heroes, and speaking of closing gaps, that's the flicker forced out for Karam.
Yep, already a big resource burned out there. 50 seconds for the turtle, so they have that resource already burned out. It's great to deny those crazy engages. Lunar walks up, gets the I'm offended. It's a bit more poke over to Cram, who will just sustain back up on the Khalid. Here though for S2G, it really seems like early on, maybe they didn't have those ultimates to fight with, but turtle number 2 onwards, they should have these big ults that you were talking about.
Yep.
Frigid Glacier for Begin. There's also a risk that Stormy takes it though. He's in the bush, gets the I'm offended over to Lunar. Now also Raging Sandstorm, great flicker for Lunar. Skies walks in, and Frigid Glacier will be able to stun him up. Skies brought back into the turret, poked down as well by Begin. And both teams will decide to disengage. 18 seconds for the turtle to spawn in the game.
There's a team fight that happened once again right before this turtle that we were talking about. And S2G Esports, it seemed like they really were able to adjust on the fly. They're taking things a little bit more slow because they know that either way, the most important aspects of their lineup, it's not really being noticed here by SRG as of now. Really, Sigiboom, he's just able to take his farm, and it might be this time that we see him also take part in the action.
Good red treat from Kazoo, good disengage from S2G. They know that SRG have a lot of CC, so they just go for the objective and bounce.
Yep. Right now though, this might be the point where S2G gradually focus on the things they want to build up on, which is really Sigiboom, because at this point, if they really want to be more active in terms of the team fights and they really want to be more confident, then it might just be time that they really need to include their damage dealers. Because even though SRG, they've been really aggressive in the first few portions of the game, we saw how S2G is able to deny them of that. They're able to interrupt these aggressive plays coming in from Selangor Giants whenever Lunar is part, whenever Begin uses a beautiful timing of the Frigid Glacier. So they really just need to complement it with enough damage, and they get higher chances of turning things around.
There's just so much stakes here, you know, at play in the Land of Dawn currently. SRG playing in their hometown, trying to complete that golden road for S2G, trying to prove the world wrong that they them winning MTC was a fluke. I
Yep.
think a lot of people still have that in their minds, you know, thinking that Ulfednar is the better team from Turkey. So far, they're going toe-to-toe against probably one of the world's best here, and it's all with, like you said, Siggy Boom, getting the boom in him. Once he gets those item power spikes, it's going to be massive. This Bruno, there's a reason it was so heavily prioed in the in the wild card,
Yes.
and all the way, I would say, even in ranked games, right?
Yep.
So easy to execute, and you can see the SUG at this point, they're really just stopping SRG's way to try
I
to take
agree.
turrets and snowball.
I agree, because this is the usual kind of Bruno gameplay you really witness, right? But wait, before that, speaking of the Bruno, Siggy Boom.
Yep, this is all good for Siggy Boom. He wants to go for those fights there. Has the Haas Claws, I believe. That's why he's able to sustain back up. And Turtle is going to be spawning up top. SRG tried to get Prio in the bottom lane, and now they're rotating.
Yep, but Pagu, you know, this roamer for S2G, the moment he came in, he really brought a lot of changes to S2G in the way they play their games, in the way they really adjust and explore some new strategies. We know them to only stick for the 4 Protect 1 strategy before, but now we're seeing how they can really just adjust on the fly, but begin!
Passive already. Procced in, Begin will be able to flicker out, but again, big resource spent already. Cram will have to flicker too. That's an auto from Innocent, just trying to read out some of the positions from S2G. Cram heals back up.
Now Lunar, though, he goes in once more!
Right, I'm offended, and that's Raging Sandstorm that catches Begin in the back. Will be caught. Pops in Frigid Glacier earlier. Lunar's still there, and it's going to be free hitting for Siggy Boom into there. Kazoo with the dive. Sky's taken down. Innocent still catting away as Kazoo goes in. Yom's isolated from the rest of the team, and Kazoo will double kill his way into a Turtle Prio. Stormy with a Terrify onto the midst of it all. Going for the guiding whip, but gets boomed down by Mr. Siggy Boom. And Pagu, Innocent will be forced back on this Granger, and it's a win for S2G.
You would think that would have already worked for the Selangor Red Giants, but S2G, Lunar decided to pick a fight at the exact same time. They also had the resources, they had proper counter engage. Yums was also there, he was able to zone out enough members here from S2G Esports, but they seemed like they were just prepared to take on the fight that sustained. You can actually feel it from S2G, and it's not just that, it seems like they're able to capitalize a lot more on their innate mobility.
It's so crazy. We were talking about the range for Innocent too, but what he makes up for in range, I think he lacks damage. Innocent hasn't really been able to put on the damage onto S2G. Maybe this Granger pick was just not that good against healing. I feel like the Mathilda has really been able to help them out in these sticky situations, and we do have a pause and we get to dissect the game even more. So let's talk about what's been happening here. I think for SRG, they really need to look for a snowball early. They had to. Unfortunately, they didn't get it, and their mid-game power spike, it's kind of already fallen off. Like, this mid-game is getting controlled by S2G.
I think there was a clear attempt to do this, to do just that. We felt that there was a slight overextension towards that early game when we saw them really force the fights even when they already got the pick-off against the mid laner, and then before transitioning to the Turtle. So it was somewhat of a very expensive mistake that happened, I feel, for SRG. It's really, they need to show a little bit more discipline this time around. I think a lot of teams have to be a lot more mindful of that, since, again, we're only seeing a best of ones happen all throughout the day. And they decided to go for this lineup, which is really, on paper, you see it, you expect it to be more aggressive. You expect them to hit their power spikes early on. This is a Joy that we're talking about. Husky mentioned it's one of the few times we're seeing Sekai's on the Joy, so you would probably expect somewhat of a unique approach from him, but then S2G seems like they're able to read through these plans from S2G or from SRG all along.
I agree with you completely. You know, it just feels like S2G have to read on SRG. They have to read on the aggression of SRG too. And maybe this is because, you know, they're scrim partners with Ulfednar. I don't know, but Ulfednar has had many encounters with SRG. MSC, they were knocked out by SRG. ISF, they were knocked out by Malaysia. So it almost seems like, you know, that could be something that they've told S2G, and right now they're capitalizing on all the aggressive movements. Well, maybe not the first one. Stormy got that first blood. Cheeky little Stormy play, as usual, as we expect from Stormy. But after that, the circling Eagle forward, the Raging Sandstorms very aggressively onto Siggy Boom even. I think the targeting has been kind of off too for SRG, you know? Usually we see them very, very clean. I mean, for their engages and their discipline, this is still MSC SRG, I feel. You know, when it comes down to it, they're not a full discipline team. They are a team that is willing to take risks, but their targeting and team fighting is always just crisp clean.
I agree.
And I don't know if it's because of the pressure of playing in front of the home crowd, or what, but the targeting hasn't been that clean.
Yep, we are seeing more of a one-track mind from S2G, I feel, in terms of like the targeting, who they want to prioritize first, heading into the team fights, or even just reacting to the team fights being set up here by SRG. But when for SRG, although maybe it's now that we could probably think about, is this much range still benefiting them? Because it seems like their team fights are slowly becoming all over the map. Like they have access to a lot of areas in the map. They can like jump in from afar, use the avatar of the Guardian, or perhaps even just use the Death Sonata from afar and even scout the enemies. But then could we see a more coordinated approach from SRG later on, knowing that they're already this behind in terms of like reaching their power spikes? And again, we've also mentioned, this isn't the typical Bruno early playstyle that you would really expect for the most part. Whenever we see the Bruno, you would expect the brute force playstyle come into play. Like they're just really going to force and focus on a particular lane, taking out the energy shields, taking out the turrets, and then eventually transitioning from there. But now they're taking it really slow. They're just so patient. And it doesn't change the fact that Bruno is still a late game hero anyway. So by the time they just consistently be able to do these punishes, they can eventually get the upper hand if SRG doesn't do something.
That's why it's a fun topic to talk about here. You know, the Bruno being a mid to late game pick. Early game, you're also kind of a bully, right? That's what makes him such a prio pick right now. But when we're talking about gold lane and late game, Granger's technically late game too now, right? I mean, he stacks up, he gets way more ways to poke with Rhapsody and the Death Sonata as he stacks up later on, but it does seem like we're just going to get back into the game again. S2G are in the lead. SRG, do they have the late game power to actually play through these team fights?
Yep, they have a lot of AoE, if it's just that. But then you really have to see some extra work come in here from Sekais as well as Innocent. So would Sekais be reliable enough to deal with those heroes from S2G, which may be a little bit more hard to reach? And could Innocent deal enough damage for those heroes from S2G who are within reach, who will be like covered here and, I don't know, being like in the front lines whenever there's a team fight that happens later on? Because as we're seeing it right now, SRG, they're still able to take the trades nonetheless, and maybe it's this point in time where Sekais begins saying that, oh, maybe we should be a little bit more careful and look for the trades for the meantime.
Yeah, that's the advantage that SRG definitely have with the Joy compared to the Suyo, who's really, I would say, better than neutral objectives, but when it comes to split pushing, it's going to be tough for S2G to actually send people down below. Pagu, you can see that poke damage from Innocent, and that's why we asked the question, is Granger a mid-game pick or a late-game pick? Because you can see that damage already build up. Pagu still able to heal up. Gunnar goes behind Bennett over to Yums. The freeze as well, poking him down. Cram is trying to shot a bit more damage over to S2G, but both teams are just poking each other.
Yeah, definitely for SRG, this is the time they need to capitalize on their poking capabilities up against S2G Esports. We don't see as much sustain or in terms of like the tanky heroes from S2G as compared to SRG, so they definitely can take advantage of that. But once S2G decides for a commit, though that's the I am offended already used here, then SRG, they really need to be careful. But as we're seeing it right now, they're slowly getting hold of what to do during this Lord Dance.
You can see the poking game that we were mentioning in the early game for Innocent. It's happening here in the mid-game as Yasumai the Stormy gets an I'm offended over to 2. Innocent guns him down. The combo in the back is a Raging Sandstorm and an AOG. That's a double. And Selangor Red Giants, they are finally online in the 10th minute of the game.
They have enough ways to scout for the members of S2G, and it seems like the plan is to take them by surprise. What a play from Stormy there, catching 2 members, 2 crucial members. And once you take out all of the frontliners, then that's easier access for Sekais and for the rest of the members to just take out the remaining members of S2G. Let's check out that instant replay right there. Look at Stormy. Look at Stormy. And even when there was a beautiful usage of the Frigid Glacier, it was a bit too late. They had no other resources to prevent the aggression from the other members of SRG.
There you go. That's SRG. Or was that the first few minutes? Man, SRG, we were talking about it, the targeting was not it, and then they just had to adapt in on the go, right? They just had to, I would say, yeah, adapt and get used to the pressure they are feeling here in as the hosts. And They're here with it. It's a Lord in the mid lane charging down as a holy defense already procced in. SRG utilizing Innocent's range.
Wow.
Poke them down. Lunar's half HP. The defense is still good. They are able to get rid of it.
No
Innocent though is gunning them down. He has a Datsunada. One more shot. Lunar low. The photo saves Pagu and Lunar, and they're forced back in their own base.
That was so aggressive from Innocent. I mean, they had an idea. There's still no flicker for Lunar, so there won't be any surprise setups just yet. But there's the circling eagle.
So Pagu is trying to run away. The Datsunada hits, but he still is able to escape with the guiding win, and S2G defend. No base turrets taken down.
All right, so S2G, they're still able to defend this in some ways. But SRG, it seems like this was the moment they've been waiting for. Now that S2G might just be gradually trapped in a certain area in the map, SRG, they can play around things a lot more. They have, again, I kept mentioning the Avatar of the Guardians, but they also had the Raging Sandstorm. And as long as they are able to prevent Lunar from doing his job of being the first one to take SRG by surprise, or even preventing and interrupting these attempts from SRG, then there seems to be no problem anymore. They just need to force out the necessary skills that S2G keep on capitalizing for the counter engages, and then there's nothing stopping them from being too aggressive against S2G.
And at this point, I think for S2G, the game plan is we're just going to try to out-sustain you in the fights or get a massive combo. But SRG are never, or should never actually commit to a full fight unless Innocent gets some trades, right? Shoots them from afar, gets them really low, or there's a neutral objective to fight for, then they would go in. But here, they're just going to utilize that range that we were talking about, and man, Innocent, Pagu, now he's feeling it. Now he's feeling that damage.
Yep, I'm pretty sure SRG, they're just trying to be disciplined at this point, but at the same time, still putting themselves out there, trying to make their dominance felt here against S2G. And even in terms of gold, the gold laners, you can already see just how ahead Innocent is. He's already fulfilled on this Ranger, which explains the damage that Pagu himself cannot even sustain.
Now, it gets really concerning for S2G because they do not have catch that can actually go for Innocent. And if you do dive in, you're going to be caught by all the sustain. Lunar's low again. Every single time you walk on a base, that's a circling eagle. This very aggressive Pagu. He goes away, Crown Raging Sandstorm, and the flicker to read him out. Pagu in the skies, doesn't even matter.
He was able to set up for an anticipated guiding wind dash towards that area. But even then, he flickered towards Pagu, taking out that sure pickoff, and now S2G Esports, this might just be an attempt from SRG to again commit a team fight, but they walk safely towards their tier 3 and force out the Frigid Glacier as well from Lunar.
It's a bait, or a trade rather, Innocent with the flicker, or sorry, Purify, baited out by the Frigid Glacier there. Still think for SRG though, they're just going to take it slow, right? There's no reason for them to actually push in, and even though Innocent uses Purify, it's a safety net that you lose out, but when it comes to the siege, you're never really going to be in a position where you should be caught, right? You have so much range, and they're just going to use this with Innocent on it. Let's see how they manipulate these waves. Is it going to be a three-wave push, or are they going to take it slow? It seems like it will just be a three-wave push. They're looking for possibly the end.
Yep, and this mid lane turret won't last for long. S2G Esports, they might have a difficulty trying to defend this. I don't know if they want to look for a play still, given this much of a gold lead in the hands of SRG. But they're only able to take out one inhibitor turret so far, and there are other waves coming in, but they will have time to defend these incoming waves from SRG. So it seems like even for SRG, they're not trying to force things just yet. They're actually quite scattered around the map, and they're probably waiting for more information regarding S2G. They do not want to force team fights in areas where S2G might have higher chances of turning things around, but use the Avatar of the Guardians to get away, and no!
Yeah, Sky is overextending, but it becomes a pretty good trade, in my opinion, right? Despite Sky's getting taken down, he did get a few hits there, and it's a base turret in the bottom lane, which is a far lane. There are no objectives for the next 30 seconds, so S2G getting the kill, trading it for a turret is actually worth it for SRG.
Yep. They're now becoming a little more aggressive. They get out of their base, and Kazoo might gradually be able to get hold of his buffs once again. But that doesn't mean that SRG will be backing out anytime soon. Scram still shows himself out there. Oh, Kazoo gets caught!
That's a winner crown. Stormy gonna be caught in. I'm offended too. Able to flicker out to safety as a Frigid Glacier gets placed down. Stormy Boom down. Siggy Boom still doing some damage. Dodging away for the Detonata as Kazoo dives in onto Yums. 40 seconds still. There are no objectives for S2G to take. So SRG losing out some of these members is still okay, unless they go for these turrets and siege it down. That's a tier 1, almost falling. Siggy Boom needs a few more shots in. Innocent can't walk up. Oh! If that was a crit, it could have been different. Innocent surviving just barely, will walk away. 27 seconds for the Lord.
And it seems like they're gradually evening out the map. Mirko, this wasn't the scenario we've seen earlier. Even Crab, he's being the recipient of the damage from Siggy Boom. And they take him out 13 seconds right before this next Lord, this level 2 Lord, this enhanced Lord. Or maybe we could wait, they could take the evolved Lord even.
Now that's gonna hurt. SRG losing Skies, losing Stormy. It was all still in the time frame of the Lord not spawning yet. But losing Cram, that's your main initiator. Sky's gonna be stunned up now as Pagu walks up. Skies, no more dashes. Once you get cancelled, it's gonna be tough. It's Skies dying. Pagu gets the final hit as he fade away, takes the kill. And Kazoo dealt with the Lord. Now he's occupying this bush. SRG, good read with Innocent popping into that Sonata. But now it's an enhanced Lord for S2G.
Why did it feel like even though SRG had the range, they really found it difficult to commit the team fights when S2G were being extra careful under their base. And now that they're outside, they're being more aggressive than ever. One another! I'm offended!
And a Frigid Glacier too. Good disengage from Yomes. Innocent still in the midst of it all. Popping a Death Sonata. Trying to poke them away, but up top, how low is it? That's a base turret. Taken down. STG still have the Lord, by the way. That siege was only just the minions. They are slowly pushing the wave in the bottom lane, and the reason they can actually slowly build this wave. Oh, Lunar goes in for the big play. Doesn't connect. Raging Sandstorm! A flank Lunar. Caught in the midst of it all. Kazoo zoning the back line away. As Pagu is able to get the circle. Ego to actually peel for Siggy Boom, who's so free hitting. Kazoo gets the unstoppable. The Frigid Glacier comes in. Siggy Boom going for the crits. Innocent still using that range, dashing away from the arrow. S2G wants to continue the siege.
That was a beautiful attempt from Crown, but S2G, they were prepared. Kazoo blocking the other members of SRG from joining the team fight, and now they're still together with their Lord. They will be able to take out all the remaining inhibitor turrets, and could this be it for SRG?
Oh, the snipe down from Kazoo! Innocent forced back into the base! A massive...
Our panel was mentioning the possibility of an upset, and who would have thought we're seeing it as soon as game number 1? This is S2G, this is SRG, and we knew we were starting the day strong, but this strong?
You really put the boom in Siggy Boom. S2G, the team that was touted.
What an adjustment from S2G. We gotta ask our panel to break things down for us.
Okay, well, if you are doubting our nomination at the Game Awards, this is Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. This is the drama of our scene. Husky, Brief, Brother, as S2G, led by the Turkish trigger man, Siggy Boom. They've done it. They've opened up Swiss by upsetting SRG.
You know what, as much as I'm heartbroken with this loss, it is just the best of one. It's still first round of Swiss stage, but I did mention the possibility, right, that S2G can be SRG. And as much as I don't want to happen, you know, the crowd is watching me right now, but it has happened. And everything that that Trek State came through, we talk about the Bruno, we talk about Siggy Boom, and Siggy Boom really just blasted a hole through SRG.
The Bruno.
Not only the Bruno, but Lunar as well was playing that Ruby like a roamer, and just overall, all the way, making plays happen and consistently splitting them up, making space where Siggy Boom could actually pop off.
And everything that you've laid down here, the conditions for S2G Trex when we popped up the lineup, begin on that Aurora. The Frigid Glacier, the counter engage that he would set up was on point for S2G. Husky, what went wrong here for SRG?
I think it's just, first of all, as much as SRG has this big combo, they cannot get close to Siggy Boom.
Oh my goodness, and now we're gonna get closer to a member of S2G on stage for an interview for their upset over SRG.
Hello everybody, my name is Rose and taking the first ever win in the Swiss round. First match, an amazing game by S2G, and can I just say, Sigiboom was amazing. First of all, congratulations on winning your match against the hometown favorites. How are you feeling right now?
Valla şimdi kazandınız. Ülkenin favori takımını yendiniz. Şu an nasıl hissediyorsun?
Yani buraya gelmeden önce kazanacağımızı biliyordum zaten. Hatta bizim koça oyun içinden biz oynamasını söyledim tahmin yerinden. Oynamadı, dinlemedi beni. Oynasaydı çok şey kazanırdı. Çok heyecanlıyım, ayağım hala titriyor. Mutluyum.
He said that they're gonna win actually. Right now he already even talked with the coach, but right now he's so happy that he's shaking right now.
Oh, he's shaking. And did you just say you predicted the win against Selangor Red Giants? Maybe you can share a bit more. How did you guys actually prepare for your opening match up against Selangor Red Giants? For you guys to say that you guys actually predicted such a win.
Şimdi tahmin ettiniz ya, bu açılış maçı için nasıl hazırlandınız?
Yani güçlü bir takım. Kazanacağımızı biliyorduk diyeyim.
Well, we know that they're really a strong team, so we actually and then we thought we're gonna win, but we really prepare a lot for it.
Okay, now I think we could see the fruit of the labor of their preparation for this best of one. Now, I have a question, Siggy Boom. We all know that Selangor Red Giants is actually not only a local fan favorite, but also internationally. A lot of people are putting their bets on Selangor Red Giants. Now that you guys have defeated Selangor Red Giants in the first round of the Swiss stage, which team do you think is going to be your next, like, a rival or someone that's actually very difficult to go up against?
Sen şu an lokal favori ve global favori takımı yendin. Şimdi bu RSC'den sonra hangi takım sizi zorlukla çıkarabilir?
Yani abim gelmesin, kalan takımlar gelebilir.
He said as long as it's not my brother's team, any team can fight us.
As long as he's not going up against his brother, any team cannot go up against them. Okay, Sigibo, maybe last words to your fans, especially to the people watching in your country before I send you off.
Fanlar bir söz var mı? Buradan ve Türkiye.
Beni desteklediğiniz için teşekkür ederim. Takipte kalın. Daha çok gururlandıracağız size.
Thank you for supporting me. Keep watching and we will make you guys proud.
All right, an amazing one. Thank you very much to Siggy Boom. And with that, let us show it over to the panel to break down what happened in this game versus Selangor Red Giants.
Terima kasih, Rose, and of course, Siggy Boom, the Turkish trigger man on your screens who helped lead S2G to their first Swiss stage victory over SRG. I still can't believe the words coming out of my mouth. But again, this is why we had the Swiss stage in the first place. The surprises, the drama, and the chance for regions often overlooked to shine unlike any other. The question was posed at the top of the panel, gentlemen. Is S2G up there on par with Ulfidnar? And I feel like it's yes.
Yeah, I think it's definitely yes. We saw Ulfidnar, we saw Fireflex in the past. They were a dangerous team to go against in group stage. They've beaten teams like Blacklist. They would consistently get upsets. And S2G is living up to the name of Turkey right now, taking out a huge team before knockout.
Yeah, Ulfidnar even mentioned, right, they wanted to get revenge against SRG in M6 at some point, maybe if not Swiss stage, then playoffs because of MSC's results. Well, they don't need to do that now because S2G has already done it. And that means if S2G can do it, Ulfidnar has a chance, Turkey has a chance.
Yes, Turkey, I'm pretty sure they are filled with delight right now as their defending champions were able to take it. Let's look at the key moment that Trex would lovingly break down for us for S2G. It was turtle fight number 3.
Yeah, this is the good, the bad, and the disgusting. Now Lunar making this play looks bad, but very good. Zoning Innocent back, right? Able to create space. Stormy never able getting it all, but watch Siggy Boom. He never uses his flicker here. He saves it. He hangs on to it until he truly needs. He's so great at limit testing these fights, and he holds on to it all the way to the end there when Stormy jumps in, and this is when he flickers back. He buys enough time, buys enough space, and takes that fight now one more time. Again, Lunar, we think it's a big mistake here, but look at the way he pushes Innocent back. Stormy a little bit late to this fight, and even Innocent not getting a big ult off on that Death Sonata. The fight just went so perfectly into S2G Esports' hands here, and after this, when they were unable to create that space, they were unable to win team fights. But when they finally got those wins in again, it was because they create space. Lunar does such a good job. I mean, the Aurora, the Frigid Glacier does such a good job. All of it, such a great job at making sure Siggy Boom can go boom.
Yeah, and on top of that, also Trex mentioned that Pagu is a very important pillar for S2G. The Pagu Express, right, constantly helping Sigibun reposition in these fights. SRG, once they commit, they find it so hard to fight SRG, who has key members all over the place.
Yeah, there was something that you were mentioning to me, Husky, about how SRG looked like they were playing here. Something about it looked like they were looking to punish S2G's team fighting?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was expecting to happen looking at the draft of SRG. Sure, they have a big teamfight draft. They're pretty strong sieging with what we saw from Innocence Granger once he got those items. But the one thing that, again, has been stopping SRG from winning these fights is Sigiboom. They have no way of getting close to the Bruno. They've attempted multiple times, but every time Krem or Yums jumps on top of him, Pagu just pulls Sigiboom to a safe spot, and it's just rinse and repeat.
Yeah, how S2G took care of their Bruno here was absolutely world-class. For SRG, as we were talking behind the scenes, it seems like it's a very difficult task, actually, for them to catch that Bruno. Again, it's not packing a Purify. It's packing a Flicker that is held onto for majority of the times. And for SRG, even though it looks like they have a lot of capability to reach to that Bruno, it's like they have to say, hey Yums, when you do this, Stormy, when you do this, finally someone can go in. It's complicated to pull off.
Yeah, and you know, taking a look at some of the items, S2G, Sigiboom, it took him a while. I was looking at the items on screen, and it took Sigiboom a while to get everything locked in. Innocent was there, I mean, after 3 kills, he was ready to go, and we saw him switch to being that frontline player.
Yeah.
But once Sigiboom got everything locked in, he started to really be a threat. He started to be a bit more comfortable in those fights.
I think that's also one of the reasons why Sigiboom was comfortable in this one. The man was packing tenacity.
Yeah. Packing tenacity, you survive the oppression from Innocent in the early game when he tries to keep poking in with the Rhapsody, and in that late game as well, right? Once he got that Malefic gun, that extra range, he literally just outranged everyone from SRG.
Yeah, outrange, outpoke. Malefic gun, yes, was the key figure there for S2G. Nothing else too crazy for
that
them.
tenacity, though. That's such a clutch pick, and that's why he was like, even when he was going up against Cram in the fight that we showed highlight, he's just sitting there with him, man, taking shots to the face and fighting back, and his health gets low, and they just can't get him past that 10% mark. They can't get him all the way down. And that's the survivability that he needed.
Yeah, you know how sometimes when we're playing our ranked games and maybe we're playing a backliner, we're just saying, yeah, go ahead, it's fine. I'm okay here. It's not hurting me that much. And yeah, for Sigiboom, he got to show it, the trust with his teammates. As we look at the gold, though, Innocent was able to get a lot here. Oh, that's the damage dealt. Okay, let's talk about first the Granger. I feel like it was the presence we expected it to be. Eventually, as you mentioned, Trex, it became a frontline marksman. It was poking first.
And you know what wasn't, I think, the expectations that we needed to be? Stormy's damage. Yes, it felt like it was all Innocent there. And Stormy just a little too low. Begin sitting at 43,000. You know, Kazue sitting at 64,000. Everybody on S2G was holding their own in these team fights and outputting, whereas SRG, it feels like some of the rest of the teams just weren't throwing punches enough, right? Maybe not outputting, and maybe it's because they were getting stopped in their tracks. Maybe it's because they weren't able to get in there, or the item build.
It also seems like there was no opening at all for this Joy. Only 25,000, almost 26,000 damage dealt.
Yeah, there's no finisher from SRG, right? You have someone to start the job, but you have no one to clean up the mess that Innocent has made. And I think this goal graph is a very good depiction of what happened. S2G had a sizable lead. SRG with the Stormy teamfight, the stolen I'm Offended, brought it back. And then the second Lord fight happened. S2G got a fully slaughtered out Bruno, started winning team fights, but SRG lost composure. They kept funneling in one by one. Sagai's got caught, Scram got caught afterwards. desperation move didn't work out at the end.
Yeah, I feel like this gold graph shows both teams really knowing their power spikes, right?
Yeah.
S2G having the Suyo, able to really pop off in the early game, and then SRG finding that mid-game spike, finding that first Lord, second Lord, just slowly continuing, but as it got into late game, as it got into maxed items out, S2G is back in there, finds the groove, and knows that, okay, we can fight now. We can take those Death Sonatas to the face and still be able to hold on and kind of dodge around. Lunar got more comfortable. He wasn't getting one shot anymore, and the rest of the team able to win it out.
And of course, our MVP here, it's actually going to be surprise. It's Kazue as this Suyo being able to get those key retribution battle wins. Of course, the name of the game when you're going up against a team that loves objectives is, well, winning the retribution and getting those lords. And he got the lord that mattered there in the end.
Yeah.
Only the last Lord matters, right?
Only the last Lord
Only
matters.
the last Lord matters.
Lord 1, Lord 2, forget about it. Whatever Lord you get to help you win, that's the most important.
And his team made it a no contest, right? They took out Sakai's Lunar, able to find where Sakai's is and kind of finish the job. And even after that, S2G set up such a good slow push, right? This slow burn from that bottom lane where the Lord was, and when it finally crashed, SRG just couldn't defend.
Yeah, and to add to that, I remember there was a moment we were scratching our heads as to like, how did Sakai's get caught up in the top when they were all pushed forward? And I think it was because Kazue was actually able to get a hold one stun onto him right under the turret, which meant Sakai's got a few hits, and then I think there was another member of S2G there who was close enough to help finish off Sakai's. That led to eventually S2G getting more space. But other than that, I feel like Kazue going 6-0-5 here. Just goes to show that, yeah, he well deserved of the MVP. One of the jobs of the junglers is the simplest job, but hardest to execute. Just don't die.
Yeah, and I think, he almost goes as the unsung hero. I'm glad he gets MVP because really without that early game pressure that he supplied, S2G would have never got to the late game, right? Without him kind of controlling, with giving them that small gold lead, giving them enough presence, and being a decent frontliner as well as a damage dealer is huge.
Like, the amount of backline dive he brings to the table, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't necessarily one-shot the backline, but again, just like Lunar, he creates that vacuum in between the damage dealers of SRG and S2G.
Yeah, and in that Cram gank, that last big team fight, it was actually him diving to the back onto Stormy and Innocent.
Yeah.
Which is why they were able to eventually set it up for Sigiboom to finish everything up. And crazy way to start off a Swiss stage of the M6 World Championship, gentlemen.
Yeah, pure insanity. I mean, we wanted some excitement. Literally right before we got on this desk, everyone was wondering, is there going to be any crazy matches? Are these all going to be one-sided? I feel like a lot of people said they were going to be one-sided. Well, we're already starting things off rickety here. We're already getting crazy in the Swiss stage.
Remember, in this portion of the Swiss stage, it's still best of ones. Once it gets to the portion where teams are either 2-0 or 0-2, that's when we'll start seeing the best of threes. Potentially up next for SRG, the defending champions of Malaysia, and of course, the MSC champions, the team, one of the favorite teams to win it all here in M6. They still have a chance to go into the 1-1 bracket, 1 win, 1 loss, but still will be fighting best of ones once they get there. Husky, how you feeling, bro?
I'm feeling okay. I mean, they still got 2 more.
Just shrugging it off?
Just shrugging it off. I'm trying to keep calm. I made a call to my therapist. I got to see my therapist after this. But I think if you're SRG, don't let this get you down, right? It's still the early stages, best of ones. And I think most importantly, there is sort of some wiggle room for you to kind of still test the waters a little bit, see what the teams are doing before you bring out all the guns.
Coming up next, we're gonna bring out the big guns. One of them in our major matchups for today, it's Ulfednar of Turkey versus BTK. Trex, you nervous? Oh, what's happening, man?
Listen, it's been a rough year for NA, man. We had a really good year, and then we had a really bad year. Ulfednar, on the other hand, I mean, Turkey's just been consistent. They've been probably the most consistent non-SEA region out there over the past 2 or 3 years?
Yeah.
Since M4. Like I said, they've never broken top 8. They always get 8.
Yeah.
But still, it's a lot better than a lot of other non-SEA regions, and we saw Ulfednar in Wildcard. They looked amazing. I was talking to BTK the other day, and I said, don't come into this match, thinking they're jokes. make sure you're ready to play against Ulfidnar because they are a good team. Like these are two of my favorite teams. And I'm 6 right now, and I gotta watch them fight on day 1.
Oh, it's a treat for you. It's a treat for you here. All right, so we got Ulfidnar and BTK Turkey versus North America in the upcoming match. Again, this is the M6 World Championship Swiss stage for the first time ever, already making history to be greater than ever. See you in a bit.
Fight for ultimate glory starts now.
모바일 레전드 M6 스위스 워치.
As time goes by, things look similar, but a lot of more things change. They evolve. Ulfidnar, formerly known as Fireflux Esports, the old kings of Turkey, now will face off against the bloodthirsty kings of NACT. BTK returning to the world stage. Once again, welcome to the panel. My name is Renmar Santa Cruz. Just call me Renmar. I'm still with Husky and Trex. Why does it look like you're a little bit further from... Oh, wait, no, that is your actual spot. I thought you just didn't like me. But I know Trex is going to like this next matchup. It's his BTK, but of course, before all of that, unleash unmatched gaming performance with the ROG Phone 9 Pro, a mobile masterpiece that seamlessly blends high-powered gaming with a sleek, modern aesthetic. Please, I want one. And we all want to see the next one coming up here. We've already labeled it as one of the major powerhouse matches of the day.
You want me to start?
Yeah, dude, of course. You get the honors. You get the honors.
I think no matter what, it's going to be very bittersweet for me. Like I said, these are two of my favorite non-Southeast Asia teams. BTK from the homeland, from NA, and Ulfidnar, as you said, formerly known as Fireflux, formerly known as Incendio Supremacy, formerly known as one of the most consistent non-C teams out there. They just swept through wild card, and they're coming into knockout phase. They're coming into a Swiss stage to go up against BTK, and I think it's going to be a great demonstration of where these two teams stand, right? They're not going up against, an S tier. They're not going up against a Filipino team. They're going up against each other, which I think stand at a similar pedestal.
Yeah. So I love that you've already laid down here what to expect for Ulfidnar and BTK in terms of their story. And let's lay down some goodies for the people watching at home right now and for everyone who's watching M6. From November 18th to December 29th, you can participate in the M6 Lucky Gift. Join the draw for a chance to win Claude's new Epic Skin, Challenger's Flare, and Beatrix's new M4 Epic Painted Skin. Whoa, they brought it back and painted it? That's pretty cool. Don't miss this rare opportunity to get Beatrix's M4 exclusive and M4 Prime skins returning for a limited time. So it's a throwback to the past for us in terms of the skins. But for Ulfidnar and BTK, I don't know why. There's something about this match that I feel like we might see the return of some old favorite, playstyles, heroes, something that maybe asks for duelists in the EXP lane when all EXP laners just essentially became roamers. What do you feel, Husky?
I'm feeling the BTK. Well, I want to see the BTK flare, right? I watched the NACT finals. It's probably one of the craziest reverse sweep I've ever witnessed. That was kind of a journey in of its own, but also you get to see the individual flavor from the side of NA, right? Again, Mobile Zane has been a big kind of name in that jungle role for NACT. You look at the picks that he brings, you look at the flavors that he demonstrates in the jungle, the aggressiveness. And now I want to see him go up against Ulfidnar.
Yeah, I think it's there could be some flair. I have a feeling BTK is going to come into this very solid. Not any big cheese picks. I know everyone's expecting like the Granger jungle or the YSS jungle.
Paquito.
But I think we are past that. And it is a best of one. And I think these boys are hungry. And it's the same thing from Ulfidnar, man. They are we used to call their composition the Turkish Delight. It was very Ube-esque, right? It was their own brand of that old school blacklist. And I think both of these teams are going to come into this drafting their best. No cheese picks. Just plain clean MLBB.
Yeah, if straight up Ulfidnar can come into this and say, you know what, let's just make sure Tienzi can go up with something like the Ling, which he absolutely tore the house down with during the wild card, then why the heck not, right? Even though Ling has somewhat fallen out of favor, they've proven in the wild cards how comfortable they are playing with that hero in the hands of their jungler. And of course, Rosa, the Thorn Queen, will be going up against the mid laner who took it lying down but won a championship in North America with it in Hoon. What can you tell us about Hoon and his playstyle?
Hoon it feels so back and forth. You go back to M4, he was very aggressive on the Valentina. There's still this play going on in my head, the Grok wild charge to get the knockup. He is an aggressive guy, but then we go into, M5 times, MSC times, and sometimes he gets a little stuck in the mid lane. So he's going up against Rosa here, a very aggressive mid laner. He's got to be able to keep up.
So for Mobazane, he says it feels great to be under the BTK name again, but our success depends on how well we capitalize on mistakes. This meta is all about team fights. The team that moves as 5, the cleanest, you mentioned clean MLBB here, Trex, with the fewest mistakes will win. There is a quote with what Hoon said about, of course, a dramatic reverse sweep in NACT as well. I'll give you all the time to read that, but as you casted the wild cards, Husky, How clean is Ulfidnar in your eyes in terms of their gameplay?
I think overall, aside from one underwhelming game against the FYG in their decider match for Group A, every single game we've seen from Ulf has been as clean as it can get, right? Again, Tianzi has been a big part of that, Rosa as well, the Thorn Queen. Arguably, if you look at the game that Ulfidnar kind of dropped, Sunshine was sort of like the weakest link, but only for that one game. Everything else looks just squeaky clean.
So as Ulfidnar, I've seen the beats of the community about how they speak about this team, how good they are, how much they've been praised. They are not invincible. They're not immortal. There have been some lapses here in terms of their gameplay, even though it's rare. So for a team like BTK, are they known in NACT for punishing mistakes and exposing them right away?
I mean, they won 4 games in a row after losing 3. I think that is punishing a lot of mistakes, right? And that comes from draft into game. Somewhere I think they thrive, at least in NACT, is that laning phase, right? They want to put pressure, try to build up an advantage, and just keep it on you. So Ulfidnar, on the other hand, likes to rubber band. They're willing to kind of take things slow sometimes and then punch back in the mid. So I think it's a really interesting matchup we have here and how both teams are going to work through this.
This is Coach Osprey, who, by the way, he colored his hair because he said if they make it past wildcards, he'll color his hair into the colors of Ulfidnar. The Swiss stage can be quite dependent on luck. If you're unlucky in the first round, you could meet either Liquid ID or Fnatic on PH, lose another round, and could easily be SSC see you next time. I think the Swiss stage would be more exciting if there were more teams, so that teams are randomized closer to their capabilities. You know what I get from that quote? That's a coach who's going into this with the mindset of every game is probably World Championship match point already.
Yeah, you gotta play every game as if it's your last, right? Whether it's Swiss round, whether it's playoffs, and considering the journey that they had to get to this point, a topple by S2G in their own region, having sort of branded kind of a fallen empire, having to go to wild cards, and being the second Turkish team to be in on the M6 main stage in the first time in history. Yeah. There's pressure for sure, but I also understand the sentiment of playing every single game like it's your last.
So, one of the main roles in this current metagame right now are the EXP laners. I want to talk to Trex about Fried Chicken and what he's been for BTK in NACT. Is he more of that old school duelist, I win lane, we win game? Or is he, I am the secondary roamer alongside Shark?
I think he can play both sides of the coin. He's been around for a very long time. He's been doing this. The hero pool goes deep for sure. I don't think he's going to try to exactly win lane in a sense of like getting kills, but I do want to see him on a more aggressive EXP lane, someone that can make sets. We saw it in NACT Grand Finals. They lost every game that they put him on the horse, right? They put him on the Hylos. It was something that he just wasn't thriving on. They called him Fried Horse to give you guys the example, and it was Fried for sure. But once they put him on something a little bit more aggressive, he was able to help make plays. He was able to get to those back lines, kind of like what we saw from Lunar in the previous matchup. He was able to create space in the Animal team, force mistakes.
All right, so with that, I'm sorry if I'm putting words in your mouth. 1-0 BTK, your prediction?
Hold on, let me show you something serious. For the BTK fans, we're taking our glasses off just like Zane does, and we're getting serious. Okay. 1-0 BTK. Let's do
that. What about you, Husky?
Yeah, I mean, I've already gone through a heartbreak, so I'll go for Ulfidnar.
Ooh, okay. I think I am gonna go. Not predict. I'm just not gonna.
Whoa.
Okay. You know what? They're in my top 8, so I'm gonna go Ulfidnar for this one.
BTK not in your top 8?
So, my question is, no, we're not high-fiving.
No, we're not high-fiving?
We're not. Well, we can high-five some other time. My question is now, again, just to sum it up, so that's BTK 1-0 and Ulfidnar 1-0 for both of us. There we go. So it's immortalized, and yeah, so we're gonna get memed on by NACT if ever BTK wins it here. Totally cool. We love you, NACT.
We're used to it.
Yeah, we're used to it. So Trex got to talk about Fried Chicken. You got to cast a lot of Alien games. We know Alien as like the brawler guy. Has he evolved?
I think he definitely has. And over time, you look at how Alien kind of approaches the game. I think Fried Chicken will be a very, very good matchup to go against him. But of course, alongside Alien, we also got Tianzi, we got the Thorn Queen Rosa, we got Apex 47, and Sunshine. Oh, I think overall, Ulfnar came into this looking incredibly clean. A big part of it was definitely off of the back of Apex 47 and Rosa. But if you want to talk about Alien into Fried Chicken, I'm looking at Alien to try and put on pressure in the early game, match the tempo of BTK, and try and smash it as hard as he could.
Yeah, Alien versus Fried Chicken here is definitely the key matchup. But for Ulfnar with the Thorn Queen in the center, who has proven that he can go one-on-one against a Fanny in the tightest area of a jungle and win, Ulfnar definitely will give BTK a run for their money in terms of trying to catch the Thorn Queen. But of course, their opponents from North America, it's BTK back on the world stage with the old name that put them on the global map. Other than Fried Chicken and Captain America himself, who are you looking at here for BTK?
Yeah, these are names and faces. Some of you have grown to love, some of you have grown to hate. We have Zia in the gold lane, Shark as the roam, Hoon in the mid, Mobazane in the jungle, and Fried Chicken in the EXP. Now, I know you guys were talking about EXP, but for me, it is all Shark and Hoon up against Sawo and
Apex 47.
Apex 47. Sorry.
Apex 47.
My bad. Up against Apex 47 and Rosa. I mean, Shark, 4th time consecutive in the M stage, but these two need to be fast moving. They need to be aggressive. They have to put the pressure onto Rosa and keep Rosa on Rosa's side of the river. If they lose that control, they can lose control of the game.
Control about the center of the map, that is the key gameplay. Apex 47, the roamer, has shown to be the Apex Predator. So here's a little bit of a chat. Hey, I finally get to do one of these. You guys do this a lot in Malaysia. Okay, so I'll do the top, then you do the yellow side. So I'll go, wow, coach, you dyed your hair.
Yes, it's Ulfnar's color.
You continue.
I promised the team that I would dye my hair.
If we get into the Swiss stage,
smiley emoji.
I won't be surprised.
We'll work on that. We'll workshop
Please
that.
allow us to do those chats again, because I love that we get to see that in Malaysia, and hopefully we have that at the global stage too. So we touched on Shark and Apex 47 in their matchup. Apex 47, is he more of the initiating type or more of the protect my backline type?
I feel like it definitely is more of in-your-face type. At least when you draw a reference from last year wildcard in M5, he was kind of the guy, he went on Hilda, one of the few guys that play Hilda, and just cleaved SMG in half and kind of took that game from them. And coming into this, I do expect him to kind of take on that role again, like the Gatot Kacha as well. Hit an insane, like, godlike legendary streak Gatot Kacha game in the wildcard stage.
So we mentioned there earlier, there's the Hilda that you brought up, that these two teams would love to control the river. So the bans right now are some of the best picks in terms of controlling the center of the map and the jungle.
Yeah, but if Osprey, I mean, if Ulfnar does not ban out this Cho, could be a definite first pick for the side of BTK here. Suyo also open. It's been something that Mobazane has been definitely liking. On the other hand, they go for the Hylos. This is a pick that, honestly, I could be a little worried about.
Oh yeah, you did mention the White Horse meme that came out of NECT, and of course with Ulfnar having it available for them, I feel like this is an Alien Cho more than it is an Apex 47 Cho.
I feel like it could go both ways still.
Oh, still, it's not a sure thing. Okay.
Yeah. I feel like it's more towards Apex 47. I know Alien has shown it a bit, but not much, right? It's a definite flex for Ulfnar, so it's a very, very strong pick for them. The Suyo again, like Trex mentioned, still on the table. They could go for Valentina for Rosa. It's also one of the few first phase picks for Ulfnar on red side.
Don't forget though that Ulfnar has shown that they are comfortable with playing with a Pharsa in this current metagame that is filled with assassins. The Bruno is the rush for Ulfnar. He has risen to be the most dependable marksman, it seems like, in this current metagame.
So two very dependable picks on the side of Ulfnar already, but Hoon's gonna take the Lu Yi, make sure that Rosa doesn't get it, but not only that, do you see what we're looking at right here? Fredman is back, BTK is back. How do we feel about it? I've been hearing rumors, I've been hearing possibilities, but I don't know.
I don't really know I don't really know as well. Like looking at this Joy pick, we've seen how you can deal with Joy, right? She's no longer invincible in the ultimate. You can't be immune to crowd control anymore. Plenty of ways for BTK to kind of stop TNZ in his tracks. You got the knockout from Fredrin. You got the Law and Order from the High Laws. You got this Yin Yang reaction. You got a dash right through. It is a bit of a different twist from Openar. I wonder what they want.
The interesting thing about that is that, remember during the tank fighter meta days, when you're Fredrin in the jungle, you love seeing a Joy in the opposing jungle because you control the heck out of that Joy. So for Ulfidnar to pick the Joy into the Fredrin, if it is a Fredrin jungle, it's a ballsy move.
Oh, I think it's definitely a Fredrin jungle. I think we go Concussion Blast on this bad boy.
Yep.
And we just start outputting. This is already a comfort pick from Zane. The question is does it still hold up in the meta? You do have some big burst damage possibly coming from this Bruno. You have some possibility still for Ulfidnar. We're on the second phase of bans though. Ulfidnar taking out the Moskov. There is still a Beatrix open for Zia here. It's something that he has fallen back to for comfort before. On the side of BTK, I think we go into another possible EXP lane ban here.
I agree. I think the choices for Marksman, at least for the side of Ulfidnar, there is still the Natan that Sunshine has shown, and it has been one of the hot commodities during the wildcard stage when you want to go that late game. But again, well, I forgot the Bruno is there, so Natan is out of the question. So there's still Rosa's pick, right? The Vantia doesn't look that good anymore. Lilia.
Back to the Lilia?
We could go back down that route, right?
Jungle, it used to work, and it's a favorite pick for Rosa. I know it's not meta right now, but
it might help again because if BTK decides to go into. Definitely Harith is still an option for them. And if there's a Lilia on the other side, the Lilia will give the High Loss of Fredrin and the Harith a lot of difficulty. And then that'll force BTK to switch into a different magic damage jungler. The lineup of BTK to me screams like they definitely need magic damage in the jungle. So instead of going for the Lilia, they still go for the control and the still relatively good amount of burst in the Aurora. And that is still good for slow front to back style of lineups.
And I mean, the Aurora overall, I think, is one of the top tiers right now, outside of the Eve and the Jushin. And what it supplies against some of the other fighter junglers, it will still supply against the Fredrin. It will still supply against enemies that just want to walk up to you, right? So a decent answer. Here comes the Granger. All right, so do we actually think the swap could come? I do not. I think it's going to be Zia Granger, but I know the fans are hoping maybe for something different.
Yeah. No, Zia Granger.
Zia Granger, for sure.
There's no way that
there's anyone else. There's no other gold lane.
Yeah, up against the Bruno. So okay, so we are going to be seeing the return of Fredrin in the jungle. 100% on Arlott EXP. Yes.
Is it Rome Hylos?
I do prefer the Rome Hylos to a certain degree. For sure, you can match the Cho. Well, you can't really match the Cho in terms of mobility, but you definitely have this guaranteed control that stops the Cho from moving, stops the Joy in place.
Yeah, look at that. Glue is the last pick. Up against a slow trotting lineup. That's actually great. Can't hear what we think, but Mirko, bring it up. What do you guys think about the draft?
Thank you so much to our panelists. And again, we're heading into the second series of the day between the Turkish All-Star and the returning BTK. What do we think about the draft? I mean, we're seeing the Joy for the second time, but we're seeing the Fredrin as well for today. That's a bit surprising for me, if you would ask.
I agree, man. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, is it really surprising? If you know MOBA Zane, the biggest criticism from everybody, a lot of his haters, they say he can't play Assassins. And yeah, that might be true. That's why he's called MOBA Fred. So we'll see how good MOBA Fred is here on the Fredrin in the Land of Dawn for a best of one.
Yep, definitely they had to force out a response here from Ulfidnar. We're seeing the glue being picked up even as a way to respond to all this. And yeah, it's MOBA Fred coming back here, and he's facing off against TNZ, both junglers who I think we really need to watch out for because they're very keen on getting that jungle control and advantage in terms of the farming. But how efficient will our XP laners be in the early game, in the early skirmishes? Because if you were to look at the glue up against an Arlo, what are your thoughts about this matchup?
I mean, the glue against the Arlet is a matchup where, I think for the Arlet, mainly, you don't really want to go for any trades here. All you want to do is farm up, wait for level 4, and then participate in the fights.
Yep.
I think most of the fights we're going to see in the mid lane, this is a very aggressive Lo Yi Hylos against a very aggressive Cho and Aurora too. So it's all about the mid lane here, and you can already see that Lethal Ignition and Bargain Hunter. Man, Hoon is going for that snowball for sure. He's doubling down on the early game power of the Lo Yi.
Yeah, and how will Hoon create all this space, especially with the Lu Yi, one of the best mages who you could rely on in terms of doing that. So they can really take Ulfidnar by surprise every now and then whenever they want to. But then another thing I think we have to really watch out for is Zia once again showing us another Granger Gold. Earlier, it wasn't as successful, but all things considered, the lineup right now that Bloodthirsty Kings have decided to field for this game, it seems like it could be a little bit more coordinated in terms of whenever they want to pick the team fights.
It's also much better as a front-to-back composition. Well, Apex, good read on that. It's a Shunpu out here. And I do want to talk a bit more of the Arlet pick, right? Because the Arlet is something we don't really see too often nowadays, but with the Fredrin in the jungle, it does make sense for you to go for the Arlet. You get so many resets. Especially because pops in Revitalize, goes over to Sun, the final slash will connect to the Tianzi. Full lock up there, first blood for Hoon.
That was unfortunate. The sustain was still there for Shark. He had his Revitalize ready. And now Ulfidnar, they lost one member just right before this turtle. But it seems like they're still staying aggressive as ever, trying to disrupt Moazine from getting his purple buff, but still he'll be able to get it either way. So we may potentially see that once Tianzi gets hold of his purple buff, will they try to still attempt for this turtle contest?
I guess we'll see. Apex is walking up, no level 4 just yet, so no way of the dragon. Goes in for a bit of damage. Diversion into the back right now, full flank with the glorious pathway down. Who to be able to put up some damage as Alien goes in for Sword Split. Zane still looking for the Red Tree. Tianzi walking up as well. It's a 50-50. Jikudo over Red Tree. Moazane wins it up. The split onto him, now mounting Moazane. Shark in the midst of it all, still caught there. Just get away to Dragon to bring him back, and that's going to be Tianzi picking up the kill now as Hoon goes in for the Yin reaction. But Apex 47 dives in, and Chicken will be able to flicker out for now. Alien gets the immobilized, forcing Chicken to go for the vengeance, and Apex takes him down.
Bloodthirsty Kings, they get hold of the turtle, but I believe Ulfidnar, they're really happy with the trades that they got. Bloodthirsty Kings, they were able to create that proper zoning. They were able to look for the members. They were able to zone out Rosa, but they gave Ulfidnar enough time to actually regroup and for Tianzi to even catch up to that team fight. He didn't go straight to the turtle right after securing his purple buff. He was also trying to get his orange buff, but even then he left it. He said, all right, I'm just gonna join, and that rewarded Ulfidnar a lot.
Definitely did. They just played it super slow. They wanted to get the mount before going in. That's the thing, right? When you're up against a Spreadgen on the Joy, you want to come in as the assassin. You need to come in last. If you come in early in the fight, there's so much CC from BTK, and you can already see it over to Apex. Tianzi walking up now over to Hoon. That's a Frigid Glacier to set up for the electrifying beats. Onto Zia now. Apex getting a good kick over, but the Purify gets him out. Zia still kiting away. Apex very low. Shark unable to go and march in forward. Zane will be able to get some damage down onto Alien, but that's about it.
I feel like this entire situation is becoming something Ulfidnar really consistently takes advantage of. Their early rotations coming in from their XP lane and the information that they're able to get immediately, but that's a trade. They take Apex 47, so I don't think they'll be as aggressive towards this bottom lane anymore.
Like, it's a kill, right? It's good for Zia, but it was also great for Sunshine. He got almost the entirety of the turret gold there down below. And we saw how the Bruno matchup against the Granger played out just earlier, so... Again, that's going to be quite concerning, you know, giving Bruno gold in the early game once he gets the Milfic gun. Oh, I don't know, man. Sunshine, he might actually be able to rival Mr. Siggy Boom as, you know, the Turkish trigger man.
I mean, earlier we saw towards the late game, at least 3 basic attacks being enough to take out the late game Granger, and I think we're seeing Zia going for the exact same emblem combinations even, but who will be able to take hold of this turtle? Both teams are able to see each other right now.
Double advantage, that's a Jikudoma. Moazane gets it. The last hit over with skill 1 in the Red Tree. Chicken walks in with vengeance, and Alien will just disengage. Neutral objective control for BTK.
I think Mobazane's here to remind us of how reliable the Fredrin is when it comes to getting these objectives. That's a second consecutive turtle that Mobazane was able to secure for his team. So I think regardless of the more successful engagement, hold on, Rosa, will he be able to get out of this? Whoa!
Close, very close. Has to use the flicker. And Apex will be able to grant him some safety up top. Chicken should be able to survive this. There's no real kill threat here. Bottom lane, that's a diversion. Sunshine gonna be caught. Hoon missing out the reaction, but Zia gets the last hit. Apex with the way to drag, but Revitalize gets popped in by Shark, and now Apex is forced back. They have essentially already shut down Sunshine now. They're gonna get a shove down, and what are they gonna look to group?
That was a really quick response from BTK though. Like the moment they knew there were two members trying to actually get some of White Chicken's attention, an immediate diversion towards the bottom lane, and a very great or a rewarding kill that they could secure up against the Sunshine, who earlier we mentioned, he's just getting all the farm. He's going unnoticed, but now Bloodthirsty Kings, they're paying attention as well. So they want to shut down these winning conditions for Ulfidnar. And we also haven't paid much attention to how Bloodthirsty Kings, they're actually showing some slightly better control in terms of taking the conversions and objectives of the turrets.
I think they're doing a much better job so far here. Only the turret gold really going to Ulfednar, right? But in the mid game, late game, getting these turrets, that's what's important here. Not just that turret gold. And Zia is already being swapped up top. Let's see how they get this. Zia just getting 3 hits down. Doesn't look like Ulfednar want to walk, and Moba Zane doing a good job on this Fred. That's Moba Fred for you.
I can imagine how hyped up those former Fredrin users are right now, or do we really call them former? Because either way, I think we're gradually seeing a increase the number of Fredrin appearances. Who knows? This might not be the first or the last time we'll see the Fredrin here in M6, and this is the third and last turtle that, compared to the first two, Ulfidnar won't be contesting anymore.
Perfect turtle for the Bloodthirsty Kings. 3 for 3, and now they play the slow game. They're just waiting for Zia, I would say, right, to get to those item power spikes. It does seem like for Hoon, he should be already on it. So, I don't know, man. It's just a slow game at this point, right? They just want to outrange Ulfednar, and they want to peel for Zia.
Yeah, and it's
Protect Mr. President.
It's nice to see, like, Bloodthirsty Kings gradually adapting to this kind of a playstyle. We know for one that if it was White Chicken we're talking about, the eager one to make the plays, the one who wants to go for those really aggressive XP laners, but it seems like they're adjusting really well to this high loss XP gameplay that they're showing us. They're really able to protect the key members we are actually watching out for here in BTK and pick the right team fight. It's speaking of... Alright, that's another diversion play they do up top. So right now, the problem for Ulfidnar definitely is how could they expect all these team fights that will come from BTK? And now that they're struggling to get the pickoffs, they're struggling to get the way of the dragons towards Zia. But speaking of, that's an attempt though.
Great final slash to Flaker. Now Rosa going to be caught. White Chicken just staying on him. The way to Dragon Appeal, but now the Vengeance and the last shot. Rosa is down. Sunshine gets a trade in the bottom lane. That's a tier 1, but still, Bloodthirsty Kings definitely leading here. And I don't know, Brigitte, but BTK, this team finally coming back on stage. The color scheme, the stage. It really, I don't know, this tournament feels a whole lot like M3, man. You can see Chicken walk up again, get in the final slash, baiting out the Purify as well. Hoon to be targeted down by Tianzi, but he's still able to get the yin-yang reaction and get some shielding, and he will be able to escape for a bit. Hoon to the shielding again. Oh, the stun coming in. Tianzi outplayed by Hoon and Shark with the Revitalize, and now it's a full dive. Appraiser's Wrath from Moba Zane. Chicken going for the kill, and that's a stab from Moba Zane. He will be taken down. Chicken gets out though, and it becomes a great trade for BTK. That's a 2 for 1, and they only lose their tank jungler.
And they immediately convert and take out some of the remaining resources from Ulfidnar as well. BTK, they're that much ahead that Hoon has the liberty to just throw out all those combos to get those shields and sustain these attempts from TNZ. It's not something you would typically see for a Joy who's able to isolate his key targets. But just with Shark beside Hoon, he was able to sustain everything. And this might be a very difficult situation for Ulfidnar if they do want to go after this Lord. TNZ though, he's 1 level, oh no. He is 1 level ahead of Moba Zane. You
still have the clear speed, right? Way better clear speed compared to Fredrin. The only reason Zane is able to actually be just 1 level down is because he got 3 turtles. If we didn't get the 3 turtles, maybe we would see like a 3-level dip for Tianzi here. But hey, now he's equal actually to Tianzi. He will be on the Lord. They're actually playing with the Moba Zane walking up. Gotta go for a bit of a trade here. The Lord has been taken very low. A quarter of its HP. Zia still holding on to it. The Lord Dance is a bit tricky nowadays. The diversion into the top. Alien's gonna be caught. A full dive into Tianzi. Has the damage. Electrifying beast. Zia, that's a bad spot to be in. Zia assassinated. Now Shark mounted on as well. Moba Zane, unfortunately, unable to survive. Sunshine go for the free hits now as he is free hitting the entire fight. Shark will fall as well. Sunshine with a double. Hoon Purify now. Sunshine with the chase. TNZ very low. White Chicken waiting in the bush again as Ulfednar take control of the game through Sunshine on the Bruno.
That might have not been the best target here for Bloodthirsty Kings, or probably if we were to like rewind it a bit, it seems like they were really trying to go after TNZ, but they did not have as much idea that Alien was also there, that Ulfednar, they were already all around that area trying to position themselves prior to this Lord, and unexpectedly they will be able to take hold of it instead. So it's Bloodthirsty Kings who will be having to defend for this first Lord, but definitely they will have the resources, they have the range to do so, but Ulfednar, they wouldn't want to miss this opportunity to at least attempt and even out the map.
Definitely, Ulfednar, you know, the way that they have been able to utilize the Bruno and the wildcard. We've seen how brutal Sunshine can be on this Bruno, and so far he's been farming, waiting for that item power spike. I wonder if he has the Melphic gun already. I'm gonna have to check real quick, and he does so. Melphic gun power spike online now for Ulfednar. It's a battle of the front to back, honestly, at this point, right? TNZ will have more ways to actually try to assassinate some of the members from BTK. But Ulfednar's front to back, it's kind of a different version. BTK plays a front to back with a lot of frontliners. Ulfednar played a front to back with a lot of assassin backline threats.
Yep.
So TNZ essentially becomes kind of a distraction.
Yeah.
So that Sunshine can free hit like we saw earlier.
Yeah, and for Apex 47 to actually find the right targets this time around, I mean, they can be slightly more aggressive compared to earlier, but they decide to go for the diversion towards the purple buff.
Rosa gets caught, Apex gets away with Dragon now, and Sunshine is completely zoned away. Apex with a flicker out, Alien split to escape, and it will just be a 1-for-0. The Lord advantage from Ulfednar, they were able to get some turrets, but BTK fend off the tier 2 in the mid lane.
Honestly, those those very decisive diversion plays can either go like really good or really bad for BTK, and that was an example of a really good diversion play. In as much as they probably had an idea that majority of the members of Ulfednar were there, it's also probably Ulfednar not expecting that they'd actually teleport there and pick a fight.
It's a tough plan to go for. Like Bloodthirsty, we saw the gold lead immediately just disappear with one wrong diversion. But one good diversion can turn the entire game around. For BTK though, they don't actually need to rely on the diversion that much. They can actually just play the normal front to backs as long as they keep Zia intact and as long as they actually save some of their CC abilities for TNZ. This Joy is going to have a tough time diving into BTK.
Yep, and honestly, that's the play that has continuously punished these attempts from Ulfednar. The proper timings of the final slash, but they find Alien!
Alien just got disintegrated. Sunshine sniped down. That's another! Oh! Almost threading the needle. Apex 47 able to body block. But we're getting to a point in the game where the range is starting to play a big factor. Just like in game 1 with Innocent on the Granger, now it's Zia on that Granger.
Yeah, and I mean, even if they decide to like take on these fights head on and right in front of these members, that's like increased accuracy for those skill shot based skills from BTK to actually connect towards Ulfednar, and as we've seen it earlier, that's Alien, one of the tankiest heroes from Ulfednar, but he surprisingly just disappeared in the blink of an eye. So BTK, they may take control of this Lord pit, and could this be a much more successful attempt at taking the Lord compared to earlier?
They gotta play with the poke. I think, you know, they have all the tools to make it better than before. They just gotta play with Zia and Hoon. They have so many ways to chunk Ulfednar low before the fight even happens. Because for Ulfednar, it's really all about engaging. It's really all about destroying that front to back. If you poke them out of these fights, they might not even be able to do that. And you can see with the advantage they have in the side lane, yeah, Ulfednar will have to deal with the mid lane, will have to constantly rotate into the bottom lane later on as well. BTK have the control.
3 members are just hiding here in the left mid bush, but it seems like they have a different plan in mind. Sunshine!
Oh, gonna be caught in the flanks. Hoon with a diversion that might have just won them the game. TNZ in the midst of it all, Tane CC'd. It is the mount on Shark, but you do not mount a horse without getting tapped down by the man who plays the horse. White Chicken takes him off. Alien is down. Apex will be forced to recall, and BTK get the 2-for-1.
And that clearly is a win for BTK here. Will they proceed with taking the Lord? Because some members seem to be running after TNZ right over here, but TNZ will still take him on.
Great electrifying beats and the winner crown too. Now it's Rosa who walks in forward. TNZ again taken down before he can go for the kill. Now Apex looking for the play, goes over to Jikundo, just buying a bit more time, and BTK will be forced back because of the damage that Tianzi has done.
And you said it, they bought time. They bought enough time. Sunshine is now back in the game, but that's a quick diversion once again. Will they find Apex 47? They do, but he gets to Jeet Kundo out. So they regain control of this Lord, and now that Tianzi's gone, they will clearly take it for themselves. Not unless Ulfenar, they still want to attempt and take on a team fight.
No, way too dangerous. Good glorious pathway, and BTK take the enhanced Lord in the 16th minute of the game. That's Boba Fred for you, getting the neutral objective. And now it's back to where they started when they had that gold lead. 2.6k gold lead over the BTK as they build this Lord advantage.
We're seeing a very systematic gameplay once again from Bloodthirsty Kings, but in some parts, a slightly experimental approach towards playing the game as well. We're looking at really good gold in the hands of key members of BTK right here. Hoon, you mentioned it, he's already completed all of his items compared to Rosa. Clearly struggling right now and trying to position himself as the Aurora. It seems like he's been a consistent target for BTK ever since the beginning of this game, but Hoon, wow.
Wow, that was a crazy diversion take from Hoon. I didn't think he would take it, but you know, he does. He knows that there were a lot of people there to help him out. Oh, Tianzi was looking for a flank, gets caught out and spotted out. He will just go to the purple buff. I don't know if BTK will... no, they won't chase Tianzi. They're just going to play with the Lord and maybe look for the Lord charge. But no, they're actually taking it super slow. Won't play for the Lord. The Lord gets taken down. Sunshine deals with it. They'll steal the purple buff away. Oh, now Apex is chain CC, but he does have the Shun Poo. So, yeah, it becomes a kind of just... It's an equalizer. Now they are on the same amount of turrets.
Yep, honestly, I feel like we're seeing some, or BTK having some second thoughts as to whether or not should they be reacting to the pressure that Tianzi is trying to create in this kind of situation against BTK, where they're clearly trying to catch up. But that's one of the strengths that you would probably consider for this kind of assassin jungler, for the Joy. Like the mobility it has, the ability to close gaps or even just run away from these members of BTK and create or control the macro all by himself. It's one thing that could probably distract BTK from doing whatever they want to do, doing whatever by the book attempt they want to proceed with in closing this game. But Apex 47 and even Tianzi, he comes in from behind.
Alien trying to split them up. Zia still kiting away. Moba Zane able to sustain back up, but Alien won't be able to do the same. Oh, it's a battle of the frontliners, and Zane is on that Fredrin. So tanky and sustainable.
It seems like those sandwich plays aren't really working for the matches we've seen today, at least. That's a 3-man knock-up though, but the immediate burst down!
For Chicken with the final slash finding, and the Appraiser's Wrath to combo it in. Tenzi's in the midst of it all as a Joy gets the electrifying beats, the winner crown and the immortality buy. But now Tianzi able to escape. Mobasane walks back up, trying to go for the kill, and it's Sunshine with a triple to save Ulfednar in game number 1 in this best of 1.
And this is no joke. I just want to say, I lost track. We were already 19 minutes into this game, so the death timers, they're actually quite long. They're actually extending the game to this point, and Tianzi with the high electrifying beats, will he be able to catch Shark? Not just yet, but still dashes in. Fortunately, there's the glorious pathway, but man, this is already an almost a 20-minute game.
It's coming to a point where we're gonna see one big fight, and then we're gonna see the end here. Ulfednar defending it, and now they're gonna go for the Lord. This is an Evolved Lord, so it's gonna be a bit tougher for BTK to deal with, and there's absolutely no chance they get to contest this. That's a free Evolved Lord over to Ulfednar.
This is actually devastating. Bloodthirsty Kings for the entire 18 minutes or so, having complete control, actually making Ulfednar kind of become so unsure of whether or not they actually want to position themselves in certain areas, because Bloodthirsty Kings, they have this tendency to really be first in terms of taking control of these brushes, but then in the blink of an eye, Ulfednar just relying on Sunshine's late game capability. Now we're seeing them being the more aggressive team. Bloodthirsty Kings, they have to defend this, but how reliable is their wave clear exactly when it comes to this point in time?
Good question. That's a really good question to ask. Is the Granger going to be able to actually poke down the Lord enough for it to stop the siege? Because Ulfednar, they should have ways to actually zone BTK away and for Sunshine to just get some free hits onto the turret. If he does get those free hits. Oh, Tienzi's melting Mobazane down. Oh, with just a quarter of HP left, forced to use the Appraiser's Wrath, and the Evolved Lord will be able to charge down. That's a base turret taken down up top. Mobazane's going to be very careful with this Fredrin. BTK, they're able to fend off for now. They will be able to defend, but there are going to be some more waves in the mid lane. Ulfednar will not push forward. They will be happy with the base turret taken down up top.
If Tienzi hurts that much against Mobazane, how much more if he gains access to Zia, to Hoon, to the other less tanked members of BTK at this point? Because if we were to look at the item build, this pretty much explains why Tienzi is starting to hurt so much.
Yep.
He's full build. He also picked up both the Holy Crystal and the Divine Glaive, and if ever he wants to create some crazy plays, some surprising plays, he can go for it. He has the Winter Crown in his arsenal as well.
The Winter Crown is such a good tool to have on the Joy, because the Electrifying Beast, I mean, with the new Winter Crown, it still comes out, right? So you're dealing damage with no risk at all while you're in the middle of the fight. And BTK, I think they've been kind of overconfident a lot of times, just sitting on the Electrifying Beats. I know you got the Athenas, I know you got that Radiant Armor, but hey man, it's better not to take that damage when he's on you. Better to actually move back again. I understand though, they want to try to just go for him right as he gets out of the Winter Crown. Unfortunately, Sunshine's there too, right? Tienzi's not the only damage dealer. If you stick like that, Sunshine's going to get that worldie down. He's going to be able to get those free hits. And that's why we've seen Sunshine be the assassin, funnily enough, right? He's not the main damage dealer. Tienzi's been the one chunking them low, but Sunshine's been getting the balls down.
Yep, I'm really glad you mentioned that, because for the first or for at least the entire game almost that we've been seeing, it's this teaming up together. It's this 5-man rotations that have been really benefiting Bloodthirsty Kings. But at this point in time where Ulfednar, they can also do the same. They can rely on their team fight capabilities to its fullest. Will it still be the same story for BTK this time around? Because if they decide to stick together, Tienzi, he can just reach more targets. He can just dash through more targets. And Sunshine with the Worldie, he can just look for the free hits indefinitely. But Tienzi waits.
No! BTK get the diversion, and Tienzi evaporates. 22 minutes in, that might be the play to win the game. Apex trying to open up the map now as Rosa goes in for the zone. Lord should be free. Tienzi down for 47 seconds.
That's no joke. We're 23 minutes in. The death timers are no joke, but it seems like Ulfednar, they still want to take on this fight. Apex 47 poked very low, but that's a flicker from Alien, and he's isolated. He's alone, and Fight Chicken though.
Trying to escape, will be able to flicker out there. Does seem like Ulfednar is doing a great job right now, holding on to it. The Glorious Pathway popped down already. Apex 47 going for the stun right now onto Mobazane. Will he be able to get it with the Way of the Dragon as well? Mobazane still with the Retribution. Apex Immortality down. Sunshine with a Purify. The final slash brings him into Zia's gunshots. The yin-yang reaction will get Hoon a double. And now Ulfednar will have to defend against the Evolved Lord of BTK.
While Sunshine is yet to return for nearly a minute. So Bloodthirsty Kings, they're really picking up the pacing. They want to make as much use of this Lord that they've secured for themselves. This is an Evolved Lord, and definitely you'd want to stick together this time. This is the moment you'd want to stick together and really stay by the Lord's side. But wait a minute!
Winter Crown into the Immortality. Tienzi buying some items, but is it going to be enough? Tienzi down. Who gets a killing spree? Apex with the conceal, Zia with the Sky Piercer. It's a diversion again to flank Ulfednar. Rosa pops into Frigid Glacier, trying to survive the Sky Piercer. That's one stack on the board. Apex buying a lot of time, but it is not going to be enough as Chicken gets rid of him. Bloodthirsty Kings. BTK is back on the world stage.
A wipeout before securing the game. The return of BTK. Moba Fred! He's just proving us so much things on the first day!
He never fails to do it every single time. Able to just shatter expectations on stage.
You know what?
There's something with this team.
I'm just so glad we don't have to do those series predictions. We're kind of safe from doing all that, but how about the panel? They're not safe from doing all that, so let's ask them about their thoughts regarding this game.
The goal to make America bang again, and they came out with a banger against Ulfednar. And the funny thing is, we did say the question, or pose the question, are we gonna see a throwback to an old style?
Yes, we did. And it's the Fredrin for Mobazane. The tank fighter jungler has returned, and that's what BTK is rolling with.
Yeah, the concussive Fredrin, MOBA Fred, back at it. I am 100% positive that when he picked that up, the memes were going on in chat. The YouTube chat was, oh, only knows one hero. Well, that one hero just won their game against Ulfadnar, and it was well played. I mean, that was a great game. We won, what, 22 minutes?
25.
How much? 25.
Close to 25.
Minutes. 25 minutes back and forth, edge of my seat. Couldn't ask for anything else.
Oh man, I bet NA is going to be very proud of this win, right? We did say that upsets are what makes up Swiss stage. We've seen it in Series 1, and now it happened again.
Let's hear now from BTK as they start off the Swiss stage with a victory.
An amazing win from BTK. Right now, I am over with Hoon, and when he got the mic, when he got beside me, he was like, I'm still shaking. Okay, now Hoon, why are you shaking? What's happening? Why with the adrenaline rush?
It's mostly because the characteristic of the hero that I'm playing. Louis is either hit or miss, right? You're ulting in a bush, you don't know if it's gonna work or it's gonna work, but sometimes we just have to think like, we just gotta do it and then see what happens. That's why the adrenaline rush.
All right, now Hoon, let's talk about your M Series run. Now, we know that Hoon has actually played in multiple M Series before. However, it is the first time that you are actually going up against Turkey. Now,
yes.
How is this matchup like in your opinion? Do you feel like the region has improved tremendously, and how difficult it is going up against them actually?
Turkey has always been performing like consistently, like really good in the international stage. During M4, Rosa was getting a lot of spotlight, so I always wanted to like go up against Rosa. Yeah.
Now that you've gone up against Rosa, how do you think he does? Do you think he's amazing still and it was just a luck on your side, or do you think that you guys actually managed to out micro and macro them?
Definitely macro played in part, but I think Draft played a lot in the game.
All right, Hoon, you mentioned Draft. Now, we know Fredrin is not really a common pick right now, especially in this patch. Now, was your Fredrin pick more of a vitality pick for you guys, or is it just a very BTK specialty to bring an unorthodox jungle to the main stage?
I think teams will ban it now. Yeah, they'll start banning Fredrin against us, for sure.
So it's very viable in this patch, actually. Okay, now, Hoon, maybe a final question. Okay, going up, probably you guys have, we will have a draw tonight, right? Who do you want to meet tomorrow, potentially, after this win?
S2G.
S2G! Oh, the casters are hyped. So you want to go up against the brothers. You just went up against Apex 47. You want to go up against Siggy Boom.
Yeah, it's Thanksgiving. We need some turkey.
All right. All right. Thank you very much, Hoon. Let us throw it back to the panel to break down what happened in this game.
Well, BTK is back. It's nice to hear from the second greatest Korean modern day athlete, second only to Hyungmin's son. That is Hoon on the stage, hearing from him. And I gotta agree with the man. By the way, my name is NACT Meme 1. I'm joined by NACT Meme 2 and of course, Trex. The draft really played a big part into it, even though it really looked like they would lack the damage. They didn't need it. They had all the tankiness and time in the world.
We were talking about it at one point that for the most part of the game, Mobazane was doing a lot more damage than Sunshine, right? And Sunshine, at that point of time, has already started popping off, defended the base. But special mention to Hoon, shout out the Loi play, right? Like he had early game, the Trex was saying that he was a bit stingy with that diversion, but that late game diversion, he made some big brain plays that really allowed BTK to take the lead.
Yeah, I think there's two major things, right? Hoon didn't just stay in the mid lane. He was all over the place. He was being aggressive.
Yeah.
And Fried Chicken being very aggressive. And that's what gave that that tanky lineup the viability. And even though Zia didn't really have the chance to pop off, Hoon had enough space that he could output an insane amount of damage. And Mobazane as well. Almost every objective he was able to get in those 50-50 retries.
He was winning it. TNZ had a difficult time. And again, I will die on the hill of, if you see a Fred on the other side,
Joy is a pick that you can go for when you're going up against the Fredrin. And it's unfortunate also for Ulfidnar that their priority in the Bruno ended up coming back to bite them, because one of the reasons why Bruno fell out in the tank meta is because everyone was way too tanky. At the end of this game, he pulled off 53,240 damage. Mobazane did 500 points worth of damage more. That's a full-built Bruno, and his damage came in just like the last 7 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, and speaking of a full damage, even Tienzi, as you spoke about, I mean, he was maxed out, and look at the gold. Almost 19,000 gold, way outputting. He was rotating so much faster than Mobazane, but it just goes to show that it was not enough, right? It goes to your point of, it doesn't matter what Tienzi built on that Joy, the only person he was able to really get to was Zia, and when he did, they won the fights. But as long as they created that box around Hoon and Zia,
yeah,
Tienzi would just go into, it was essentially a suicide play.
Yeah, and it was pretty tough for Tienzi to hit that backline in that late game, because at one point Zia started biting Athena Shield, Hoon even has a Rose Gold Meteor, Winter Crown. You go through your rotation of electrifying beast, you just run out of gas instantly, right? After that, it's easy for BTK to take him down. And I feel like this Joy pick, we've seen it 2 times already, into a draft with a lot of crowd control. It's just so hard to maneuver.
Yeah, Zia, one of the main points here for BTK that we were talking about, he was juggling items, as you pointed out. He had Athena Shield at one point. Sky Piercer was sold to get into the Athena Shield, and then eventually he bought it back there near the end, even getting the War Axe. And this is a Granger that went Fighter instead of Assassin Emblem. So in terms of what BTK wanted to do, it's very safe.
Yeah, and another big emblem point here. You know, a lot of mid laners would go the Wilderness Blessing, right? You get the movement. Hoon goes for the bargain, goes for damage, just full damage, because I already have the macro. I can already get around the map. I don't need to be a little bit faster. And with that, I think that's what gave him that advantage in the early game. Really outputting. We saw him pushing back Apex 47 in the river. So I think a nice emblem play by the side of Hoon here.
Yeah. And they also had a lot of ways to kind of stall out the game to gain advantage, right? Like there were certain moments where Ulfidnar started making a comeback, they got the Lord and they were pushing down lanes, but every single time BTK, they recompose, and Hoon, he did mention in a post-game interview that when you use Diversion, you don't really know who's in that bush, you just have to go for it, and so many of these individual catches stall out the game for them to kind of get back into shape.
Yeah, and that ended up turning around in favor of BTK in the sense that now it was Ulfidnar doesn't know how many members of BTK is going to come through. At one point, there was a play around the lower portion of the map. I was wondering, why did Alien not leave? He saw there were members of BTK coming in through the portal. He didn't expect the entire city council to come in and just take him down.
And normally 5 people don't show up through that portal, but literally the whole crew was there ready to take him out.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons why Ulfidnar eventually lost the game. Surprise was the major theme here, from the draft and to how BTK executed in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it is Thanksgiving, all right? So we brought the whole North America to feast on Alien. I mean, when you see your tank, your glue frontline get blown up in 3 seconds, you know you're in a bit of a trouble.
Yeah.
You know what I do have to give up to Rosa, though? Rosa was way behind in items, way behind in gold, but still matching Hoon in terms of damage. And I think
you're right.
One thing about Rosa, though, is Rosa likes to be an aggressive mid laner, and I think taking away that Lu Yi, Rosa, you know, the Aurora's good, but it's not an in-your-face mid laner, right? It's not a Valentina, it's not a Louis, it's not a Lilia, right? It's not something that we normally like to see Rosa on, and that could be a reason to, you know, like Hoon said, the draft.
Yeah.
BTK just kind of had advantage in certain points.
Yeah, to put it into even more simpler terms for the newer viewers of the M6 or the MLBB esports scene there, BTK went into this, it seems like, with the idea of, let's pick a lineup that is difficult to pick off one by one, because who are you going to pick off? And with Hoon raising his fist with pride and being the centerpiece of the lineup alongside the very tanky front line, Ulfidnar couldn't play the style that they showed and shined with in Wildcard.
I think you brought up a pretty good point, right? Who is Ulfidnar going to pick off? Especially you are running this show, you have this Joy, but most of the times these kills come through either BTK overextends or TNZ somehow gets to dive Zia and Hoon without any protection, right? This Apex 47, every time he walks up, gets stunned up by Law and Order, gets taunted by Mobazane, gets stunned by Fight Chicken. This Cho didn't really get to kind of play the way that he wants to do.
Man, but look at Fried Chicken there. In the very beginning, we saw some great moments of getting that final slash off, and it does continue to make plays happen. BTK loved playing in this box, and there's that play you were talking about. All 5 man on the boss side. They were looking for those picks, those small hits. As long as they could get one here and there, it turns everything into their favor. And I mean, literally, almost every fight, all 5 of them are in this small little circle. Like, let's just brawl this out. Let's just do this. And Olvidnar's trying to send shots from the outside, but it's just not enough. These are some of the last plays of the match, Husky.
Yeah, absolutely. And this one was where they found Alien. And Alien just has such a tough job because he gets blown out so fast. And even until the very end, this was when they made that sort of a backdoor diversion. They took out TNZ for almost a minute, which allowed a very simple Lord take. And Olvidnar just couldn't really fight back.
Showing up like the Spanish Inquisition, just out of nowhere, Olvidnar was overwhelmed. BTK, is this now the new BTK playstyle? It's in your face, as similar to what they showed us in M3, because again, that was the thing that we were saying. Will either of these two teams call back to an older style of playing the game? They did. This was a very different game from S2G versus SRG. But we were just reminded as to why the tanks and the fighters in the jungle dominated for so long.
Yeah, and I have been asking this question like way before wildcards, right? I asked all the Malaysian casters, I'm like, so we saw Susujin from RQ use that Fredrin in their local league, but why hasn't anyone done it just yet, right? Is Fredrin not good enough? I think maybe Momazen is going to start a new movement, bring that Fredrin back, you know, bring us back to the old classics that we all love.
Did everyone love them? I love the tank jungle.
Yeah, I love
but
it.
I know there's a lot of people in Discord channels right now crying, complaining, worried about the future of the meta right now. But I do have to say, we started off today talking about meta, and I think we are definitely going to see it change a lot. Over Swiss stage and then into bracket. We go through this whole evolution of it as we move through M series.
Yeah, there's a lot of evolution and adaptation when it comes to the MLBB esports scene. And coming up next are 2 teams that have shown how to evolve, how to adapt, and in the case of NIP Flash, how to just completely go and grow as a different species on its own. As the champions of Singapore, 3-peat now, will face off against the squad from Cambodia, who for the longest time missed out on the championship. Up until recently, they finally got to call themselves the Kings of Cambodia. It's NIP Flash versus CFU Gaming. Real quick, let's toss it up right away. Are we going to see a weird pick for Curtizi in the mid?
100%, right? You want to talk about weird pick? NIP Flash is the team that brings out weird picks.
Are there any weird picks that you're looking out for here?
I don't know. I think, like we said, I think the Fredrin could be something that comes back. I think there's a lot of possibilities. The Granger looks like it's being more popular. Fredrin, I mean, we're all over the place right now, and we're not going to know until it really happens.
All right. So, can you pass me that Hello Pan? I'm kind of...
No, these are mine.
I need something. That's yours?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Just go ahead.
These?
All right. Yeah, you go ahead.
My victory. This is my victory snack.
Go for it. Go for it.
They're red like BTK.
You deserve it. You deserve it.
I was gonna cry and eat them, or I was gonna be happy and eat them. But no matter what, I was eating them, guys.
All right. Show us a happy Trex eating Hello Panda.
You think I can do the?
Go for it. Go for it. Try it.
No.
No.
I can't.
One more time. One more time, then we'll throw it to break. There we go. Congratulations to BTK and of course Trex, and thank you, Hello Panda. Please give us a few more boxes. We'd love some here. More M6 World Championships with stage action coming up. We're going to go hunt for Hello Panda. You, make sure don't go away too far because we just got 5 minutes.
fight for ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ
Hello Panda, hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Some teams are just born to dominate, where some teams might take some time. There are a few who just take a flash and suddenly they're three-peat champs. While for some teams, they really have to work for it to make it to the top. Which one of these two Apex Predators are going to walk away with the victory? NIP Flash of Singapore versus CFU Gaming of Cambodia. Again, welcome back to the panel. My name is Renmar Santa Cruz. Just call me Renmar. Still here with Husky and Trex. Pretty much we're going to be your panel for all day long. So, you know, if you're already tired of us, we're not sorry. But we'll do our best to make you happy. Hello Panda is one of our partners here, and we love them. We love getting fueled by Hello Panda. Trex, let's do the thing. Ow.
Good shot.
Good shot.
That hurt a little bit more than I thought. So, crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate, the ultimate snack to keep you energized. Level up your day and visit Hello Panda's website for more.
I made that shot. I just want to say, you messed that one up.
Yeah, no, I messed it up. I should have adjusted
your
to
teeth.
you a little bit better. It's my teeth's fault
Yes.
now. But you know who's not at fault? Hello Panda. So of course, if you can find Hello Panda, try it, and you'll understand why we are going crazy for it here in the M6 World Championship. Speaking of going loco, there's a team in global MLBB right now that are known to go loco. As one of the neighbors of NIP Flash, Husky, I'm sure with just close proximity, you know why they are that dang good.
Yeah, because they're local, right? They're crazy people. Sometimes they do unexpected things. You know what they say? The old saying of, if you don't know what you're doing, your enemies would not know what you're doing. But for NIP Flash, they know what they're doing. Just everyone else is always confused by what they pull out, especially Curtizi in that mid lane.
Yeah, mid lane picks from, usually we're used to seeing mages in the middle of the map. There's this one guy, his name's Curtiz, you probably know him, who would show up Martis in the mid lane, a fighter assassin type, a Fanny, a hardcore assassin type, all in the mid. My question is, are they actually going to bring that to the table here to take on the Sharks on the rise from Cambodia? Because if you're going up against a Cambodian team that finally, after so long, made it to the top, I feel like the best way to just get into their heads in a best of one, just go cheese right away.
I mean, we mentioned that we could be up for a lot of cheese games, or a lot of cheese picks, a lot of possibilities to kind of throw your opponent off. And I think if there is a chance for that to happen, this was the match I was looking at. This was the match where we might get a little catching off guard.
Yeah.
And I don't really know if I even want to try to guess the draft.
Yeah, for sure, especially with more flexible options in the map. But when you're looking at stability, you look at Detective in CFU and you look at Hades in NIP Flash, the junglers of the two teams, the Singaporean overlords versus the Cambodian debutants. And when it comes to a matchup such as this, when you're new to the world stage and after struggling, even though you're top at of the regular season, and then taking so long to finally get that championship, that shows you're resilient. That shows you've got the mental game on your side. And this is what the Detective said. This season, we improved mentally, and the addition of OP has been a huge help. That's the roamer, by the way. In the past, we struggled to secure the championship, mainly due to our mental state. Husky, you've had your fair share of international tournaments as well, in and out of the MLBB space. How often do you hear just how important mentality is, mental fortitude is for esports pros?
I think it's the cornerstone of what makes up an esports pro, right? You could be the best player in the whole world, but if you're not in a good headspace, you start making mistakes. You start, overextending. You stop listening to what your team is trying to tell you. And I think in this case, it applies to CFU as well. You could have the best lead. You make one slip up, everyone goes into panic mode, desperation sets in, you're gonna lose everything.
Yeah, and just one thing we gotta point out about Cambodian MLBB, it is one of the most mentally demanding leagues. The fans are loud, the players even louder, in-game, outside of the game. Just watching MPL Cambodia would make you go, how do the pros adapt to all of that, everything getting thrown their way? So for CFU, I feel like we can no longer question the mentality. They themselves have said that they've worked on it. But now if you're NIP Flash, they come from a region where they're comfortable. They're coming into this like, hey, we know how to dominate. Cool, what are you going to throw away? No, we got every tool possible here. So do you think, Trex, that if you're NIP Flash, still go in with that mentality? Because that's what made them win. Just being comfortable and being confident.
I think we've seen NIP Flash get better and better over the past year. We saw them in MSC do great things. Just overall, the region in total has done better and better international stage. And if there's a time for them to really shine, I think this is it. And I think, yeah, you just keep it steady, because they used to be a pretty chaotic region as well, I feel like. Very hyper-aggressive. And I think when you're going up against something as crazy as possibly CFU, you just keep it steady. Right? Maybe you don't cheese pick. Maybe you just let them do everything.
Oh.
And you wait for that mistake, kind of what we saw last in some of the previous games. You find those moments, and if there's a team that can find moments, it's a team that's been around for a while, that can spot those exact times that, oh, they just messed up. Let's capitalize on it.
And I think the evolution of NIP Flash has also been pretty heartwarming to look at as well. Like when there was this season, right, they almost didn't win the MPL SG trophy. And of course, we all remember that brave moment that allowed NIP Flash to make a comeback. But you look back at that instance, you can see even Hades at that point of time, first season with the team, was already in despair, right? Already hopeless. And people were even kind of coining NIP Flash at that time as Hades Gaming. But right now, it's not just Hades, it's Cortese, it's Vanik, it's everyone else on the team. Diablo, yeah.
Cannot forget about, and Emperor Akihiro, JPL. Can't forget about it. So yeah, Team Flash really has evolved, and they've evolved because I know from their interviews, they've also spoken about how they've grown their mentality in their road to becoming 3-time champions in Singapore. I just want to ask you guys, a little bit cheesy here, but very quickly, just so that our newer fans can get to know more things about you. Trex, who's your emotional pillar in your in your life as an esports personality?
Like, the person has to be in esports.
Not necessarily, but who's your emotional pillar? Let's go.
That keeps me going?
That keeps you going.
Well, I have a daughter. I have a wife, you know. But other than that, it's Mr. Assassin Dave Mao. Shout out to Mr. Mao. He's my emotional pillar.
in esports.
In esports.
Shout out to Mr. Mao, to Assassin Dave there. What about you, Husky? Don't tell me it's LaFell.
I mean, I would like to, but LaFell is the complete opposite, right? He's the reason I extended my therapy session. But in all seriousness, of course, my girlfriend, shout out to you out there. You're probably not watching because you're busy at work, but still. And of course, everyone else in esports. I think being at the M6 desk didn't come, it didn't fall from the sky, right? It's everyone around me that made this happen. So yeah, everyone is an emotional support pillar. You are an emotional pillar.
Am I?
You are like the Hello Panda to me.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad you said you added emotional before pillar, because if you called me as just a pillar, I think I'd be a bit offended. But there we go.
Who's
What?
yours?
Who's mine?
yours?
Yeah. Who's yours?
Hey Vay, hello. Let's leave it at that.
Okay.
You know, there's a little bit more of that. I'm gonna start blushing on this stage if I start speaking a little bit
He's
more.
turning red
Brigitte,
now.
don't look at me. Don't look at me right now, Brigitte. Okay?
You okay? You're starting to turn red. You got that Asian flush going on.
Am I actually turning red?
And when are you going to get one of these?
No, okay, well, way too far ahead for that one, yo. Let's slow our roll just a little bit, all right? Do we have any more topics available? Because I think I'm starting to sweat here. All right, our predictions. Okay. As much as I love the story of CFU, the climb that they went on, I think I'm still blushing. There's something just about the Singaporeans finally making it back into the top 4 after MSC that I feel like they're going to continue that role, and I think they're going to walk away with this one. I'm going for NIP Flash.
I've gotten both my predictions wrong, so now I'm a bit scared. But NIP Flash, right? I need to please my neighbors because I'm flying to Singapore in 2 months, and I don't want to get mobbed at the airport. So NIP Flash.
Okay. What about you?
I am not going to do the whole one of us has to be the opposite, because I am also going to go with NIP Flash. I think having Hades, having JPL, having the rest of the team, I think they just have a lot of versatility. You know, they have the insane picks, but they can also play a steady game. And after seeing them in a MSC, I'm excited for them here.
Yeah. All right, that's it. Our predictions locked in. It is an NIP Flash prediction table here, which I feel like just is kind of poetic or appropriate for the story of CFU gaming, in the sense that a lot of people expect them, or for the Cambodian scene, after their second loss, going to the third playoffs straight that they went on, they expected, CFU's they're not gonna make it. They always excuse me for using the word, they always choke. But then finally, they didn't choke. They finally became champions. So now, back finally in the world stage for their first match here in Swiss, it's kind of poetic that if they take this victory, it just adds to the legacy and lore of CFU and of CFU gaming. Speaking of, let's talk about their opponents a little bit more. Let's give them the highlight. The Kings, the Overlords of Singapore. It's NIP Flash.
Okay, so we have Vanex in the gold, JPL as the roam, Kurt Teasy as the mid, Hades as the jungle, and Diablo as the EXP. Now for me, my eyes are all on Diablo here. We've seen how important an EXP laner can be, getting those rotations first to these big fights, setting up for the team, and whether you want to be the tanky EXP or the aggressive in-your-face EXP, I think Diablo can play both of those, but also JPL and Hades, depending on how they play this out, could be the most important people on the team.
Oh, definitely. So, Vanix, let's see you step up, because we've known the other members of NIP Flash to go for absolutely flashy playstyles. But going up against them, again, of course, it's CFU Gaming, the newly crowned, finally, as they would say, Kings of Cambodia.
Absolutely, and of course in the starting lineup we got Xing as the gold lane, Oppi in the roam, Z in the mid lane, Detective in the jungle, and Wadu as the XP laner. Looking at this lineup, I'm looking at Oppi for sure, right? He has been the mental support for the team. He's the one that kind of brought that veteran experience since M2 when he was still with Impunity Cambodia, and of course he has history with JPL. They faced off a couple of years ago, so I think that mental resilience that Oppi brings to the team is going to help skyrocket their performance.
Let's see just how resilient they can be up against a team known to pack surprises. It's all about mindset. By the way, we got to talk a little bit with Diablo and OP, talking about their buffs. All right, I think, guys, we get a second chance to actually get this right. Okay, all right. So, the question was posed, between OP and Diablo, whose girlfriend buff is stronger?
Of course mine. We've been together for 3 years.
Nah, fam. My girlfriend buff got me 4th place at MSC. Let's see if yours can do the same.
Yeah, okay. So, of course, emotional pillars. That was one of the questions we posed earlier. And a lot of professional MLBB players have been vocal about their significant others playing major roles in their lives. So, CFU Gaming. Now, as we head into this draft, you know, they've always been a team that during the height of the tanky meta, Detective was definitely Detective Fredrin. The dude really knew how to rotate and play with that hero. I wonder if you're going up against a team that's known to go loco, what if you pull a BTK and just pull the safest guy in the jungle as your pick?
I would definitely consider that. But then again, remember the whole Fredrin Martis thing? Cortese does play Martis mid lane. We've seen that come up before. That could be kind of the wildest matchup that you can expect if we go down the detective Fredrin route, who just has to kind of see, I think, for CFU on that blue side, they always love to secure that first pick for themselves. It's very important for CFU on that blue side to get that advantage.
Speaking of blue side, so far the past 2 games, blue side has won.
Yes.
S2G was blue side, BTK was blue side. I wonder if we're going to start seeing a trend as these games move forward. If there is an advantage to it, whether you say it's 55% or so, that could be huge for CFU.
Yeah, I think for NIP Flash here, and one thing I've learned is that the first 2 picks on the red side now aren't as assured of win anymore.
Oh yeah.
That if you rush big time winning picks in the red side as your first 2, the next 2 picks in the blue side to round out the first phase could actually beat those already. So I think maybe that's why we're starting to see blue side starting to rise yet again.
Yeah, and for CFU, they always love to get that flex pick for first pick on blue side. It is sort of the trend right now for every other team out there, but for CFU, it has been their identity.
Yeah, I think to back up that statement, Renmars, it's the fact that the meta is just so wide right now.
Yeah.
There's there's what we're seeing on the ban table, like the Jushin, the Yves, some of those things. Yes, those are kind of pick or ban, but everything else is still kind of up in the air. As we see the Alpha coming in this time, the Lu Yi getting played, a pick that we only saw from a few teams in Wildcard, and we saw for a while just completely drop off the map.
Yeah, and now it's actually getting prioritized by NIP Flash in the very first phase of red side. By the way, at M2, OP of Impunity back then battled JPL of EVOS SG in a play-in match where EVOS won 2-0 and secured a playoff spot. So a little bit of a revenge storyline for OP up against the roamer of NIP Flash in JPL.
Yeah, I mean, some vendetta carry through generations, and the fact that Oppie, when he joined CFU, kind of brought him to that trophy after so long, and being able to face up against JPL makes up a storyline on its own. But like, I think we kind of went through how CFU might want to just go for the safest approach. This Valentina is also one of the few picks that you can just take the diversion and play the Loi into the Loi.
Yeah, not to mention they also have to worry about what they're going to pick in response as well and give over the Valentina. Nip Flash, on the other hand, do we take the, do we pick up a marksman here? Do we save it for later? A lot of teams have been willing. We saw it in some of the previous games. They'll let the marksman fall back into the second phase. Once the Bruno's gone, there's still plenty of options, and it's not an easy role to just completely ban out and make them useless.
That's true. Loey Harith is a usual combo alongside an Alpha for really quick snowballing if they want to match that. But yeah, I could also see them not going into the second phase with a gold laner. They show up a Granger, which... No way. No
way he goes jungle, yeah.
No way it goes jungle or anything.
Who knows?
Who knows with NIP Flash? But as
maybe it'll go mid and they'll put Luigi in the gold or something. Who knows?
No way.
Diablo Granger, right? Who knows?
Or Diablo Granger? EXP Granger?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, they can play whatever they want.
Yeah, okay. But let's go into it with a mindset of Alpha Jungle, mid low Yi, gold Granger. So EXP and Roamer is what they're going to be needing.
I think on that red side, high chance NIP Flash just keeps Diablo pick for last, right? He is kind of that X factor. You still have the tank Nadeda if NIP Flash wants to go for that. They're gonna start banning out the junglers to just give Hades a better time, but at the same time, you also don't want that backline dive to threaten Wizard banning.
So I think CFU ban out EXP, maybe ban out the Cho here. I like the Benedetta, especially it makes me think that they want to put this Hylos into EXP, so maybe slow down anything that can really out-rotate that EXP laner. But still, CFU with options, able to flex here on the side of NIP Flash. Do we keep on going into the jungle? They take out the Joy. CFU last ban. Do we take out the Cho here?
Cho or Gatot Gacha, I think. Right?
Yeah, I agree.
I feel like taking on the Gatot makes a lot more sense than the Cho. It's a lot more easier to manage, I think, if the Cho goes over to JPL than the Gatot. I don't think Diablo plays the Cho XP either.
Yeah, we haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
So if ever,
Always on the way.
I'd want to see maybe the roamer for.
Oh,
Matilda's still, oh yeah, good ban.
okay.
Yeah, we'll get Matilda still.
Matilda and Alpha scary. You pair that up as well with the Granger. It's a lot of movement and it's pretty aggressive. So covering their bases. NIP Flash, do they go for something flexible here as well, like a Gatot that maybe they can still flex and make CFU show their cards first?
Yeah, maybe. That would be a good approach. But there's one pick that my head goes to, and it's a Jawhead for JPL.
That too.
I don't see enough right now to warrant it being picked fourth. If ever they're going to go Jawhead, again, that used to be one of his iconic pickups back in the M3 days, even M2. So if they want to consider that, that's going to really facilitate a snowballing, aggressive style of composition. But they show the Tigreal. Okay, so they go for stability, but giving away a big ticket ultimate to the Valentina of CFU.
Incredibly big ticket. So they do keep Diablo's pick for last. There really isn't too many options left. If they want to go for the Cho, there is still sort of that hero too. You could kind of play this double roam composition.
Need a
There's the
jungler.
Gat Kacha.
Yeah.
Suyo?
Oh, so, whoa.
Suyo's open, right?
Suyo made it all the way to the left.
Suyo's still
Suyo,
open.
yeah.
Definitely viable, definitely
knows that
possible.
lane.
chose me to vanquish the
Yeah, and I think they go for it. There we go.
And they take the
And
Cho
the
away.
Cho. Ooh, they really hammered down. I'm loving the draft of CFU right now, by the way. However, it's my old concern of not enough magic. High loss and a Valentina together, that's not going to be enough magic damage.
Magic is might.
Yeah, magic is might.
Magic
Really.
is might.
Yeah, especially we saw it in the last one. I mean, the low Yi of Hoon was like the highest damage dealer.
Yeah.
I
Aurora,
wonder-
Rosa as well.
Yeah, Aurora for Rosa. I don't know why. Maybe it's NIP Flash. I'm forced to overthink. I'm thinking they're going to do something crazy with either the
Wait.
Alpha or the Tig.
They have done Loi Paquito before. I'm not sure if Paquito is still a thing in the XP, but it was an NIP Flash special. They go for the CC, so it's a way
All right.
safer approach.
CC solid. You get to kite against the Hylos. You can kite against the Suyo. You definitely have that possibility. What you lack with that is crowd control, but they make up with that with the Lu Yi and the Tigreal. So I think overall a solid pick.
Oh, I feel like a solid drafts all around. Yes, yeah. All right, cool. NIP Flash versus CFU, best of one. Brigida Mirko, what do you guys think?
Welcome back to the caster's desk. I think NIP Flash. I think they're still NIP Flash at the end of the day, so they're sticking with at least bringing in one surprise before we end the draft.
I agree. You know, NIP, Nip Flash are amazing.
Yeah, I mean, you can use or say anything you want. I think.
Hey,
at
I
this
met
point.
their owner
Okay.
at MSC. He said it's okay. He said if Mirko says it's okay. Just
So
once though.
He has a pass. I don't think I have that, and I do not want to use that. So I'm going with NIP Flash as we head into the third series of the day. The day has been filled with surprises, upsets even for this match. We've seen our three panelists vote for NIP Flash. So let's see how this goes because CFU. It seems like they're going to stick with that really early game snowball reliant and objective conversion mindset when it comes to playing, especially with the Bruno in their hands for this game.
Oh yeah, I really like CFU Gaming's draft here. I personally would actually go for CFU Gaming's draft here in the way that they actually can control neutral objectives with the Cho, right? Going up against the Alpha, Cho is such a massive pick, and honestly, the Valentina, we didn't expect the Tigreal to come out for NIP Flash with the Valentina already picked up by CFU, but it does seem like here, Lethal is going to go towards CFU. Emblem-wise, it's the weapon mastery for the Bruno. Full tankiness for Wadu here. Just wants to be the main frontliner up against NIP Flash.
And I'm only thinking about, like, how will NIP Flash even approach what we already all are expecting from CFU in terms of how they're going to play the early stages of the game? Are they still going to stick with those unexpected rotations and whatnot, because we also know that at the helm, or with JPL and Curtizzi at the helm, they typically really go for the more aggressive rotations, but this is a Cho and a Valentina that we're talking about. You mentioned it earlier. This is a really great mid-duo if you're talking about controlling the mid lane.
You can see Detective rotating over again. This is how impressive the Loi is. This is why it's always usually actually contested a lot in the first phase. Didn't really expect CFU to let this go, knowing that CFU really likes the teleports. Back in the day, the chip, the Loi, they actually doubled down on that in their own meta before. In Season 13 of MPLs, we saw the whole chip Loi combo.
Yeah.
LP. We shot back. Great Shun Pu to escape from that shove.
Yep. So now NIP Flash, they'll be able to set up for this Lord, and this is something we probably really expect from them. They're going to play around Hades, really allow him to lead the early stages of the game. But now that Curtizi, he got poked low. Still, they get the turtle though, but then...
Yep, Hades gonna be caught. Detective finds first blood. JPL locked in with the curtain call. Still able to flicker out for now, but OP goes in. Great yin yang reaction. OP with the body block. Diablo walking forward, finding the kill. That's a double for Detective. It's a 2-for-1 trade for now, but remember, NIP Flash did get that turtle.
Yes, they did get that turtle, and they were able to go for what they wanted to after. This is something you'd really expect from NIP Flash, considering the lineup that they have. But here in the top lane, Vanix, he seems to be having a really good time in playing the lane matchup up against Sing. He nearly has to reset after the damage that he's been able to throw out.
Yeah, once you get the ultimate, it's definitely way easier for you to actually win out on the lane, get that poke in with the Dead Sonata. It does seem like, I mean, for Sing, he has to use a slide tackle forward to actually deal out some damage onto the Granger, right? So we haven't seen this a whole lot. Whenever you see the Bruno, apparently the Granger is the pick. It's currently 1-1. We've seen a Bruno win, we've seen a Granger win.
Yep.
Let's see what NIP Flash can do with it, right? Yeah. JPL so far, that's the big problem that we were talking about. When you go for the Tigreal against the Valentina, it was a great ult for Z to take.
And so far, we've been so focused on the mid lane, Mirko. Like, we haven't seen some rotations heading towards the gold lane or the XP lane even. It's more of the gold laners, the XP laners, actually rotating out of their lanes and joining the fights we're seeing in the mid lane. And now there might be another one happening soon, especially as Diablo also finds himself nearby the next upcoming turtle. But OP!
Whoa, get in the way and Dragon down. But it's only on JPL. The burst is there though. Detective makes quick work out of JPL. Was kicked over. 15 seconds for the turtle. So JPL should still be able to spawn in again. He already used the implosion earlier. NIP Flash, do they want to still contest? That's a diversion. They do want to ride again.
Oh, wait, detective. Oh, they find him.
And the Spear of Alpha straight into the Yang reaction. Diablo able to get that shut down. Now Sing caught in the Yang reaction again. Hades walking forward, doing some damage, and Sing goes into the Purify. Diablo knocked up by the Jeet Kune Do of Oppi. Great Terrify to combo it down. And NIP Flash, it looked good, but then CFU recovered.
Yep, the Revitalize was there. It was too much to handle for NIP Flash, who seemingly really had to commit since they found themselves in a position where they were surrounded by members from CFU Gaming. So instead of supposedly converting that into a turtle, it seems like they'll have to play safe for now. And Curtizi, C finds him in the middle lane.
It's a solo kill in the mid lane, C! Getting that kill over, even with the Purify, Curtizi unable to escape, and with the turtle, this puts CFU in a great position. Let's see, they walk up, Vanix will be able to clear out the wave, C. They stole the implosion, they know Vanix doesn't have the Purify, let's see, way to drag it over to JPL, the implosion catches him, and that's gonna be Zeke looking for it, Vanix, body blocked by Sing, the bullets won't go through, Z's able to escape Hades, now the Spear of Alpha trying to gap close, Wadu will be the sacrificial lamb, but they keep their carries alive.
The body block, you mentioned it! The way CFU Gaming constantly is able to protect their crucial members. They might have to give up this first tier turret in the top lane, but still there's a great trade provided to us here by Detective. That's the mid lane turret we're talking about. And CFU, they'll gain better access towards the map of NIP Flash. They could potentially scout the members a lot more better. And in terms of scouting, that's something you definitely could rely OP on for. He could just get the information as much as he wants.
Then Shunpu's out, Way the Dragon, and so far, I have to give it to OP, man. He's been able to play the Cho really well. We saw the combo almost to get Hades away from the first turtle. Unfortunately, they didn't time it as well, but it's still, I mean, it was a great idea, great execution. Hades is just crazy on the retribution, but then Turtle 2 onwards, you saw the change of prio. OP started to just go on to JPL so that there were no sets available for NIP Flash to look for onto CFU, and that has created kind of a safe haven, or a safety net rather, for Z and Sing, and yeah, Z like always on that implosion. OP.
Okay.
Again goes into the back, finds the way the Dragon. Purify baited out. Now C has it. It's going to be implosion over to two members. Spear of Alpha to actually peel out. C will be able to get the implosion down, but it's only on to JPL. Caught in the midst of it all. Will be taken down by Curtizi. Diablo with Vengeance, baiting him into the Yin Yang reaction. Vanix unable to get the Death Sonata down, and now JPL goes over to shove the diversion into the back line. And Sing goes in with a slide tackle, but now gets caught by the Yin Yang reaction again. Diablo kiting away. That's the gun down from Vanix as Hades just slashes through them, but Detective walks forward. Now has to dodge away. They gotta play it clean. OP, can he run away? No. Vanix chases him down. Death Sonata, one last shot. Detective walks away.
We saw the sustain from CFU one time, but in terms of these really tricky positions and in moments where they're not exactly at an advantage, it might not be the best idea to pursue these team fights. NIP Flash, they were able to somewhat kite them towards their farm and their jungle, and they were just able to buy enough time. They were the ones who were able to sustain that team fight and surround CFU Gaming, even using the diversion last minute to actually continue that team fight, which was clearly a win for NIP Flash. Now they're ahead in terms of gold against CFU Gaming, and they'll probably start to try and engage in more team fights from this point onwards so that they too could actually get some conversions, they could get some objectives, and they definitely want to secure this first Lord for themselves.
I just want to say, you know, for NIP Flash, for Vanix, it just feels like the Granger revamp fits him so well. This pick fits him so well. The old reliable Vanix in the lane who just wants to play safe as well. In this composition, it's so hard to get to Vanix. You bait out the Purify, sure, but you bait out your own Flicker for OP. Yep. And then at that time, Z doesn't really have a gap closer to get in. Usually we see maybe a Flicker for the Valentina, but Z has gone for Purify, which is safer, but you can't make those plays. You can't actually dive onto Vanix that easily. Yep. There's so much peel for NIP Flash, and you can see the items building up. Hades just walks in, will be able to Spear of Alpha out of there, knows that there is the reaction and the Death Sonata, the poke that we've seen just last game too. Lo Yi Granger seems to be the combination. Diversion, let's see if we catch him. He's still up top for the siege onto the turret. They will be able to get the turret.
That's 4 members though. Still CZ.
Good spot out. The Yin Yang reaction catches them. The Spear of Alpha punishes them, and now Hades is caught in the midst of an all-implosion from JPL. Finds 2. OP can only just run away. Vanix needs one last shot. OP, 1 HP, gets away. The sole member of CFU who survived the onslaught of NIP Flash.
Nearly a wipeout there for CFU Gaming. And as you mentioned, this is the moment where NIP Flash, instead of playing around Hades, they'll start to make some setups for Vanix, and that's exactly what we've seen. A beautiful rotation dispersion combo followed up by a precise Spear of Alpha. Let's check it out in this instant replay. Catching 2 members immediately. So in as much as Wadu and the rest of the members of NIP Flash tried to go for a counter engage up against CFU Gaming, that was just too much for CFU. They were able to allow Vanix to just really throw all those bullets towards key targets, and they now are actually taking control of this game with the Lord.
It's so much of an advantage with the Lord. The siege potential. You can see the range technically already for Vanix. Another diversion.
Another diversion.
Catch. Sting, you gotta be real careful here. Buddy, Spear of Alpha from Hades. Oh, he gets the Purify out of time. JPL finds the implosion, and Sing will fall. A Yin Yang reaction brings them back. Now without Sing, without Wadu, no frontliner, no main damage dealer, Hades is free to do whatever he wants. Z goes for an implosion, finds Curtizi, but now gets slashed down by Hades. Diablo and Hades, the double D combo is online.
Could this potentially be the fastest game we're about to see this day? They still have 1 minion wave, but Detective and OP, they might still be able to defend this. So they prolong the game a little longer. But this is a difficult spot for CFU Gaming. We know them to be a team who could really hold on to their advantages, but eventually get some slip-ups or some mistakes towards the late game whenever they already have the advantage in their hands. But this is a different scenario. They're actually behind. They weren't able to capitalize as much on their early game. They were able to for a moment, but NIP Flash just immediately turned things around.
It's the fastest level 15, apparently. There you go. We got some fun facts for you guys. Hades gets it. Another implosion. Red out. JPL gets the implosion again. Brings him all the way back. Sing so able to slide tackle forward. Now Hades can be kicked in by the way to Dragon. And it's a full combo onto Hades. Somehow he's still alive though. The Worldie will finally bounce onto him. And Sing gets the shutdown. Hades 4Z.
There's a minute left before the next Lord, and I doubt that it would be that felt for NIP Flash, but still we see how they cannot afford to still make some mistakes up against this lineup of CFU Gaming. At that moment, Wadu was well prepared to actually block the members of NIP Flash, and he saw the attempt coming in from NIP Flash. So we've seen consistent diversion plays here for Curtizi. Majority of them were really successful, but at this point in time where you're this much ahead, you really cannot afford to make those mistakes, which would give those opportunities to CFU Gaming.
CFU are just trying to look for trades at this point of the game, right? And NIP Flash, any sort of trade, whenever they want to walk off their base, they got to think of diversions. Right. Where is the diversion gonna go? Where's Curtisi gonna go? Oh, it's just so tough at this point. They have frontliners who can engage. They have Diablo as a secondary damage dealer who is very tanky.
Yeah.
Anti-Chorus Winter Crown.
Yeah, actually earlier I was thinking there were so many sources of engage for NIP Flash. Like there are a lot of members who could go in first, but now that they were able to take hold of some Winter Crowns, I'm expecting a lot more playmaking here for NIP Flash. But who will be the ones to make the play? Because CFU, they take control of the Lord pit.
Oh, Z went for the implosion, but Hades goes in for the fight. They get the Lord, but now they're going to lose out. JPL, that's an implosion. Not able to connect now, but it's going to be Wadu caught in the bad spot. Vanix almost taken out by Sing. He wants to go back in. Sing, you mad lad! Oh my goodness! Slide tackles forward, gets the kill! Almost kites away! Detective, he needs one last shot. Vanix and Diablo are so low, but they managed to get away.
Okay, that was a series of unexpected events for both sides. The implosion did not necessarily connect onto Sing, or at least he was able to purify out of it, so he was able to reposition himself and find key targets from NIP Flash. And that very brave play we saw from him potentially could have been a really huge game changer if not for that evil queller from Detective, which really did not connect to those members of NIP Flash who were really low on HP. So now they'll have at least a complete 5-man lineup to defend this incoming Lord, and CFU Gaming may not be able to take an inhibitor turret out of this.
It was a greedy play, man. It was a gamble to play. Sing wanted to go for the slide tackle, perhaps. If he got one last shot onto Vanix, or if Detective got that arrow shot, it would have changed a lot of things, but the gamble so far hasn't paid off. And NIP Flash, they're forced back again. The Lord Advantage will get them a few turrets here and there. It'll be a tier 2 in the bottom lane, so at least the gold lead won't be as big, right? We're getting into that equilibrium point for both these teams. I think it's back to what we saw in game 1. Yeah. It's a scaling battle, and then in that case, who actually scales better? I'm confused, right? The Bruno and the Granger. Technically, you have more bullets with the Granger, but you do a bit more damage with the crits. OP finding the way to Dragon, baiting out the Purify now. As C walks up, Cortesi's gonna fall. Sing's able to cut away, but the guns comes down. Good body block from Detective. Sing almost slashed down by Hades. That's what revitalizes. Vadu goes in. Z is able to shut some damage. Implosion, catching Vanix, but it's a good Purify, and JPL will do the same. Now one last Sonata is what Vanix needs. He comes in with a Rhapsody to take 2 down. Sing going in, baited in by the Winter Crown. Vanix with the win of nature and a triple to end the fight on. Detective running away, and NIP Flash should be happy with the fight.
I don't know if that answers our question, because in some ways it did seem like it was an unexpected team fight here, which just suddenly happened out of the blue for our teams. There wasn't really an accurate setup coming in from CFU Gaming, and it seemed like even the IMU, or the implosion that was copied here by Z, was just used to actually prevent the members of NIP Flash from chasing down the other members of CFU Gaming. So it was a really reactive team fight that we've seen from both sides. And could this be a question that we really have to ask ourselves? Like, who will be, or who should be more careful at this point? Because there has been a lot of little mistakes that both teams have been able to really capitalize on from each other.
It's all about the punishments, and this time NIP Flash read into that, right? We saw CFU Gaming, they were able to sneak out a Lord earlier by just having more control around the Lord pit. NIP Flash got a bit too comfortable with the diversion. Now though, Mardo's walking up with the glorious pathway. JPL catches 2. The Spear of Alpha gets them out. OP though. In the back is going to be Detective doing a lot of damage onto the back line. JPL low. Vanix able to get the godlike down. Detective with a dive. Gets caught by the in-air reaction, and Sing takes him down. It's a big shutdown. That was an 8-kill bounty.
JPL
Z is hunting for JPL. That's a shove, that's a conceal, and an escape, but they will concede the Lord to CFU.
It seems like we've been asking who could actually take advantage of these really close team fights, these 5-on-5 team fights a lot more. And you would think immediately, probably Curtisi, probably all those yin-yang reactions, but CFU Gaming at that moment, even though they also lost Detective, even though they lost Wadu, they were able to force NIP Flash out of that Lord pit. They now have the Lord in their hands, and they just have to be really extra careful this time, because CFU Gaming, they cannot afford to make mistakes. This is the second opportunity that they've had to actually crack NIP Flash's base open.
And now we question the siege, or maybe the defense even from NIP Flash. They have what it takes to actually defend this. The vengeance will be up for Diablo. Curtizi should have to purify back up, but if CFU Gaming just try to push in the pace, it's gonna be real tough. Z steals away the implosion. JPL doesn't have that big playmaking tool, but you can see the poke already from Vanix. That's a charge into the bottom lane. That base switch should be falling down. Sing very low, the OP! Finding the way to Dragon! Curtizi is down. Vanix on the back line. Z gets an implosion! That was 3 members caught in it, but Vanix is free. Now hitting onto OP with a Rhapsody. That's a double detective. Gets the Soul Sever. NIP Flash fighting for dear life. Sing able to kite away. It's a wipeout! NIP Flash have fallen, and CFU Gaming continues the upset route.
This day has been insane! Surprises, upsets here and there, and CFU Gaming, they've shown us their growth, just how prepared they are coming into this match against a team who you could not really know how to prepare against, who you would supposedly expect endless surprises from, but they just take them out and take the series.
3 matches, 3 upsets. This is the Swiss stage. This is the best of 1.
I cannot believe this is how we're starting day number 1. Let's head it over back to our panel and let them break this down for us.
Like we told you, it's a much better story, isn't it? With a lot of us predicting that NIP Flash would take the win here. Here comes CFU of Cambodia, showing that they deserve to be in this spot and getting that victory. Husky, you mentioned something to me. You said it really looked like CFU did their homework.
Oh yeah, they definitely did. I think CFU, in that drafting phase, you look at the first phase ban, right? They banned the Khalid, which is the cornerstone for NIP Flash. You know, Diablo loves playing the Khalid. We've seen JPL do that every once in a while, but JPL prefers a more pick-off style, right?
Yeah.
Then they take the Cho away from JPL. And then they also take out the Benedetta, which is a pick usually you don't really ban against much teams, but Diablo in particular is great on that hero. So CFU not only came prepared, they also forced NIP Flash into a draft where NIP Flash are forced to play more as a team instead of those pick-up comps and allow CFU to be on the aggressive end.
Real quick reaction from you, Trex. Surprised? How do you feel?
I mean, I've learned my lesson. Whatever you guys vote for, don't vote for.
Come on.
Rule number 1 of casting with these 2. And you've now tarnished my record. But hey, we're still here.
All right, let's go on over to the stage with a quick word from a member of CFU.
A day filled with surprises. Just the 3rd round of our Swiss stage, and teams are already getting to each other left and right. Games are getting very, very intense. Now with me here, we have OP from CFU. First of all, how are you? We could see that it was a comeback game. NIP Flash was literally leading. They were near your base. How are you? How did you guys manage to fight back and push back to win that game?
I'm good. I think I'm confident with my goal laner. He late game, he must fire.
So the fire was there for Bruno just now?
Yeah, I trust him so much.
You trust him so much. I think that's very important because we need to trust our teammate, right, OP? Okay, now OP, the last time you were in the M series, it was M2, and now it's M6. How do you feel to be back on the world stage?
I'm thinking feel good because M2 I never win. I think in M2 I got 0 point.
Oh, in M2 you got 0 points.
Yeah.
Okay. Now that you're back, what do you have to say to the Cambodian fans? Maybe a promise on how CFU will be doing this time around in this M series?
ជាដំបូងមកបើខ្ញុំអរគុណទៅដល់ fan នៅខ្មែរទាំងអស់ខ្ញុំអរគុណខ្លាំងមែនតើអ្នកទស្សនាតាមការ live stream ហើយអ្នកមកមើលផ្ទាល់អរគុណច្រើនមែនតើហើយខ្ញុំសង្ឃឹមថាអ្នកនរគ្នានឹងគ្រប់គ្រងពួកខ្ញុំបន្តទៀតពួកខ្ញុំនឹងខំប្រឹងអស់ពីសមត្ថភាពអ្វីដែលពួកខ្ញុំធ្វើបានខ្ញុំនឹងធ្វើជូនខ្មែរទាំងអស់
So he said that he thankful for all the fans that keep supporting him or watching live or watching over here, and also yes, he will keep doing their best and try the hardest for the national.
All right, thank you very much to OP. An amazing game. I think we could see how intense it was. it is now time to throw it back to the panel to break down what happened in this game. Panel, take it away.
Thank you, Rose, and of course, congratulations again to CFU. A lot to break down here because it was a big back and forth. It looked like it was gonna be on the road to being a little bit more one-sided with CFU having a better early game, but then suddenly here comes NIP Flash, and then it just became a big back and forth of. I think the word that we use here is brawl, and that's not me undermining their performance. It was just a very fight-heavy game. And I think the lineups actually called for it because of the drafts that we had with, especially in the roams and the jungles that we have, fights are expected generally, yeah?
Yeah, I think overall it's just NIP Flash, they had that better start, right? Like Kurtisi was actively using that diversion to kind of get these off-tempo plays. First it was pickoffs, and then suddenly he was using it mid-fight to kind of catch up to CFU and pick off stragglers. But again, it's the same issue, the same hurdle that NIP Flash needs to get over from the series we watched just now. Or actually, no, the first one, when there was a Bruno on the other end, is how do you reach the Bruno, right? And NIP Flash at one point just didn't have the reach to get to Sing.
And even when they did, he had the Purify, right? He had the possibilities to still kind of get out of whatever the Tigreal brought, get out of maybe, get out of the... proccing the
yin yang.
That's not the duality. That's the name of the passive.
Yeah.
Getting out of the duality and just being able to continuously backstep. And the final cherry on that is that number 6 item, which didn't really come in until towards the end there. He gets the Wind of Nature. He's able to juggle it along with the Immortality, which gives him even more sustainability in these team fights where he can actually pop off.
Yeah, but then as we went on a little bit longer, we started to see the strengths now of NIP Flash. Again, for CFU, they have a roam mid combo that shines with the micro pokes. But then for the side of NIP Flash is for the big wombo combos, and that's where they were able to get their victories. Although for better or for worse, let's focus on the combination of Kurtisi and Hades with the low E diversion and the Spear of Alpha from Hades.
Yeah, and it's the Spear of Alpha is always a very good tool, if not for damage, it's for crowd control. But we also kind of talk about the emblem setup a little bit, where Hades decided to go for Assassin, so more of a glass cannon build, but he was still able to make it work in that early to mid phase when Kurtisi is just bringing him around, getting these pickoffs on the key targets like the Bruno and the Suyo. But in that, when that late game started coming into play, it also, what we mentioned early on also came true, where this Valentina has a big ticket out like the Tigre Implosion.
Yeah, and we started to see the Valentinas take that a little bit more. Trish, do you agree with me here with what the Husky pointed out, the Assassin emblem of that Alpha? A little bit too greedy considering that he already did true damage?
I mean, I don't know, it worked out in the beginning, right? It's like the game was kind of in their hands for a while. I know you said it was back and forth, but for me, it felt like NIP Flash had that in the bag, but then it just got a little bit too far into it. And see if you found that moment, man. They found that moment.
As we look at the stats now, let's compare the damage of the, what we call the carries or the cores, the Granger on Phoenix.
Yeah.
I think Granger and Bruno, I feel like this is going to be the main marksman matchup we're going to be seeing for the entirety of M6?
I feel like there's a high possibility because no teams really go out of their way to ban the Granger, but everyone looks at the Bruno. But we are also seeing the minor limitations of the Granger, right? Without the Depth Sonata, your range is slightly shorter than a Bruno with the Malefic Gun. At the same time, you always would hope that there's someone to finish the job that you started. So sure, Vanix did almost 130,000 in damage, but a lot of them were chip damage that didn't have anyone to clean it up.
Yeah. And then eventually it would have to be Hades or maybe even Kurtisi to clean things up. Again, it's very surprising that the CFU got the victory here because if you look at the numbers alone, when you look at the damage distribution of NIP Flash, that looks like a team that won the game. If you expose now, then suddenly the objectives, you realize why CFU was actually able to win it. It seems like with NIP Flash and all of the wombo combo, the rotations that they went for across the map, at the end of the day, it looks like they couldn't convert it into big, major objective pushes.
Yeah. I mean, when you have something like a Hylos in your XP, you have a slower EXP laner, you have 2 tanks essentially on your team, you have Bruno who needs a few items to get there, you're going to play a slower pace game, especially when you're up against Hades on an alpha who wants to push the limit. You're up against this diversion that wants to push the limit. So I think CFU, I don't know if it went exactly as planned, but in the end, it went as planned.
As we now look at the 2 junglers, Detective and Hades, Trexer, was something that you were pointing out to us behind as the game was going on, just how important the role of the Suyo and Alpha was to bridge for their marksmen?
Yeah, I mean, both teams really needed a bridge. Hades bridged perfectly, I think, in the early game, creating space, giving his team. I mean, we saw Vanix really popping off in the mid game, 0 deaths for a while there. But Detective as well held his own. And as you said, when you look at certain stats, it looks like NIP won out. But when we look at CFU, when we look at Detective here, his kill assist is on point. He's able to keep his team in the game. His jungle, his minion, his turtle, and Lord overall. I mean, even though Detective maybe didn't look as flashy, he was holding his own throughout that game.
Yeah, and the times where CFU's Detective looked flashy, it was the times where it seemed like it was the perfect time for him to do that. It was, hey man, we need just a little bit more of a kill power to finish us off, and then here comes Detective with a Soul Sever to change the tides, to finally give a 100% sure win for CFU. And because of what he did as the jungler, his gold laner got to shine. GG is the MVP.
Yeah, really got to shine. Plenty of close shave for Singh. A lot of times he was kind of just walking away with like 1% health, but he made it out alive. But at one point, I think also he changed how he positioned in these fights, right? He has Purify to get him out of tough situations, but CFU as a whole also started understanding how NIP Flash wants to fight. Diablo wants to sneak into the backline, JPL wants to get that big implosion, and Singh being able to stay out of reach just allowed him to keep dealing damage without NIP Flash being able to follow up.
Yeah, I mean, the Malefic Gun, the Purify, and then the Quantum Charge just to give yourself even more movement in these fights just seems so disgusting on a Bruno. It just covers everything that Bruno is normally weak in, range, all those things. Now, taking a look at some of these replays at this time, this is when NIP had in the bag. Look, so many of their towers are still up. They bring down an inhibitor. They are in control of this. Zing, though, there, we're already starting to see the damage start to stack up, and now it's more. He's getting more aggressive. He's dashing in instead of away, but even that was not enough because NIP, look at Vanix in this play. I mean, like I said, it just felt like they had control of so much of this game until this fatal end.
Yeah, and OP also showing up right at the perfect time to get that kick, to get the knockups, the crowd control with the Cho, to make sure that NIP Flash's defense would struggle. It really looked like NIP Flash would be able to pull off a miracle here, but in the end, it's what we talked about. Detective setting things up for ShinGG and vice versa. They worked very well together. Bruno, Granger, that's what we're going to be looking out for here. And maybe it's because of the presence of these two. Despite the fall off of Suyo, teams are saying, no, he still definitely has a spot in the current meta with what he brings to the table. And I think it's because of what he does to supplement Bruno's and Granger's. So a lot more now that we got to watch out for in terms of the picks. Any last other things that maybe you'd want to mention, Husky, about that previous game?
I think that previous game is a good demonstration of the diversity of Luoyi. Even though NIP Flash didn't win that game, but there's a lot more options, a lot more avenues that you could kind of utilize with that diversion, right? Again, what BTK did was use it as a means of engage, but what NIP Flash did was not just to engage and pick up people, but also to kind of speed up the tempo mid-team fight, right? Something that I think it's a more advanced skill for Luoyi that not many teams can master in a short while. But overall, you gotta watch out for Bruno, because I feel like right now he's probably the marksman, the prime marksman that could confidently go for Malefic Gun every single game and get the most out of it.
Trex, you think we're going to see an answer to this Bruno anytime soon? I mean, it's not undefeated, but it's clearly by far the standout pick with every game we've had.
You know, I think there's two options. I think so far what we saw was Bruno wins out in that late game. The past two games that we've seen him win, it's always been more in the later ends. So it's either you stomp early, or once you start getting to some of the big dog marksmen, I'm not going to drop any names, but you know, some of the people that people would say are the legendary marksmen of MLBB right now, I think we might start seeing those get banned in the first phase. I think the hero pool is going to have to start growing deeper for a lot of them because at some point in M6, those might get taken out.
Wow. The M6 Swiss stage really is filled with surprises. It is living up to the promise that we mentioned with introducing this new format for our World Championship. Coming up next, Team Spirit of EECA versus the new young kings of LATAM. What was once a region dominated by Brazil, now Argentina will tango with the rest of the world as they take on Team Spirit. I am low-key, now that I've talked about that little intro I did for them,
great.
I'm expecting a lot of action for this one. I feel like it's going to be another one of those brawl-heavy matchups.
I mean, it is the last of a LATAM, right? And again, it's in the hands of Argentina rather than Brazil, so make him evolve. I feel like this could be another upset story that we've seen just like the past 3 games. But I'm looking at Team Spirit. I'm looking at the Bomba energy, right? I want the Bomba.
I don't know, there's something big to say about Argentina taking this. In the past, it was MPL Brazil, and over their past season, it has been combined to now MPL LATAM, and because of that, now Argentina comes out on top. What does this mean for the region as a total, and what does it mean for Maycom Evolve? It's definitely going to be high.
It's the stronghold of EECA versus the new evolution of Latin American MLBB, Maycam Evolve. I am excited for this upcoming match. Hopefully you are too. The M6 World Championship will be right back for the Swiss stage that has filled the MLBB esports scene with lots of surprises. And I'm pretty sure more are coming your way. See you in a bit.
ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
There's an old adage, to be the man, you gotta beat the man. Team Spirit has yet to be bested in their region, while for Maycam Evolve, they finally beat the man in RRQ, Akira, and are the new kings of Latin America. That is the mashup we are gonna be seeing for the 4th Swiss stage mashup. But of course, before all of that, experience the thrill of gaming in real life. Icadia's Gaming and Esports District. Every detail is a celebration of play and entertainment at Kidia Gaming. There are many partners and sponsors here for M6 World Championship for making all of this possible. And to make analysis possible, of course, it's still us. We're not going anywhere. My name is Renmar Santa Cruz. Just call me Renmar. It's Husky and Trex. And we got into a very, not heated, but excited discussion with our fellow casters that this one, at this point, you're a Maycam believer now, Trex.
I am. You know, it's been a whole lot of upsets today. The possibilities are endless, and this is best of one Swiss stage for you. So, yeah, unless you guys vote for Maycam, then I won't.
Then you're going to go for Team Spirit. So
Yes.
are you really going to go on that hill of whatever we predict, you're going to go against it?
I'll die on that hill.
All right, then.
I completely understand his sentiment because I've been 0-3 so far. All my predictions have gone out the window. But this one, I'm going to piggyback off of what Mirko said to us behind the scenes. He says that there is no way Spirit loses this. So I'm going to go with Spirit. And if Spirit does lose this, at least it's not me, it's the Merkers.
All right. So you're already starting to deflect a little bit of the potential happenings here. So again, in EECA, the region where Team Spirit are from, they have been on a tear. They've won 2 consecutive titles of the Continental Championship as Team Spirit, while Sawa and Sunset Lover, their longtime roam and mid duo, basically won all of it with 4. 2 of them coming from Deus Volt. So if you're just following MLBB Esports for the World Championships, Team Spirit are what Deus Volt were now. But on the other side, again, they just overthrew RRQ Akira's 2.5-year domination in Latin America. I'm talking about Maycam Evolve. The stage is set for them to shine, also for Team Spirit to take it to the next level. Husky, if you are Team Spirit, there's a young hotshot right in front of you. They are looking to pull off an upset in what has been so far a day of upsets. How do you stop that?
I think you just play off of, first of all, play off of the experience that you have. Stick to your identity, right? So far, we've been talking about more experienced team going for cheese picks, I think scrap that. I'm now starting to believe in just play what you're comfortable with, play with that experience, play with discipline, right? Play with discipline and just overcome the young bloods, because so far the underdog story is looking pretty strong in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, and Sawa, surprisingly enough, he actually shared the same sentiments as you said just now. Sawa, one of the longtime members of this quad, I feel like he is Mr. EECA. He is the region with how long he's been playing. And he does admit that it's not a big thing for him, that this is his 5th M Series appearance already. He thinks his roster right now, this Team Spirit squad, is the best in the region. Now, this is time for them to prove that they can tangle with the rest of the world, because Deus Volt, after M5, put the region on the map. You feel like, Trex, that this Team Spirit roster might actually be able to go on an even deeper run. That means top 3, because Deus Volt finished M5 top 4.
They did finish M5 top 4, but then throughout the year, they had some rough standings in other international events. So we need them. If you're a TS fan, you want them to be back in that form. A little bit of a quote, though.
Yeah, he said here, Sawa, we can showcase our strengths and secure a good placement this M Series. Based on what I've been hearing, Team Spirit are carrying that idea on their shoulders, that they finished M5 top 4 best teams, one of the top 4 best teams in the world. But now for M6, that means if they want to go past that, they have to make it into the top 3, maybe even be a grand finalist team. It is currently the best version of an EECA roster. That is what's coming out of Team Spirit. Now for Maycam Evolve, I feel like there's no pressure at all. You're in the world stage. You're the new kings of LATAM. I feel like Latin America are looking at them. It's like, you know what, guys? Just do your best. We're not expecting you to make it top 5, top 4. No pressure. Just get the experience and bring it over to LATAM.
Yeah, I mean, usually some of the first-timers on the international stage will shares the same sentiment, right? Sort of like what we saw from the Mongols. They're just grateful to be here. And of course, we sort of talked to Aurora as well, the jungler from Maycam Evolve, and he said that, M6 is his redemption. They went through a lot of struggle last year, but he did make a promise to Mobazane that he would be at M6, and he kept his promise. This time he's here representing Argentina, and he wants the best placement for them.
It's all coming back now. Aurora's the guy who played YSS and mentioned Mobazane in an interview, and he kept that promise. I'm having the flashbacks right now.
Yeah.
We're end of movie flashbacks in my head.
Everything makes sense.
Everything makes sense now. The possibilities are endless.
Yeah, this is the YSS god of Latin America. He plays that YSS as if he is a meta pick, but no, that's just how special a jungler Aurora is. And now as we talk about the draft, as we head into it, YSS, if I'm Maycam, why not, right? Why the heck not?
Not.
Not?
Not.
Not?
Not?
No?
Not.
Why not?
I mean, yes.
Will you say why yes, yes?
Why? Yeah, why yes, yes, yes for YSS.
Okay. That makes sense. But why not? Why not, Trex?
I guess if you go into the comfort idea and it is comfortable, yeah, go for it. You need to have a composition that works with it. If there is a time in the past multiple years that it could be viable, this is definitely it. Since M3, we have not seen YSS in the meta, and it did just get a buff. It got a whole revamp at that. And I mean, it's definitely possible. It could be that cheese pick. It could be him. But I don't know if it's worth the risk.
What about you? You want to see the YSS.
I want to see it. It might not work, but I want to see it.
But do you need to see it?
Yeah, I'm a simple man. I need to see it.
Let's see if we'll see the YSS later pop up for Maycam Evolve, but let's talk a little bit more about the specific members of EECA's Team Spirit. Who do we want to focus on here?
Well, for me, I want to focus on Kid Bomba and Savo. Savo in the roam, Kid Bomba in XP, but we also got One Shot, the up-and-coming new jungler, and Hiko in the gold lane, Sunset Lover in the mid lane. For me, Kid Bomba has always had that special spot in, I think, a lot of people's heart. Back in M5, he is that guy that is just go, go, go. I see a set, I go for it, and my team always follows up. That's sort of the model that allowed Team Spirit back then, Deus Vote, to end up in top 4. But I'm also a firm believer of sticking sticking with the same roster, right? Now you got One Shot replacing Magister, Hiko replacing Carvey. The international performance has not been proven yet, and I hope this is that moment for them to prove that.
Let's look now at their opponents. Maycam Evolve are going to be a learning experience for a lot of global MLBB fans as we know more of this team. We have talked about Aurora, but is there anyone else there that you want to focus on, Trex?
I mean, we have Yurikotu in the gold lane, Super Nahuel in the roam, Feshin in the mid, Aurora in the jungle, and Marquino in the XP. And for me, it's going to be the same story as the past few teams I've covered. Jungle, EXP, roam. For EXP, you're up against Kid Bomba. You're up against an aggressive player that even if he loses in the beginning, he can come back in the mid. So Marquino needs to be able to keep up with that. And in terms of Aurora, we know he's got the attitude. He has the will to win. He got himself here. But can he take out the new hot shot, One Shot on Team Spirit?
Control the Bomba and try to simmer down the hot shot in One Shot for Team Spirit in Maycam Evolve. As we look at a new M-Chat, could you describe the players on the team? That was a question posed to Argentina's Max.
Yeah, and Max said Marquino is pretty funny, always stands out, though he loves sleeping.
Who doesn't? Who doesn't?
Yer has grown a lot in the past year, becoming more focused.
Yep. Feshin likes to tease others, but is shy at first. Oh.
Yeah, and once Fashion warms up, he makes everyone laugh.
And Super Nahuel vibe is between Yer and Marquino, so somewhere in the middle of that.
Oh.
Well-balanced, a well-balanced team.
Well-balanced team.
Well-balanced. I feel like that speaks a little bit more of a wild card, you know? I don't see balance. I see what kind are we going to be getting today.
Ooh,
are we
it's like a box of chocolate, right?
Right, yeah, exactly. It's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. Are you going to get the wild card, a Spitfire, that kind of thing? Or are you going to get someone like quiet and calm? Maybe we'll see it in the game, in the draft.
We will. We will definitely
Will you get YSS or just
the game?
The meta junglers?
Yeah. Will you get YSS or yes?
Yes for YSS or no. Shout out to everyone watching right now. Of course, this is the fourth series of the day. This is one team very familiar to not just MLBB esports, but of course the global esports scene. A very well-known name in Team Spirit, but for Maycam Evolve, very new there. So for our Latin American fans, or maybe fans of Argentina and Maycam Evolve, share with the people in the comment section what you know about the team, so that everyone else around the world gets to know them better. Because yes, they were the Imperio Esports lineup from Wildcard that popped up, and they also at one point they didn't go through the NTT7 route. But yeah, there's also a few members there who has international experience. I believe Marquinho. So Maycam Evolve, I feel like they have a good amount of experience internationally. Nothing compared to like Team Spirit, of course. But they might have enough to just cross them on over to the next stage of their evolution as competitors in the global scene. It's the draft now. Let's see. Again, the biggest question, is the YSS of Maycam Evolve actually going to come through?
We'll see. We will see. I mean, we're still halfway through unboxing this box of meta that we're in. We're pulling out the styrofoam peanuts right now. We'll see what else is in there. I don't know if the YSS is, but for Husky's sake, I hope so. Into the bans, though. Zuyo is going to get banned out first here.
Louis
as well.
It's been a staple in that mid lane. 2 out of 3 games picked. But I do also want to see a bit of diversity in that gold lane. If Bruno makes it through, it's going to be a first phase pick for sure. It has been the same matchup in Go, in fact, for all past 3 games. Bruno into Granger.
Yeah. Real quick, we also have to mention that Maycam Evolve, they are used to playing under a Swiss format, as the MPL LATAM Season 2 was under that format. So this is nothing new for Maycam Evolve. That they just have to think of it as, just imagine we're playing at home, but against the world's best.
Another thing to mention about LATAM is, it is essentially the whole country playing. It is multiple different, or the whole continent playing with multiple countries.
Yes.
So it's essentially a small international. They're very comfortable on big stages. They're very comfortable against multiple different regions. And yeah, so they should be ready for this.
Yeah. And they decide to go with Comfort, a very stable first pick. Nothing too crazy right now. They got the Gata Kacha. Again, the flex option is always available for that one. You'll just adjust it based on the matchup that you see.
Yeah, usually the Khalid Cho or Valentina +1 would be a response on the red side. We've seen, I think, Ofanar went for the Bruno as well in the first phase on red. See if that's going to be the case. So, Hylos Alpha.
Yeah, I mean, with the Suyo gone, the Alpha is one of the next best things to come up. The thing about the Cho is we don't really see Sawo on it that much. It's not a popular pick for him. But on the other hand, Kid Bomba can play it, so it could be something that we could see flexed over if...
Whoa! We get it. We get
Bow
it.
down to Husky.
Bow
down to Husky. Bow down to
Thank
Husky.
you, Aurora.
We got it.
Came evolved.
And you know, honestly, I was thinking that they wouldn't even consider it because high loss and alpha, when I think about it, it's like, oh, would I want to be a YSS here? But apparently Aurora says, yes.
Yes. He says YSS.
Yes.
So where do we go from here, right? What does Team Spirit do? We saw Ruby Way earlier. Could be something that could be decent against a YSS. Also the Cho, any kind of real frontline CC that can catch him when he tries to dash in. You want to really try to hook him, hold him in for just a second, and take him out.
There's one that I can think of, actually two, but one I prefer, either the Kaja or Franco, if you want suppression, right? That could be a choice. We've seen another option that the Mongols pulled up in the wildcards, which is the Baraz XP, although that one is a lot less favorite. But when you talk about long range, Beatrix is kind of the next in line after the Bruno.
As we look into the bans now for the second phase of Team Spirit, with them picking the Beatrix, they get to match Marksman for Marksman. You still have the picks of Fashion up in the air. Faramis is one of its noteworthy pickups, and honestly, with a mid to late game team fighting comp, with a double Marksman, YSS, and Bruno, Faramis would actually slot in very well with their lineup.
Throws the Cho ban though. On the EV side, they still need to ban out a possible roamer, possible EXP laner, and a mid laner. But they need a mid laner, so both teams kind of in this position right now where they have to think about what they're banning, and I think in more of a sense look for trades. And with Team Spirit getting the first pick after this second phase of bans, they kind of have an advantage.
Yeah. One thing that Team Spirit can do is... Oh, no, excuse me. They already have the Alpha, so they're not going to be looking for a jungler. I almost got excited about that. But let's see. They get creative with their EXP lane picks, honestly. They've shown that they are willing to consider heroes such as Akai in the EXP, even Belleric in the EXP lane, something that they showed up. But with Maycam Evolve, seeing that there is no 100% pick yet for Sawa, they took away the Matilda, one of his best.
Yeah. I mean, if you see that there are two marksmen on the enemy side, and you know both of them are relatively short range, well, probably a Malefic Gun for Bruno. Big setter like a Terizla could be considered as well if you're Kid Bomba, since there is still that a high loss flex on up in the air. Though a wild one would be the Savo Diggy. I know I'm asking for too much. You know, we've already got YSS, but
I think since Team Spirit is banning out roamers right now and willing to go head-to-head with all the roam bans, I think they're showing that this Hylos is most likely staying roam. I think at this point it's EXP lane for both sides, but I think they hold that EXP lane until last pick to try to maybe get some counterplay in there. So mid laner coming up is my guess, and they go for the Valentina.
All right. Now for Maycam, Aurora slots into their lineup incredibly well with the high loss, the Alpha, with how close range Valentina would get. That just means you're going to be giving the Frigate Glacier to the Valentina of Team Spirit, but at this point I take it. Good amounts of crowd control. You don't need to chase damage for your mid laner. You already have lots of damage with the YSS and Bruno. You just need to help set up that damage.
It's about the utility, right? Again, you talk about the Faramis, that could be an option too, but I personally would prefer a bit more control so that Aurora looks quite nice for Maycam.
What was that?
That's
Aurora. That's Aurora.
Aurora?
The KOF.
It's a KOF skin.
That's a KOF skin. I was like, what is that noise?
Yeah. Every time I hear that, I'm always thinking Kagura. Oh wait, no. It's the Aurora.
Aurora.
Yeah, and Phoveus is there. Phoveus. Interesting. Maybe because Team Spirit doesn't... No, but into the Alpha and the Beatrix, Phoveus might actually be quite sad here.
Yeah, I mean, it's something. It's a frontliner. I think you can go toe-to-toe at least with Hylos, but the problem is I think when you're up against the Hylos, you want to try to... Your advantage is the rotation because he's a slow hero. So if you can outspeed, that's the goal. But you kind of lose that picking up the Phoveus. So, but you still get this box. You get a nice protection for YSS. You get a nice protection for Aurora and Bruno. Last pick, Glue for the side of TS.
All right, real quick, how are we feeling about the draft? Maybe the biggest question mark for me right now is the Phoveus of Maycam Evolve, and Team Spirit, it looks like they wanted that Glue because Kid Bomba, he was calling the shots at the end of that draft.
Yeah, I think you got to be able to peel away from the front line from TS.
All right, let's toss it over back to Brigida and Mirko to call game number 4 of today.
We're nearly halfway through the first round of the Swiss stage, and I must say, we're seeing quite a pattern happen for the first few matches. I don't know anymore what to expect for this upcoming match.
It's been a route full of upsets, right? In day number 1 of Swiss stage. And to be fair, we kind of expected best of ones to be bombastic, volatile. I think we've gotten more than our fair share of volatile or volatility. But then we see Mike come involved. No, we haven't had enough. It's time for Aurora to make his debut on M6 on a Yisun Shin.
I think this is way more than innovative, but we're about to head into game number 4 between the former M5 Dark Horse and the new gem of Latam. So let's see who will be taking the upper hand this time around, or will the upset still proceed to happen for the 4th series in a row?
Let's see if the volatility continues here with the picks as well, man. Aurora, I would love to see more picks like this. Just signature picks all around for all you guys to get. But there's something signature that you guys can get too. It's the M6 Pass that's available from the 18th of November all the way to the 29th of December. Go get it right now, boys, because you guys can actually complete all active tasks during the event to reach level 75 for free.
Yep, you get a lot of amazing rewards. You get Claude's Battle Emote, M6 Glory Avatar Border, a lot in store for you, and even the Prime skins, of course. You don't want to miss that. And the figurine. Like, you saw it in the panel area. If you haven't, just check it later on. But there's a Claude figurine you could also claim for yourself if ever you reach the maximum level. So now we're heading back into Make 'em Evolve versus Team Spirit. Another thing I like to bring up was how you mentioned the trend of the teams who were put in the blue side, right?
Yeah.
And right now it's Make 'em Evolve who's also on the blue side.
Hey man, they have a lot of things against them. Like Spirit, they're on red side, 0% win rate. They're also against the Mirror Curse somehow. So I don't know, man. It's a tough job for them, especially because right now Aurora is doing a good job at farming, and Super Nahuel with Marquinhos. We were looking at these picks, we were thinking about, all right, how are they going to set up for the Yisun Shin? It's so far been get Prio in lane, rotate it over to give space for Mr. Aurora.
Yep, farming has been the focus for the first few minutes of a Make 'em Evolve, and I'm not entirely sure if you'd want to let them freely do that if you were Team Spirit. At least I'd expect some sort of disruption coming in from their side, especially with the glue in their hand, so I'm assuming that we're bound to see a very chaotic team fight take place later on, but it seems like Make 'em Evolve, they're really sticking with that idea. They just want to go for the farming in the early stages of the game, and so they'll just let Team Spirit take the early objectives for themselves.
It's the calm before the storm. We're going to have a lot of calmness in the early game.
Right.
Team Spirit, they have such a massive advantage when it comes to just neutral objectives, right? That's an alpha, they have the glue, the Hylos. So Prio, for sure. For Make 'em Evolve, they got a Yisun Shin, so it's all really about farming for him. So as long as Nahuel is able to get some space for Aurora, and as long as Aurora continues to farm this way, I think Make 'em Evolve are actually pretty happy with the trades. Turtle for farm.
Yep. Could this be potentially the game where we find our first blood, the longest
first blood?
the longest first blood? I don't know, because we're seeing the tempo being very, very slow, and these teams just being very, very patient. So it's not impossible that they don't really choose to go for a team fight, not unless Kid Bomba, you know, Kid Bomba, but Make 'em Evolve, they're just really avoidant of all the team fights in the early stages of the game.
That's a first item Melvic gun for Hiko. Marquinhos walking up, Kid Bomba with Flicker, slap, pass, finding him back. Session still able to flicker out to safety with the Frigid Glacier to stun Kid Bomba down. But there will not be a full initiation. Hiko will get the double wave in the mid lane, shoving it in and getting a few good shots onto the turret.
Yeah, so Team Spirit, they have their own ways of also making sure that they get the necessary farm. And you're right, they get the Malefic gun priority here for Hiko, but Yurikotsu really just wants to go for all that sustain and that potential extended or long team fights we might be seeing later on, because as we're seeing it right now, nothing's really happening just yet between these two teams. So like, I'm starting to believe this might really be the longest game before we see our first blood.
I think that's fair, you know, this is the battle of farm so far. I mean, for Make 'em Evolve it is. For Team Spirit, it's all about just playing their game too. It's neutral objective control, waiting for the mid-game power spike, and maybe that's why Hiko went for Melvic Gun. He just wants to clear the way faster with more range. Yeah, you can actually be in a safer distance when you actually go for the shot. So Prio over the Turtle for Team Spirit. Hiko's already on it. He's the one leashing the Turtle. One shot will be able to just take it away. They don't even need to go for the Retribution. But they're not going to be able to use the Retribution to invade anyways. Make 'em Evolve have already cleared out the entire top side of the jungle.
And I'm I'm wondering what are the trades that are in mind for Makeup Evolve? Like, what are their plans heading into the next few minutes of this game? Because they haven't been really getting the trades. They haven't been really contesting these objectives. But this might be the first attempt towards an engage for both sides. Bennett's Rage also committed. But then the only priority for Makeup Evolve is to defend. And this is the trade that we're probably talking about.
This is why he went for the Malefic Gun. It's all about getting the shots outside of turret range. Aurora getting a lot of gold though in the bottom lane. That was a trade-off. Spirit still has the gold lead, so it's not really that massive, but man, the sieging potential on Hiko, he's not stopping.
No way. Like, could this be a better way to brute force your way in? But Aurora! So, okay, 5 minutes in.
Clock it in.
We get our first blood.
First blood in 5 minutes. Clock it in. I don't know if that's the longest first blood in M6. It probably is, right? At M6 so far, but in all-time M series, we'll have to check again. Team Spirit are doing a good job. They punish Aurora somehow. I think that was a split.
Oh no,
Range! Oh, Fashion loses the passive instantly. Sawo has her vitalized. The Mountain Shocker comes down, but Team Spirit, it just tickles them. One shot. The orange buff was to secure the... the Mountain Shocker secured the orange buff. I think Aurora got it with the ult.
He still got it. And
W-Mans, I guess.
He didn't use his retribution either way, but could this mean that Makeup Evolve, they're just really trying to wait for those potential counter engages that they'll be doing up against the Team Spirit? Because I think we slowly have to acknowledge that Team Spirit, they're really trying to play this aggressively. They know that farming is the idea for Makeup Evolve, but as you've mentioned, it seems like there's just this abuse of the Malefic Gun that's happening right now. This tier 1 turret might just fall down, but then... Okay, the damage is also there. Forces out their Vitalize.
We saw the Granger versus Bruno. Now we're seeing Hiko on the Beatrix just going for turrets. Going for turrets, man, with the Malefic Gun. Turtle number 3 will spawn in the game. 3,000 gold lead in 1 kill.
Yep. That's a super fast wave clear we're seeing also. And they might just continuously transition from one lane to another.
The double snipe landing. Fashion will fall. And Sunset Lover is the one who picks up the kill as he steals away the Frigid Glacier. And all in that time, Spirit was able to get one shot over to the Turtle to solo it. Now it's a 1-level lead for one shot, and we can finally see the goal difference. 1.7k on Hiko.
No way.
That's the range advantage.
And if Team Spirit just continue with this, they're gradually going to decrease the areas where Makeup Evolve can look for their farm, and that's not going to be a good sign. Definitely not going to be a good sign if that's the entire idea, or if they just really want to hold everything out until the moment they know they're capable of fighting. Because Team Spirit, it seems like they're also very disciplined with whichever kinds of team fights they try to look after in terms of this point of the game. So they seem like they really want to force this mid lane turret. Will they attempt? Okay, that's still the defense from Makeup Evolve.
Literally a pure siege. Spirit they're playing with their catapult. Hiko is the catapult to their siege. Everybody else is just posturing up. They're letting Hiko throw those catapults down and slowly but surely tear down the castle of Makeup Evolve. And so far, the king of Makeup Evolve in this metaphor, Aurora, I don't think he's at a point of is this Power Spike, War Axe? I don't think so. I don't think it's enough just yet to go for fights.
Yep, and he's 2 levels behind of one shot.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things to consider for Makeup Evolve. Clearly, trades might be the way to go for them, but Team Spirit, they really want this mid lane control.
Fashions already going to be cut off there. AOG, great usage of the split, and Bamba just flickers out. Hiko, catapult keeps on catapulting. Look at that. A lot of the boulders coming down. Ooh, Yurokatsu toned away. And it's all about hitting it right now. Hitting the turret slowly but surely. Hiko, you're going to get it one day. 1, 2, 3. There you go.
I mean, shouldn't be such an easy task for like Team Spirit. I mean, there have been adjustments to turrets recently. They really increased like the turret defense whenever there aren't any enemy minions within range. But then Team Spirit, they just constantly force these objectives. I don't think it's even considered as converting objectives because they're just forcing the objectives.
They're just sieging it out. Now it's another neutral objective. It's a clean game for Team Spirit. 2-0, full control around the map. One Shot might actually live up to his name here. He's 3 levels ahead. He might be able to one-shot Aurora by the end of the game. It's a crazy lead. And Yurokotsu, I don't think he could actually melt down anyone right now, right? He still has to wait for a few more items. Not even Berserker's Fury yet. So they're getting suffocated really hard right now, just from the siege potential.
Yeah, and they might no longer be able to take hold of these buffs, not unless they really try and help Aurora, but there's the Avatar of the Guardian.
Sunset Lover got caught there by the son of the Eastern Shin. That's going to be a trade 1-for-1. Marquinhos falling. Super Nahuel, though. He already used the AOG earlier. Kid Bamba able to zone them away. What was that? Hiko just shot him down with a Bennett. Crazy range. It's a sniper at this point.
And it feels like it just goes out so fast. Like all of those bullets from Hiko, he was just spamming it onto the necessary targets, onto the turrets, onto the members who are just even slowed down a bit. And I think it works well, right? If Saul just uses the Glorious Pathway in such a way where it slows down the members of Wake Up Evolve, that's just a lot more easier for Hiko to target them down, even using the Bennett. That's not usually the way you see the Beatrix trying to take on the targets. You want the more secure Nibiru or like even super close range. No.
Yurakatsu almost got 3-shotted. Hiko, you should have got Sky Piercer, man. That would have been a kill. That's 1 stack down. 2 shots got him that low, man.
Oh no, this is a 10k gold lead. Almost a 10k gold lead.
They gotta go in. Hiko pops in a better range. He's a bit too ahead for them to survive. And Sunset Lover's the one who picks up the kills. Oh, it's just nasty from Team Spirit. Now with a shot, he gets it. Threading the needle, fashion. Oh, don't escape. Sunset Lover will be punished by Yurokatsu. But the base turret in the bottom lane has fallen, and Team Spirit, they are showing no signs of stopping this ridiculous siege.
All I can say, Team Spirit, they're really setting records now for the first day of the Swiss stage, taking down 2 out of 3 inhibitor turrets in 11 minutes. And still, they have that respect for Make 'em Evolve. They're not going to force things as much. There's clearly discipline from their side, and they're playing this in a really, really great manner. They're just so clean in terms of execution.
The execution has just been clinical from Team Spirit. They have... This is literally a siege. You just starve your opponents to death, man. They can't even walk out their base. Finally, they get to. By the way, like, thank goodness they do, Aurora. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
That's the Glorious Pathway to slow him down. Oh, it's the Fear of Alpha. It's not a one-shot, but, hey, it's Aurora down. That's a win for them. 3 seconds for the Lord, too. I don't know if Team Spirit even want to go for the Lord. They might just go for the end.
And that was the only time that they tried to go out for a bit, and it was not a great sight for them. Avatar of the Guardian knocks a one!
AOG to his demise. Now in the back line, Sawa just zoning them around. It's the Infernal Pursuit, but Hiko loves the Infernal Pursuit. That's the Bennett to deal with it. Look at the range. Yurokatsu zone, Fashion zone. Yurokatsu gets a kill. The horse is down. But can they keep this up? Fashion, does he have it? Now he goes walking up. He doesn't have the win of nature. The Spirit of Alpha comes down and Fashion just gets deleted. Aurora will be next. One shot is doing it in the back line, zoning the 2 marksmen away. And look at Hiko. He's just going for the damage onto the base without the minions even. The Bennett's range will be able to catch Yurokatsu. He walks into it. A quick game for Team Spirit as they just suffocated Make 'em Evolve.
Ended the game in less than 13 minutes and set records for this day. It seems like Team Spirit really came into the series well prepared, and they're gonna celebrate that victory. They're gonna switch things up a bit for the first day of the Swiss stage.
Finally, we get a red side victory. Finally, we get a favorite victory. It's all been about the underdogs. But Team Spirit from EECA, they got it done. It was up against 2 Auroras, technically, you know?
Yeah.
Like the double Aurora setup. Aurora the hero, Aurora the player with the Yi and Shin. I thought it could work. I thought the volatility could work, you know, it could maybe curveball their way to a win. Unfortunately, Spirit were so calm, so composed.
We're yet to see more from the new Gem of the Town. For now, let's break things down together with our panel.
After 3 straight surprises for the Swiss stage, suddenly here comes the stronghold of EECA saying, you know what, let's bring things a little bit more closer to the reality that we expected. Dominating from Team Spirit, the champions of EECA against Make 'em Evolve. I'm a lot lost for words. I'm flabbergasted with how fast that was.
Yeah, I mean, dominating feels like an understatement, right?
Yeah.
It was a landslide. It felt like from the get-go, Team Spirit already got half the game, half their foot through the door. And when we just look at the first half of the game, it's pretty much confirmed that Team Spirit is going to walk away with a win.
Yeah, went from a big YS yes to a why no, please, no.
No, yeah. I think that's close to the mental inner monologue that we're going to be hearing from Aurora and Maycam evolve. Hopefully we get to see them bounce back, but now it's time for Team Spirit's shining moment and interview on the stage.
One of the first fan favorites to win today, and of course, one of the fastest games also today. Now, first of all, Kid Bomba, how are you feeling about this win?
I mean, we were coming in to win it, so we knew that we were going to win, but we're just waiting for the rest of the matches now, waiting for our next opponent, and yeah.
Okay, now you're talking about your next opponent. Winning today, there will be a draw later on to determine who you guys will face tomorrow. If you could choose, based on the winners just now, who would you choose to meet tomorrow?
Only based on the winners? Maybe BTK or S2G.
Oh, okay. Now, Kid Bomba, we know you're new to Malaysia. How do you like Malaysia so far? How is the food? How are the people, the audiences, the hospitality?
I've been really liking Malaysia. It's like different from other countries in Southeast Asia. I think it's way more modern in my opinion. I really like Kuala Lumpur as a city, you know. It was great. Food's also been great at the hotel. Didn't really go out to eat.
So you love the food here so far?
Yeah.
Not too spicy
here.
for you?
No, I actually like spicy food.
Oh, okay. Maybe, you know, the players can bring you to go eat more Malaysian food. I'm pretty sure you'll like that. Okay, now Kid Bomba, we know that you guys had an impressive run in the M4. M5, sorry. Finishing number 4. I got the numbers mixed up. Now, in MSC, unfortunately, you guys had to end your journey early. Now, how did you guys prepare for M6 this time around, ensuring that you guys will actually last and hopefully even make it to the big stage, Axiata?
We came into the tournament to win it. We didn't really come, you know, to have a vacation. The mindset has been set from the start of MCC. Like, we have been scrimming not only a month for the boot camp, not only 2 months. We've been scrimming this whole time with the new roster. And every lose or every win that we had is just like a stepping stone to where we are now. And I hope that we can really show everybody this tournament what we are really made out of and perform even better than in M5, since I said that we'll come back stronger and I want to hold my promise.
Oh, he wants to hold his promise to the fans. Okay, now just now, before the camera came to us, we were having a bit of a chat. Okay, now I said that, you know, they're one of the first fan favorites to win. And what did you say just now? You think who else was a fan favorite?
I thought CFU was the favorite in the match, CFU versus NIP Flash. I thought CFU would win, you know, like top 1 Cambodia better than top 1 Singapore, but I guess because of the result in MSC 2024, I don't know, NIP Flash got like maybe overrated a little bit.
Oh, okay. Kid Bomba is spitting bars. Now, Kid Bomba, before we wrap up this interview, would you like to say anything to the fans? Because you are pretty a favorite in Malaysia.
Thank you for the support. I hope that in the next matches we'll keep playing better and better. This was just the first match, so just keep waiting for the rest. Trying to go 3-0. 4-0.
All right. Thank you very much to Kid Bomba. And with that, let us show it over to the panel to break down what happened in this game. So, panel.
Thank you so much, Rose. And of course, Kid Bomba, ever since M5, has become a revelation and become a fan favorite all around the world. Not just in Southeast Asia, but yeah, Team Spirit. The more I think about that game, the more I realize I feel like it couldn't have gotten any better. You know what? I feel like that was it. That was the peak of that. Anything else past that could have been a crime at that point, you know?
You know, after that interview with Kid Bomba, I just want to bring back a classic from M5. Actually, post M5, when people start changing the IGN to Bomba and then your IGN.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we bring back the Bomba trend. Husky Bomba. That sounds pretty nice also, but I want to do that because of what he said, right? Like, he said that he felt like the top 1 Singapore is overrated, and as a Malaysian, I can get behind it. So, Kid Bomba, I'm now Bomba.
He is now Bomba. I like it. I'm not going to lie. That game, there felt like there was some hacks going on, man. Like, that was just disgusting. Normally, after you push First Lord or you get all the way to inhibitors, you pull back. You freeze lanes. TS said, no, we're not freezing lanes. We have a Beatrix with a Malefic gun that can just take down your tower. So they just stood at their front door nonstop, chipping away at everything, and it was disgusting the way that when Renmar, you asked what the counter to the Bruno might be, and we might have just found it.
It's like Beatrix became a Bruno, but instead of kicking a football around, it's guns straight up and 4 of them different. And yeah, the Malefic gun rush really changed everything. And even both marksmen decided to go for the roam boost at around 8 minutes. And I felt like that just made the scaling of Hiko even a bit more faster because he kept getting assists, he kept getting kills, he kept adding more abilities to get gold for himself. It was that was tough. That was very, very tough for Maycam Evolve.
It was really tough if you are a supporter of Maycam Evolve in general, right? I think that first item Malefic Gun allow Hiko to essentially just shave off the entire gold plating of their first turret. And not to mention from the draft onwards, the side lanes felt like it been won by Team Spirit, right? Glue into Phobius favors Kid Bomba any time of the day. For Hiko, he had to get the Malefic Gun first, and he went for the first item. And from that point onwards, Eurocoaster really couldn't do anything.
Yeah, that's a Master Assassin Beatrix first item Malefic Gun. That was Hiko going into this saying, yeah, I'm gonna destroy this Bruno in lane. And fun fact about Hiko, a lot of the coaches and players I've talked to who are a bit more familiar with this young man's game, they're saying this is a potential generational talent in the making.
Yeah, this is someone I've had my eyes on since before last MSC. When I watched their championship, I was looking at Hiko going, this kid right here, he's going to be monster. He was only 16 or something like that when he went to MSC. He was young, and he still has so much room to improve. And who better to improve than with some veterans like Sawo, with some veterans like Sunset Lover behind you to help show you the ropes.
Yeah, and the stability that the Hylos and the Valentina brought together in this one, I feel like Team Spirit couldn't have had the game that they had if it wasn't for what Sawo and Sunset Lover did in the middle of the map to supplement their... Essentially, they were supplementing 3 winning areas. A winning gold, a winning XP, and a winning jungle.
Yeah, I think it's always great. Like, it's always great to be on a team where you don't have to worry about how do I stabilize the side lanes, right? If they're already winning by themselves, all you need to do is to take that firepower and spill it into the side lane. We see them do that for Hiko. He breaks the top tier 1, and now it's Kid Bomba's turn, right? He starts moving out of his lane while Makino was trying to deal with the wave. Kid Bomba was joining fights.
You know, not only Kid Bomba, but Sunset Lover as well. I feel like he goes under the radar so much, but he had some great IMU steals with that Frigid Glacier, helping get some big plays off. Not only that, but in the beginning, he was first blood, he was second kill. Yep. He was able to really create space, use those Terrifies to make moments for the rest of the team. So I got to give it up to him because he is really kind of the backbone of this team at times.
Yes, Sunset Lover really 4 M-Series appears? 3?
Yes.
A good amount. That man is an international legend, I feel like, at this point from EECA. And of course, the MVP is none other than Hiko. Again, we've talked about this. A young generational talent in the making. That is the words of coaches and players who are very familiar with how well this young man can play. Earlier this year, I even got to speak to Kid Bomba or hear Kid Bomba talk about Hiko and says, oh, he's really, really good.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's plugging his ears, but if he is, it's about blocking out the noise and just doing what you do best, right? I mean, 4-0 and 6 on this Beatrix, uncontested since first item. There really was no way that Maycam Evolve could get close to Hiko. They tried once, but with a 10k gold deficit during a base defense, they just don't have the resources to beat Team Spirit and kind of repel that siege.
And as we talk a little bit more about Hiko, his success and his MVP performance is backed up by how fast the jungler of Team Spirit was able to hit level 50. 9 minutes and 47 seconds. That is 1 minute and 14 seconds faster than the previous record of 11:01. So this was speed for Team Spirit. It just went fast, and every time Maycam Evolve looked like they could have countered, Husky, you told me something. If only they had just a little bit more gold, maybe.
Yeah, just a little bit. Just any little bit would have helped, because even that's when it's, you know, you're down bad. When you're down 10,000 gold, even if you get the perfect setup, the perfect wombo combo, it is not enough. And this is what I was talking about where Team Spirit, they're not ever pulling back. Normally a team, all right, let's play it smart, let's go back, let's steal, let's freeze lanes. No, we're just going to hang out outside of your tower and take it down with Hiko.
And there we go, Team Spirit dominating. Kid Bomba has mentioned the thought of Team Spirit right now. They're just locked in. That is what in sports we call locked in right now. They're in a flow state of MLBB. And now as we head into the second set of matches for later into the day, maybe, just maybe, we'll start seeing the favorites win it all. But the next one is gonna be a spicy one. It's Twisted Minds versus another Malaysian representative in Vamos. How are you feeling?
All right, this one I'm gonna be real, right? This one I will be real. Like when we looked at S2G against SRG, I say that my faith is on SRG. This one, I'm with Vamos, but realistically, I think Twisted Mind have a really good chance of taking down Vamos because Vamos as a team hasn't really evolved much. They just polished their playstyle, but in terms of branching out, we haven't really seen that, and I feel that might be the Achilles heel.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I feel like this time, I'm gonna go with the favorite here.
Ooh.
So don't vote the same as me, all right? I think that Vamos really has a big chance. In the past, Malaysia has always been a king of best of ones.
Yeah.
And maybe the big problem with SRG was they didn't cheese. Maybe Vamos needs to get back to their, Malaysian roots of M4 times and things like that and just get crazy.
All right, let's see if Team Vamos will go crazy up against Twisted Minds. A team that, well, even in their own region, were expected to become champions. But they did. They became what was once brash and bold. They turned into humble kings. Now they're going up against a team that'd love to recall in your face. That is the next match for the M6 Swiss stage. Twisted Minds versus Vamos, Saudi Arabia, and MENA versus Malaysia. Again, it's Renmar here with Husky and Trex. We'll be right back.
Lost in the shadows, feeling so small. But I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just starting my run. Through the darkest of nights, I will find. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I can't back on track push with all our might, for we have only one goal, the ultimate prize. When hope seems so far, I'll reach for the stars. In the heart of the storm, I am reborn, I am reborn. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down. No, I'll never back down. Forced to be holding it way too we fall. I'll always come back around. Battle, battle, taking the ride, make it, break it, hate it, I shine. You won't get me down. No, I'll never back down.
One team is a villain that has lived long enough to see itself become a hero yet again. The other team is a team that thrives and shines and enjoys being the anti-hero and the bad guy. It is Twisted Minds versus Vamos. Saudi Arabia versus Malaysia are the regions we're going to be seeing for this one. My name is Renmar Santa Cruz. Just call me Renmar. Still here with Husky and Trex. And gentlemen, you know what? I'm feeling it's panda time. I think it's panda time. Do we still have a panda on us?
I ate them all.
No, he ate them all.
You know what? Since you ate them all, tell them about Hello Panda and why you ate them all.
Well, you know, I've been really hungry. I've been really hungry because I've been carrying these two in Mobile Legends games for the past 2 weeks, or for the past 2 days.
No.
And I've been carrying them. My legs have been sore. So how do you stay fueled? You fuel your game with Hello Panda crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate. The ultimate snack to keep you energized, level up your day. Visit Hello Panda's website for more.
Please, Husky, I think LaFell asked you to do this during wildcards. Can you do it again? I'm pretty sure you know what we're talking about here. Go for it.
So the translation, right, is Hello 熊猫 Hello 熊猫 它的饼干很好吃.
Thank you, Husky.
You're
there
welcome.
we go. I'm going to ask you to do that every single time we're on the panel together. No, don't worry. I'm not going to do that to you. But of course, thank you to Hello Panda. And for you, the viewer, you know there's a lot of things that you can join during the whole M6 rush. There is a chance for you to win Claude's new epic skin, Challenger's Flare, and Beatrix's new M4 epic painted skin, Light Seeker. So it's a painted version of her old M4 championship skin. Don't miss this rare opportunity to get Beatrix's M4 exclusive and M4 Prime skins returning for a limited time. So if you missed that 2 years ago, now is your time to come back to that. It's from November 18 to December 29. So you have a lot of time. Just play the game a lot and join in the draws. Now, it's time to talk about the next one. And this is the one that in the back of my head, I feel like could be another banger. Twisted Minds and the region of MENA has improved. Although the last time these two teams saw each other, it was MSC 2024, Vamos were under a different name. It was Homeboys, and they were able to defeat Twisted Minds 2-0 in the group stages of that tournament. So is it going to be revenge or repeat?
I hope it's not revenge, because then we would have an 0-2 record for Malaysia on day one. I think, you know, Vamos coming into this, they're pretty much the fan favorites, right? Like on hindsight, Vamos should be able to take this, but since that it is a new era in the MENA region, I wouldn't put it past Twisted Minds to come up with some surprises.
Yeah. For Twisted Minds, though, something about this roster I feel like this might be their best shot at going deeper in internationals. They are made up of the members of Triple Esports, which, throwback to M5 World Championship, it looked like they were going to take a game away from Prime Onyx Indonesia. That's how competitive a good amount of these members are, but we'll get more into their story later on. All I'm going to say is, they are a team of surprises, and they have a Medjai in their midst, a protector, an Egyptian one at that, in the jungle. So for you, Trex, heading up into M6, well, what are you willing to share about what you know about Twisted Minds and what to watch out for?
I mean, MENA in general has been a region, in all honesty, that has always come up a little bit short, right? They almost got the game. They almost got past top 8. They almost did this. They need to turn that almost into some actual wins, right? And this is their time. It's Swiss format, as we said in the beginning. This is a time for teams to show that it's no longer a group's fault. If you are good enough, you will make it to the top 8. Twisted Minds, we know Soda, Hoda, they moved him into the jungle position there during playoffs bracket of their championship, and it worked very well for them. It's what essentially won them their championship to get to this place that they are now. So I think they're in their best form right now, and if there's a time to win, it's definitely now.
Let's hear now from Coach Lyric, who has slowly become the GOAT coach in MENA, one of the greatest coach in MPL MENA history, with the championships and success that he's had in MPL MENA. So this is what he says. He did admit that MENA isn't exactly at the same level yet as Asia. And the challenge in MENA is that they don't have the opportunity to test their meta against Southeast Asian teams. They need to learn how to adapt quickly to how the meta works. Every season, he reminds his players that their goal is to prove themselves on the international stage. And this goes on with the theme that you've been saying, Trex, that they've always somewhat fallen short. Now, Twisted Minds are a different team. For those of you who don't know, in the season 5 of MPL MENA, before MSC, they were loud. They were beating everyone. They were called the Twisted Express with how fast they were winning games. And they said, yeah, we're going to win the championship. And then they didn't. They got humbled. Then in season 6, they were suddenly saying, no, I don't think we're going to win, but we're pretty good. And then suddenly they won. They went on that lower bracket run that you mentioned, Trex. So now that we know that about Twisted Minds, are there any similarities you feel like between them and Vamos?
I mean, what Twisted Minds were in Season 5 has been what Vamos is during Homeboy's era and during Vamos era, right? Like loud and proud and just all about going fast and ending the game in the most dominant way as possible. And a big part of that is also because of their coach, Coach Pops, and he also has his own fair share of challenge. The biggest challenge for Vamos on the way to M6 is determining their strategic approach, whether to employ complex gameplay or stick to something similar. In his past team, he wasn't able to fully gauge the strengths and weaknesses of certain heroes, but now with thorough testing and analysis, they've identified their focus, and the challenge ahead is M6. This is the testing ground.
Yeah, the personalities may be a bit different, but right now, based off of the quotes from the coaches, I feel like there might be a little bit sense of finding their identity again, or evolving their identity even. So now we can get a little bit more deeper into the, how do we say this, deeper analysis. Considering that how we know Vamos to be, the one-dimensional aggression, that's not me taking something away from them. That's me acknowledging just how good they are with that aggression. If you're Twisted Minds, what do you do to counter that?
I think you have to do the same thing, right? Find your identity, because we've seen we're in a place in the meta right now where aggression can beat aggression. Passive, more rubber band playstyle can also beat aggression. We're in a place right now where the hero pools are very deep in all of the lanes, except maybe gold. That seems to be the tightest of picks right now.
Yeah.
But there's just a lot of opportunity to counter. You can actually pick something that maybe all of us thought wasn't super meta and still win with it. So I think Twisted Minds, they need to have their identity ready, because Vamos seems to be comfortable with what they want to play with.
Yeah, so let's dig a little bit deeper in terms of identity and share with you some stats about these two teams. So for Team Vamos, their average game time in MPL Malaysia Season 14 was 14 minutes and 22 seconds, while for Twisted Minds, 15 minutes and 35 seconds. It's a minute or so less, but I feel like these are two teams with the capability to end the game in less than 15 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, for Vamos, they've held records for multiple things, right? Fastest game, the most first bloods, the most Lord secures, the most 50-50 retribution wins, the highest global GPM, or right now second highest to Chibi with Nolan back in season 13. But overall, for Vamos, true to the name, it's all about go, go, go. We go fast, go hard, end the game, and then call it a day.
Yeah. While for Twisted Minds are a little bit more methodical, and I agree with what you mentioned there earlier there, Trex, that they really have to go with this with a clear identity, with a clear idea of what they want to do. So, if you are Twisted Minds, then do you challenge heroes such as the Cho and the Matilda, the things that go fast, you take it for themselves? Do you ban it? Well, what should be the play here?
I mean, seeing as they also play some pretty fast games, right? I think they want to kind of move fast as well. Even though maybe they've cooled their egos, they can still be an aggressive team at that.
Yeah.
And I think that could definitely be the strategy coming in. Play for some of those fast-moving heroes, Matildas, Chos. We've seen it work very well, but also we've seen other picks work well too. So as long as they know what they're coming into this with, and they're comfortable with that, they could definitely pull off the dub. But it's not going to be an easy one. I definitely think Vamos are the favorites here.
All right, let's go into the specifics now and look at the members of each team. For the side of Twisted Minds, it's Sano, Troll, Cuffin, Sanji, and the Medjai, Hidden Pharaoh, Hoda.
All right, now taking a look at this, my eyes are all on Hoda here. Sanji as well, Troll, these are all names that we've gotten to know for a while now. They've had international experience multiple times, but for me, Hoda, him switching into this jungle spot, I'm ready to see what he has in tail, right? Is this really comfortable with him? I didn't get to catch their championship, so I'm wondering, like, what was the real reason behind it?
Yeah.
Was it meta? Was it because Assassins were popular? Was it that the team just worked better around him?
Yep.
I'm excited to see what he really brings to the table in this.
Yeah, and that is the biggest question we're going to be looking at. The guy who was labeled as the Twisted Savior because of his assassin playstyle, they were able to win the championship. But all right, come on, Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, make some noise for Team Vamos!
And on Team Vamos' side, we got Nets in the gold lane, Zorn as the roamer, Warlord the mid lane, Chibi jungle, and Smooth as the XP laner. 4 out of 5 of them have won well, actually 3 out of 5 if you exclude Smooth and Nets have won a championship together back in season 12, in fact. So I think this lineup has been very, very comfortable with one another, especially when Smooth came in and the meta wasn't really his meta. He took some time to adjust to it. But eyes on Chibi, Zorn, and Warlord. They want to play as fast as possible. They want to disrespect their opponents. And the moment you waver is the moment Team Vamos wins.
Little fun fact that I want to share with this, and I just learned about this today. So apparently Zorn has a nickname, Raja Emote.
Yeah, Raja Emote, the Emote King.
The Emote King. So if you are Twisted Minds, Trex, you want to match that? Like I mean, you mentioned earlier that they're more humbled, but they can be aggressive. Do you want to try to get into Zorn's head and, out-emote the Emote King?
I don't think you get into Zorn's head. I don't think there's really a getting into it. I think you either just play around it, you ignore it. You can play with it if you want, but I don't think you're getting into an attitude like that's head.
So they actually got they were able to ask Twisted Minds any thoughts going against Vamos. Hoda said he wanted to get their revenge, and look at what Tarzan said.
Yeah, we should practice our recalling so we can recall together.
Ooh, okay. So we might actually try to match that. This time we want to win because they keep defeating us. And, well, you got to agree with Hoda, Trex.
Not fun to lose.
Not fun.
Never fun to lose.
So I think at this point we're going to have to include a new stat line for the M6 Swiss stage. Recalls per second.
Yeah, recall counter, right?
Yeah.
Like the APM.
Yeah, the APM. I think we definitely have to show that now. We actually got to chat with Nets. Any food recommendations for your Filipino friends? Oh, okay. As a Filipino import playing in Malaysia, I recommend you guys to try... Oh, can you help me with that?
Well, he says as a Filipino import, he recommends people to try the nasi ayam kicap. It's not kichap, it's kicap. Kicap means soy sauce. So it's like chicken adobo. No, it's not ketchup. Not ketchup. Right. Kicap.
Oh, it's like chicken adobo. And thanks for the heart there, Nets. Nasi lemak and roti canai too. Yeah, I would back that up for sure. I know you love nasi lemak, Trex.
I do like nasi lemak. That was the first thing I had when I ate here. Very good. As for the beverage, though, they should try
iced lemon tea or teh limau ice, teh o limau ice, teh limau ice, depending on if you want sugar in it or not.
That's how you pronounce AIS, ice.
Ice, yeah, ice.
Like the ice,
like
ice cubes.
Like ice cubes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That would explain a
It's in
lot.
Bahasa.
Cool.
I read that very differently.
Yeah, me too. So whatever happens I think after this Husky will treat us. Was that
Teh o limau ice, teh limau ice.
Teh limau ice. All right, thank you Husky for the treat that you're gonna give us at the end of this day. Sorry for forcing that on you. Actually, no, I'm not. We want.
Yeah, I know
we gotta stay cool because these games been hot.
It's been spicy. So Vamos versus Twisted Minds. Look, Vamos respecting the Matilda, and I know we still have room in the meta to actually rush Cho blue side.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Very few teams have done it, but it is doable. Vamos actually did flex the Cho before back in MPL MY. It didn't go their way though. Smooth was uncomfortable at that point of time. But if they have practiced with it more, I think it's a very solid first pick for Vamos.
Yeah, and I think banning out the Matilda shows that is definitely a possibility here, right? Taking away some movement for Twisted Minds and then bringing in some of their own. Hilda also getting banned out. Twisted Minds last ban. Yeeve's still open. I think it's a major ban here.
Yeah.
All right. I would actually appreciate a long-range mage ban here, as you mentioned, Eve. I'd like to see that considered by Twisted Minds, but no teams would actually want to rush Eve. Surprisingly enough, though, it might be difficult what would follow after if you decide to pick Eve as one of the first 2 picks red side.
Yep.
Still could be counterable, but maybe something Twisted Minds would want to consider.
Yeah, and you look at Warlord's hero pool, it's actually very huge, right? If you want, he plays a lot of Valentina, but if you want more utility, there's always Faramis. If you want long range, he plays Farsa and Sicilian, which is one of the pocket picks that Vamos does go for.
Yeah, they go for the trade. They're going for the trade. So maybe give up Cho and get the Eve and something else, or give up the Eve and get the Cho and something else. Suyo still open. I mean, Suyo banned out. Alpha still open. Chip though. First big Chip.
And we get Chip. And Sorn, if I'm not mistaken, was one of the first players to play it.
He's a
once it was
guy.
available. Fun fact, by the way, happy birthday to Nets. It's his 20th birthday. IOI, round of applause and make some noise for Nets. Happy birthday, Nets!
So you get the birthday buff.
Birthday buff.
It's a birthday buff.
All right, next picks on the side of Twisted Minds here. Like we said, we got the Eve open, we got the Cho open, but now we have to think about this Chip and how we're going to deal with it. Do we go for the Lu Yin? Or do we
Aurora,
match it?
Like big AoEs, you know?
Ruby could be a decent answer. Tigreal.
Yeah.
Something that once they're on you, you're ready for it.
Gato Gacha is also not that bad. You got Bruno with quote-unquote the Wally. It'd be an AoE as well. What is this? So Zorn claims he could recall 5,000 times if Mutton had a tracker.
In one match.
In one match, 5,000 times. So there's this running joke, right? There's this inside joke. We say that you know that Vamos respects you, the lesser they recall. The lesser Zorn recalls, the more respect he's giving to you.
My question to you, is it respect or fear?
Oh.
Don't
talk about fear.
Respect.
But they did say respect.
Yeah, they did say respect.
They did say respect. All right. So respect from Vamos to their opponents if we don't see Zorn recall a lot. But this first 3 picks doesn't show respect. It shows we're going to dominate you.
And those first 3 picks also, first time they've been picked today.
Yeah.
These are all new picks right now to the Swiss stage. We have not seen the Nolan, we have not seen the Harith, and we have not seen the Chip.
You're right.
Which is pretty cool. The fact that Vamos are coming in and already heavily switching things up. Even their bans with banning out the Matilda, just kind of showing the possibilities in the meta right now.
Especially that Nolan, right? It was what gave Chibi the record of the highest global GPM before Skylar overtook him last season. So he still plays number 2, and Nolan is one of the fastest clearing junglers in the entire game. You give him an inch, he will take a mile.
Yeah, everything about the first 3 picks of Vamos just say speed. We rotate and get around the map fast. We scale up our gold laner fast. Our jungler rotates fast. That for the side of Twisted Minds, it's now the question of can you actually match that? Because one of the reasons why Chip has been constantly bad, even though he did get nerfed, was with how difficult it makes for the opposing team to actually catch up and farm.
There are very few heroes in the game that completely changes the dynamics of a team composition and how you play against it, right? Chip is one of them, thanks to the portal. You can bring his whole family with him if he wants with a shortcut. Matilda is another one. So I think in this case, most teams that try to match the tempo of Vamos have unfortunately failed, but with Twisted Mind's draft, it feels like you have to with the joy.
Yeah, I mean, with Twisted Mind's draft right now, we're heavily leaning into mid-game right now, and they're going to have to be ready for the onslaught of Vamos that is heading at them at the level 4 spike for essentially all 3 of the first heroes they hit, right? Level 4 looks good on all of them. First turtle, second turtle looks good on all of them. Last ban coming in from the side of Vamos here. Is that Yves going to get taken out?
I'm thinking the same as well.
I feel like there's one pick that Vamos should consider banning, not the Eve. Sicilian.
Sicilian
would be the best mid laner right now that could hold on. They banned an EXP laner.
They banned Phobius.
Okay,
I mean,
makes sense.
Dashes.
Harith and Nolan. But yeah, Twisted Minds, this roster competed in IESF a few weeks back, and they play a very mean Sicilian around Cuffin. So I feel like they can replicate that and just accept that this early to mid game might not go their way and just turtle it out for the mid to late for when the Sicilian hits their power spikes.
Vamos can still continue to add more tempo, more nitro to the draft with like a Faramis, right? If you really want to go fast and hard, you want that extra layer. I think Faramis is also a decent shout. Of course, the Yves is still in the pool for Warlord if he wants to. This is kind of what we talk about behind the scenes, where Vamos is very one-dimensional, very linear, but they kept polishing on that, right? That's what they are known for. And right now, it doesn't help that base HP at level 1 has been reduced, so all these big ticket damage from Vamos can easily allow them to snowball.
Yeah, Trek, they need something tankier here in the EXP lane, right?
Yeah, I mean, we saw the glue earlier. We saw some possibilities. They could just go full in aggressive and pick up something like the Benedetta instead, you know? Instead of going tanky, they could just get crazy. I'm not completely against it. They go for the Khalid and the Edith, which is both solid. And there's those tanky heroes.
Is it Edith mid?
Is it? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, wait.
It has
been Harith.
Oh, the Harith mid. I know Warlord has played Edith mid before back in Season 12.
Interesting.
He has done it before, so this could be that. It could be a throwback.
It could be the same idea of why glue mid became a thing at one point. Fast clear mid in the first wave, then invade right away with a Khalid mid.
Yeah, it could be Khalid mid, really.
Khalid mid. And that's why, I like the last pick for the roam for Twisted Minds, because if ever they go full aggro, it's Warlord in the mid with a Khalid. The Tigreal and the Aurora might be able to stop that.
Yeah, I mean, you also have to remember, Khalid, one of the biggest damage dealers on level 1. If they throw that in the mid, it is dangerous.
Okay, what a draft between these two teams. Pure aggro by Vamos, but it seems like Twisted Minds might be able to counter. Bring it up, Mirko. Let's go.
Thank you so much to our panelists, and this seems by far the most unique draft we're about to see for today, right, Mirko?
Is it the most unique? We saw Yisun Shin, right? It's definitely unique. We saw Khalid in the mid lane, and you know what? This brings back to what my friend Husky from the panel said. If Indo is brawl meta, Vamos is hyper brawl. They like to go in for the fights in the early game. So I like it. I really like this extra aggression for Vamos, and Twisted Minds, it seems like they actually want to match that aggression.
If not match, they actually drafted a composition that responds well to all those potential aggressive plays that could be provided to us here by Team Vamos. So we're about to witness what might just happen between the Twisted Express and the anti-heroes, as they say. Still, we're about to see, this is Vamos versus Twisted Express.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Into the land of Dawn we go. Zorn on a signature pick. Warlord on a signature unique crazy pick. It's always with Warlord. He's the guy who played the Grok in the mid lane too. Warlord just really likes going for these crazy picks, and it works for Vamos. The hyper aggression works so well for them.
I remember the moment wherein the patch suddenly decided to prevent all these early game invasions and say that, no, you go too aggressive in the first 2 minutes, you get like an increased, or at least the ally jungle, you get an increased defense and you like get less prone to these invades. But Team Vamos right now, that doesn't seem to be the plan just yet. They're really keen on doing these early game invades, but 4 members of Twisted Minds.
No, Sword with the flicker out. One last shot should do it. Troll faded in, forced to flicker as well. So it's a flicker for a flicker. Trades in battle spell.
I wonder when will the recall start coming in for Soren, honestly. As of now, we've just seen him forced to use the flicker, and a very quick rotation from Twisted Minds as well. And I think this was also touched upon by our panel earlier. That's one thing you really have to take note of when it comes to the lineup of Twisted Minds. They can rotate really fast, and that might just pose a threat for Team Vamos, especially if they don't be as quick on their feet to actually set up the plays that they want to make.
Puffin now actually sent towards the XP lane. Yep. Vamos will be able to cut the lane here, so level 4 already for Smooth. Sanji, AOG Warlord will flicker out. That's an Earth Shatter connecting on the Troll, and also the Crash Course coming down. Smooth gonna be taken down, but Troll falls as well. Now the Frigid Glacier is a 3-man Raging Sandstorm. Hoda with the steal. The Magi just dashing in, retributioning, and now Warlord is stuck in a tough place. He does have the sand surfing thingamajiggy to get out though.
I mean, you would have thought like Warlord did such a great job in zoning the members of Twisted Minds, but like the most important member, he got through, he got past all that zoning, and he was just able to steal away the turtle from Team Vamos. So things are starting to look quite good for Twisted Minds, even though we're expecting a greater level of aggression from Team Vamos. I mean, they still have that presence of mind even to send Coffin towards the XP lane just to get that level 4 and that precise early game rotations, so they don't feel as reactive just yet, even though they really drafted in a way to respond to Team Vamos.
For those of you who don't know, this is why Hoda was given the nickname of Hold Up Troll, coming down that implosion and the electrifying beats. He does get the shortcut down, but it's not in time. But back to the point, Hoda, he was called the Twisted Savior after coming in middle of the season, actually into the playoffs, and getting Twisted Minds from barely making it to playoffs to winning the entire thing.
Yeah, this is the storyline that you really have to pay attention to for Twisted Minds. They have such a great storyline, but Warlord, I don't think oh wait, will he?
Sandstorm, Sanji's chasing the 3 melee heroes are teasing Warlord, and he gets away, just barely. Oh man, Warlord, you're a miracle worker.
I didn't think he would still survive all that. Those are 3 members, if I'm not mistaken, from Twisted Minds. But still, we're not seeing the successful plays coming just yet from Team Vamos, not unless...
I don't know if you want to be going in onto Hoda. Torn, caught on the electrifying beats, can go in again, but Cuffin provides excellent peel there just by throwing out some ice, yo.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder, honestly. Wait, okay, we know Team Vamos to be a team who typically in the early game really plays around Sorn. The aggression that he does, the plays that he creates for his team, but we haven't seen successful plays just yet coming in from Sorn or led by Sorn. But wait, Raging Sandstorm.
Raging Sandstorm only onto Sanji though, still able to sustain back up. GB win the retry battle. Now as Hoda goes up with electrifying beats, but will be chased down by Nets, who dives in. Smooth shatters the earth, gets a kill, and Cuffin, his passive has been procced, and now it's a triple kill for Smooth. Troll in a 1v3 on a Tigreal. Not too sure he can survive this one, buddy. It's Warlord with a kill back, and Vamos with the momentum shift back towards them.
Oh, I think that was the wrong base. Troll and Coffin taken out here by Team Vamos. And finally, they find their way into the game. Things were completely different when Nets was finally able to join in. Like, they had a lot more damage on their side, and Smooth getting a triple kill. That's a really great sign right now for Team Vamos.
Very. Thorn gets the Crash Course down. Hoda's actually going in here.
Whoa, there you go.
That's a respect. That's a respect, right? How many respect was that? How many recall did he go for? Did we get a counter?
4 and counting. 5,
4 and
6.
counting. 5 because he already recalled before Warlord. Raging Sandstorm. Oh, look at the implosion. That was a combo. Frigid Glacier, Avatar of the Guardian. Chibi is down. Warlord might be next to the chopping block as he tries to run away as Sanji continues the chase but will not be able to. From the Crash Course, Hoda clearing out the mid lane.
Yeah. It's not just the shortcut, the portals. Oh, wait.
That's a solo kill in the bottom lane.
What is happening, Nets? He's been performing really well so far. The only moment we saw him join the team fight, that was a huge advantage for Team Vamos. And now, in the laning, 1v1.
Ridiculous stuff from Nets, man. This guy in the lane on a Harith. It's just Nets, man. Sanji even here. That's playing with angles, poking him down, popping him on force. He wants all the smoke. Waiting out the revitalize from Sanji.
Happy birthday, I guess.
Happy birthday. It's a great birthday gift to win in front of the home crowd, right?
Yeah, and I mean, like, he's playing very aggressively, but wait.
Chibi on the other hand, though, gets caught by the implosion of Troll. The timing could not have been worse for Vamos. 18 seconds he's down for, and the turtle is up.
Yep. They might just go for the trade instead towards the top lane, but Team Vamos, they're still not letting go of this turtle pit. They are trying to engage Twisted Mind, but oh no, wait, Hoda is here.
Okay, pops in the electrifying beats. The shortcut comes down as well. The Earth Shadow will be able to get Troll and Sanji knocked up. That's a conceal backwards, smooth with the onward, and now the Primal Red Troll. So able to survive. Meanwhile, on the back line, Sanji dealt with by the rest of Vamos. Even with Chibi down, the shortcut is there to provide help for the rest of the team.
Great timing and usage of the concealed troll survives that, but still they lose Sanji in the process. And I think that was a very efficient game plan from Team Vamos. Smooth was able to shove the lanes or the waves high enough to be able to secure a tier 1 turret down on the top lane and eventually transition to this turtle fight. So they were still at an advantage, even though we thought that that death which happened onto Chibi would have costed them at least an objective. They were still able to get the upper hand.
It's all about understanding the resource game. And so far, Vamos has understood it really well. Even though Chibi, someone of high priority, got picked off, they know that the Flicker and Implosion, the only source of actual reliable catch, was already used up. So they were happy to just go in. Nets didn't even have to use Purify, right? So, and now it's a recall battle. We saw that from Zorn earlier. I don't know if Twisted Minds wants to, try to out-recall Zorn. That seems like an impossible task.
I mean, I think they were very vocal about wanting to do that. They really
do it though.
What can you
Can you do it though?
At this point, Zorn just waiting for someone. Ooh. But wait, he gets spotted out.
He flickers over. Everything used up. The onward actually catching Cuffin. Oh no, he flickers out. The AOG coming down. Nets is going to be caught in the electrifying beats. And he will fall. Hoda in the midst of it all. Caught again. Chibi trading him back now as Troll goes in for the fight. Sano still free hitting. Smooth doing the same thing. Troll caught on the crash course. And now it's Chibi walking up the implosion. Finds two. Sanji with a ton. And now the freeze. Gets Chibi down. Sanji with another. And the Bruno is still free hitting. That might just be Warlord falling down as well. But he's a bit too fast. The Turret though will take him down. And Sanji's the one who picks up a double.
Sano just went unnoticed during that entire team fight, and Troll able to preserve that implosion just at that moment when Chibi tried to go for an attempt to still proceed with the team fight. They were able to get the advantage and win that. So now clearly they're chasing, they're catching up towards the lead that Team Vamos has in their hands. They're gradually gaining access to these objectives, which earlier seemed inaccessible for them because Team Vamos, they were taking complete control of the map. And again, it's something you would expect. They have the chip in their hands and they're really quick to respond. So now we may potentially see like a closer team fight or a much more intense team fight towards this upcoming Lord.
Definitely, because for Twisted Minds, now we can finally see those power spike items being bought. It's a holy crystal done for Hoda. Right. If you were already respecting the damage from Hoda the last few fights, you gotta extra respect it now. The electrifying beats is going to burst you down. Troll going in, having a shortcut, Raging Sandstorm to catch Hoda. The AOG comes down as well as Warlord, who picks him up in the midst of it all. That's Troll actually baiting it out so that the taunt comes in from Sanji and Sano gets the kill. So in the end, it's a 2-for-1, but Vamos did get the Lord, so it becomes equal.
Yeah, and there was an attempt from Troll. Clearly, he was able to look for the targets on the back lines here for Team Vamos, but he wasn't able to just pop the implosion as quickly. But even then, Warlord, he secured the normal wave.
Oh no, Chibi's running away. Okay, he has the dashes. He gets away, but you can see the Holy Crystal damage.
I can see it. I can feel it.
Now you can see Net's Holy Crystal.
I wouldn't want to go near Hoda at this point. He's been making plays for Twisted Minds since earlier, but they might just lose a huge chunk of their map from this point onwards. Ooh, but Nets, those Synchroficials are starting to hurt as well. Really have to respect that if you were Twisted Minds. But for now, I feel like the focus is really just taking out all of the outer turrets and possibly inner turrets. But wait.
Oh my god, Hoda just almost got picked up. Nets, he doesn't have to purify, dashes out of the stun. And he escapes, almost taking down the turret up top too. Sano, by the way, now that's the power spike for the Bruno, the Malefic gun. Now he can shoot those balls from a longer range.
But I am feeling a different level of confidence from Nets today. I don't know if it's just the birthday buff in action but he's even confident enough to take on Hoda really at this point, even despite the amount of damage we already see from Hoda. So we're looking at the goal differences right now, particularly significantly higher for Nets, as well as Smooth. Of course, he got the triple kill earlier and has who has had quite a great game as the XP lane here for Team Vamos, very participative in the team fights. So we're waiting, or we're looking at Twisted Minds just holding on to their defense. I think it's something possible. We've seen these kinds of compositions with the Joy at the jungle, really just look for the cross-map plays and then just relying on the Bruno to work on the defense. Their counter-engage potential is really up high as well. They have both the Avatar of the Guardian and the Implosion. So I think a lot of possibilities are out there for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and I think you raise a good point. Twisted Minds, to add on to the point, they might actually do better as a reactive team. Like, they're pretty good as a proactive team, as an initiator, because obviously the combos are ridiculous. But if Vamos use their resources, say like the Zaman Force, then that's it, right? That's a window of opportunity for Twisted Minds. And Bruno doesn't really have a big ult like that. He just basic attacks, man. He just shoots the balls down, you know, just keeps on kicking. And as the Lord spawns in, I don't know, when it comes to poke, doesn't really seem like both of the teams have any poke. It's literally just a battle of who all-in's better.
It feels like it's just waiting for whoever commits first and gets out more successful from it. And it doesn't seem like poking will be the game plan here. Team Vamos, they have this option to just really wait for whoever might just show the top lane for Twisted Minds. But Twisted Minds, it seems like they made a decision. They collectively made a decision. They just really want to take on the team fights here, acknowledging the fact that there is that chance that Team Vamos might just play the macro game. And they're trying to play around with it right now. We're seeing like Chibi just showing himself toward the top lane. So if you were Twisted Minds, you wouldn't be as sure as well. If you wanted to like take on the Lord as early as now, you have very limited information regarding Team Vamos.
See whether they decide to actually go and control the Lord. Nolan has been spotted up top. What is the decision for Twisted Minds? Half HP on the Lord. It'll be resetted again, but no one's there to catch the wave up top. So maybe a few hits. Chibi's rotating already. Sano's got to be very careful here. He's a marksman against that assassin. No one in nature. Meanwhile, Smooth notices that, goes in. Now Reggie Sandstorm catching the Bridge Glacier, catches two, and now it's electrifying beast that catches Nets. Sano gets the Rose Gold as he rotates over. Chibi's gonna be caught at the tough spot right now as Hoda continues the chase. Chibi, he's got Rose Gold down, but he gets taunted down. Chibi's one, Sano gets the ball down, and now the shove over to Warlord, who's able to take him down. But still, Hoda's on the chase. Immortality's still intact for Warlord, and the Lord will just be the main focus of Twisted Minds. Zorn, what are you gonna do in that bush?
It seemed like it was set up for Team Vamos. Zorn just using the Y-Walk, positioning there, but then right now he might be the next target. Sano, will he make it? Zorn survives, but still the Lord. It goes into the hands of Twisted Minds.
Beautiful stuff from Twisted Minds. They've completely twisted Vamos minds in this game. The chip that was supposed to give them a macro advantage. They were all caught in the frigid glacier. The purifies were baited out, and that's set up for the combos that followed through. And now it's getting real tough for Vamos. How do they defend? When it comes to defending, do they have good wave clear?
Yeah, and actually at this point, if you were to look at the items here, for Zorn, he really invested in that bleeding time, has the Radiant Armor, but what can he use in response to this gradually increasing damage output from Sano? They need to actually serve as a reliable front, but at this point in time, where we're starting to feel the damage come in, and where they're limited in terms of the plays that they can create, how reliable would the defense from Team Vamos be? But we are seeing both Chibi and Warlord have different plans in mind.
Because the implosion to shove two, baits out the Purify. The AOG will whiff. Tanji goes in for the taunt, Zorn in the back line now. Raging Sandstorm over to Cuffin. Let's see if he can pound the Frigid Glacier in time. No, he does not. Sano still kiting back. Chibi will be able to get trolled down. Sano still free hitting though. Zorn's going to be taken very low. Hoda gets the kill, now chasing out the Chibi. He needs one last shot. Zorn, the conceal cancel, and Sano gets the Mega. Now it is the mid lane that Twisted Minds set their sights to.
Oh no! Just when we thought Team Vamos had complete control, took advantage of that shortcut placement and the way that Chibi was able to force a reaction out of Hoda. Hoda just the same, uses the shortcut to quickly catch up to the team fight. And when we thought Team Vamos already had the advantage because again Hoda wasn't there, he just suddenly showed up and he shows up again!
That's Hoda! That's the Magi! With a solo kill as the AOG comes to aid him. Twisted Minds are reading through Vamos.
I cannot believe the mechanics we're seeing from Hoda. I don't think it's just the mechanics even. It's really the in-game presence, all those decisions, those clutch decisions that he decides to go for in terms of like holding out everything for his team. And now Team Vamos, they really have to defend this.
Mid lane going to be taken down. Hoda again with the electrifying beats, zoning them away. That is two big base turrets taken down. And now he has the Divine Glaive. Man, I thought he already had the Divine Glaive.
Oh, so that the earlier damage still didn't have that? And now, Twisted Minds, they're taking complete control of this game. It seems like they're just so unbothered about all those macro possibilities that can come in from Team Vamos. Like they just find their way to play around it, play through with it. They also get to take advantage of these opportunities themselves, like the shortcuts.
My lord.
All those things, eventually we find them favoring Twisted Minds. I don't think this is the kind of situation you want to be in if you're Team Vamos.
They don't have the macro advantage now. The wave in the bottom lane is actually shoved in by Twisted Minds, so they can actually make a move on the Lord. If Vamos shows nets there, Twisted Minds might go for the fight. Show with the Implosion and the Flicker. Now they're going to go for the pickup onto Warlord. He will lose the Immortality with the Vigilation, but that's a lot of resources. Burnt down Warlord. Taken out mid-air with the Raging Sandstorm. That's the green light. Twisted Minds don't care. They wasted some resources. They want to go straight for the Lord.
And what a perfect time to engage in a team fight. Nets was far away, but now Sword!
In the back, Hoda still able to kite away. Sano, one last hit is all he needs. Sanji gets the taunt smack smooth into the ground. Chibi and Nets running for the hill. Sano gets the monster. Oh, the crit. Chibi gets the shielding for the rose gold. Twisted Minds. Now, do they want to end or do they want to Lord?
Oh no, Sword and Chibi are the only ones remaining for Team Vamos. They need to hold this game, but how will they do that against 5 members of Twisted Minds?
Warlord is back off. The shortcut comes down with electrifying beats, deals with it. The Frigid Glacier used up. Warlord goes in with a Raging Sandstorm, catching Hoda, but only Hoda. The Winter Crown bot again. Chibi will fall. Warlord has the Winter Crown. He's swapping it in, but it's not going to be enough. Malaysia, once early, it was SRG, now it's Vamos. Twisted Minds with another upset victory.
The amount of teams stepping up, the amount of regions stepping up. What a day one it has been. It's not even over, but the amount of action, the amount of upsets. What a way to start the Swiss stage.
Absolutely ridiculous stuff.
Oh my gosh. I cannot believe my eyes. I honestly cannot believe my eyes. I want to check on the panel. What could they be thinking at this point in time?
Well, that's revenge for sure. That's Twisted Minds getting the revenge over what was once the Homeboys roster. They took it against Vamos, and that means in the very first day of the Swiss stages in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, both teams from MPL Malaysia are going down to the 0-1 column in Swiss.
I'm telling you, Malaysia's worst nightmare has come true, but it's also something that I tried to prep everyone, Malaysian or non-Malaysian fans. Before the game started, right, we talked about Vamos being a very linear team that kept on polishing what they're good at. We saw that happen right in front of our eyes. They kept sticking what they're good at, which in the end bit them in the back. I'm speechless. I know I talk about the possibility of Twisted Minds taking the win, but to witness it happen, it's a completely different feeling.
I hate to say it, but I don't think that was the worst nightmare. I think both Malaysian teams facing against each other tomorrow could be the worst nightmare. I hate to say it, but that is a possibility now.
I mean, they'll still be later for the draw, but for now, MENA and Saudi Arabia can be very happy that Twisted Minds has taken down Team Vamos and have finally completed their revenge. A big win for Twisted Minds. I believe it's Coach Lyric with Rose.
A huge win for Twisted Mind. And right now, I'm with Coach Lyric. Coach, first of all, how are you feeling? An amazing win against the home ground heroes.
Masaya kasi hindi rin naman namin masyadong in-expect na mananalo kami. Pero para sa akin, magandang momentum to sa team. Especially galing kami sa MENA, hindi naman siguro lahat nag-expect na talagang may maganda yung mapapakita namin.
Okay, now he said that he's actually very happy with the win, although unexpected. As we all know, Twisted Mind is a MENA team, so they did not expect to bring such a huge surprise, winning their first Swiss round game. Okay, now, Coach, we know that back in MSC 2024, this lineup was one of the reasons why you guys went home. Now, is this game more of like a revenge, or did you guys actually do a lot of homework to know how well Vamos plays?
Actually, nakatulong din talaga yung kasi hindi lang siya dito sa MSC. Nung GOF din, kami din lagi yung so laging sila yung nakakalaban namin. So mas nanggigil yung mga player na baka this time kaya na namin mag-revenge.
I see. Now, Coach just said that actually them meeting in MSC did give a huge chunk of help because they eventually started to know how Team Vamos plays. And it's also not the first time meeting Vamos, so they are very confident that this time around his players has like an extra aggressiveness in trying to win and trying to secure their win against Vamos. And I think that played out really well. How was the preparation like this time around, Coach?
Medyo may pamilyar na kami sa hero nila, kaya ayun, medyo alam na namin yung kung ano yung ipipick namin, kung ano yung ipipick, may idea kami kung ano yung ipipick nila, kaya medyo nakapaghanda kami.
I see. He did say that they're actually more they're more aware on the heroes that Team Vamos usually plays, so they are more prepared coming into M6 this time around. Okay, now Coach, you just said just now that it is a surprise for you guys that MENA won. Now, as a coach, what are your opinions on MENA as a developing region in the MLBB scene?
Oo, tingin ko nasa process pa talaga kami ng development, especially malaking tulong din yung ibang team nag-i-import ng mga PH. So, kahit hindi kami nakaka-scream sa mga C-server, yung mga imports, nagdadala sila ng additional quality para mas mapaganda yung training environment sa MENA.
Okay, now he did say that MENA is still an up-and-coming region in the MLBB scene. However, with the help of imports, it does bring more quality over to MENA as they don't really scream with Southeast Asian teams. I'm pretty sure due to the server and whatnot, right? Okay, now Coach, tomorrow another round of Swiss round. Who are you guys excited to face if you could pick who you want to meet?
Siguro yung Team Spirit kasi nakalaban din namin sila sa MSC, tapos sana makakuha kami ng revenge din namin.
All right, now you guys heard it from the man himself. If he could pick who he wants to meet tomorrow, it's going to be Team Spirit, as they also want to get their revenge after what happened in MSC 2024. Congratulations, Coach. Thank you very much. And with that, let us throw it back to the panel to break down what happened in this game against Team Vamos.
A lot to break down, and surprisingly enough, the pick that we focused on, the chip, turned out to become one of the biggest reasons as to why Twisted Minds actually won here. Again, congratulations to Coach Lyric and the squad. Even they themselves admitted they were really looking into this for revenge. You know, they really wanted to get back at this squad that they faced off against multiple times in different internationals. We got your reaction a little bit, Trex. I'm sure there's a lot of interesting things you want to talk about the last one.
I mean, Twisted Minds, they came in clean. They knew their identity, and that identity was a snapback composition. They were able to hold themselves together until Bruno was online, until Hoda was online, and once they had the damage, they attacked, and they attacked well. Not to mention Troll also with some amazing implosions. They were able to buy enough time until they were able to get the dub, and I mean, just do it cleanly.
Yeah. So one of the key moments we want to discuss here is, again, the chip, the interaction between the portals of the chip from the shortcut and the Joy. Watch here as the Joy is actually going to go back to base to defend. This is the team fight where it really looked like Team Vamos was going to win it.
Yeah, up top. Keep an eye. We see he brings back Chibi, but he's not just bringing back Chibi. He brings back something horrible, and that is going to be Hoda in the back line. If you got to bring it back, go back, rewind the stream, because you can see it all on the mini-map. We didn't catch it on cam, but it was huge. All eyes were on Sano when it should have been on Hoda.
it was a complete nightmare, right? Imagine that the oversight, the hero that should have given you the macro advantage ended up becoming a macro disadvantage. You see, like, Hoda popped up right on top of Ness and completely just gave him a 10,000 volt treatment. And Ness really didn't have a good mid to late game despite crushing that early game.
Yeah, again, you use the right word there. He crushed the laning phase. He was doing so good. But then once Twisted Minds was able to get Sano out of lane, once they were able to slowly get a bit more kills on him, then Net struggled in the team fighting. One of the focuses that you put on was in the Roman mid combo. And looking at it, the Tigreal and the Aurora together, Trex, they are so strong with punishing misengagements.
Yeah, and it's kind of like what I've been saying, like that stiff arm treatment, the ability to buy yourself time, and it goes so well with a team that needs some time. And not only just them, but Sanji too had some amazing AOGs to disengage fights or to punish the aggression that Vamos brought.
And that, it feels like now, as we saw the game, and even with the last big Tigreal, that might have been the game plan of Twisted Minds. You mentioned the very linear, hard-focused playstyle of Vamos. They just went for the counterpunch.
Even when you look at the emblems, the talents that they went for, right? You know, like the thrill for the adaptive damage, cooldown reduction is all about being able to go as fast as possible. But the problem is they play that late game as if it's the early game, right? It's all about going fast even when you're behind. And at one point, you just gotta know when to switch your gears.
Not only that, but once again, we're seeing that defensive emblem pop back up on the Bruno. And that's where we're seeing, even in that last fight, where we saw Hoda kind of make the counterplay, Sano was being focused on, but he was able to survive, able to keep sidestepping, purifying, buy enough time to where Hoda could get into the back line and attack.
My goodness, look at the damage difference between the Bruno and the Harith. Almost 50,000, 40,000. Math not my strongest suit, but yeah, 102,000 for the Bruno. I think that's the story of it all. That even though Vamos wanted to go fast, it seems like the tempo of it, weirdly enough, might not have been the best approach for a Harith. All that chaos meant that it reduced the chances that Twisted was under the Zaman Force.
Yeah, and at the same time, you look at Vamos' entire draft, you know, in the most bare-bone way, it's about moving forward, right? Like every single hero wants to move forward, and you're moving into an Aurora, into a Tigreal, into a Gatot Kacha. And sometimes this pesky joy slips through and gives you an electric shock and you just disappear. And once they've expanded their ability and they couldn't get to Sano, there really isn't anything else that they could do.
And the MVP of the game, of course, is the Bruno. Sano. There was a season of MPL MENA earlier this year. It was called the Golden Season because of gold laners popping up and shining. Sano is one of the most talented and, dare I say, feared gold laners in MENA with how good he is. 7-1 and 8, I can see that.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've gotten to see gold laners really be the reason for so much in teams. And it's a nice place to be in the meta. And we're getting to a point now where teams can pop off if their gold laner can pop off. Twisted Minds, a team that a lot of people probably thought were going to lose this match, we're able to come out on top due to this Bruno, due to Hoda, due to Sano, and being able to just capitalize on that damage.
Honestly, as someone who spent a good amount of time in Saudi Arabia for this year, I'm very happy, honestly, to see this result because of the grind that the MENA region has to go through. Again, it's so difficult for them to improve because, as mentioned before, the scrims for them, it's tough. They're scrimming against each other, and it's imports that are helping raise the level there. But here comes a local hero in Sano saying, all right, thanks for the setup. Let me finish the job here. And this was dare I say, it was a fun game, though. It was a fun game to watch. It was a fun game to cast because of just how chaotic it was in the best way possible.
Yeah, and you get to see kind of the polarizing, the contrast of both teams, right? Where Vamos is all about attacking, and Twisted Minds, they are just like Trex mentioned, giving them the stiff arm treatment, just peeling back and waiting for the right time. And so many opportunities that Hoda was able to find to hit that backline and supplement Sano once he got those items.
You know, Sano's spacing was amazing even before he got the Malefic gun. And then once he got that, it got even better. As we look at all these fights, we always see him kind of weaving back and forth, always getting those last hits on. Even this one, able to get that shot onto nets, able to clean things up and just playing the distance so well on that Bruno.
Even though with all the chaos and at some point Team Vamos held a 2 to 3K gold lead, I don't think Vamos got the game that they wanted. With the chip, with the Khalid in the mid lane, even in the first rotation, we are already talking amongst ourselves and saying, wait, that's not what they wanted to go for.
No. I think the worst case scenario literally happened in front of our eyes, right? If like we've seen this version of Vamos before when they were homeboys, they played like Edith mid, they've even tried Tarisla mid to go fast, but if you can't get the ball rolling, it will never roll when the game goes later, and we kind of saw the impact of that. Like, Warlock wasn't able to do too much because now he's not the backline mage that's providing utility and damage. He just becomes this guy that's riding on a magic carpet. If he gets a good raging sandstorm, that's great, but even if he gets it, he needs his team to follow up.
Well, Trex, what's the verdict now? Husky got to talk about Team Vamos' performance, but be the Twisted Minds advocate. What did you like about their performance there?
I mean, I think that, like I said, they found some identity in themselves for the first time. Mena is kind of pulling up and showing that maybe Swiss is for them. I think a lot of teams are going to like this format, the way they're able to move through, and getting these wins on day one is going to be huge in your momentum as you move forward. Twisted Minds showing that they have the potential to take down big regions, take down SEA regions, and we've been seeing that a lot today, it feels like.
Yeah.
So it's the rise of possibly Western regions right now.
Non-SEA teams. But of course, for the next matchup, we will return to Southeast Asia. It is Falcon Esports of Myanmar against a rival region in the Philippines of Aurora MLBB. After the performance of Burmese schools in the M2 World Championship, there have always been eyes on Myanmar as a region to pop off. Falcons has said they want to surpass the legacy of what Burmese schools did in M2. While for Aurora MLBB, a slightly newer team with a lot of familiar veteran faces. More on that coming up next as the M6 World Championship Swiss stage is now heading into its 6th match. Anything that you're excited for, gentlemen?
SEA has gone 0-3 so far. Just gonna put it out there, right? NIP Flash lost, SRG lost, Vamos lost.
You're right.
So we are not having a good day so far. Hopefully it changes with Rora, but at this point, all my predictions are gone. They tied out Merkel, but they let me lose, so maybe I'm the problem.
You're the true curse, apparently. It's the Huskers.
The Huskers.
The Huskers.
Huskers. Yeah.
It's not a good day for me either.
Yeah.
I'm
Good
sorry
day for me.
It's a good day for you. BTK won.
And he's happy.
And he's happy, yeah. Sorry, SEA.
That's all right. So we'll give Husky a little bit more time to recover right now. So again, Renmar Santa Cruz here with Husky and Trex. We will be back, and when we do come back, it's Falcon of Myanmar versus Aurora MLBB of the Philippines.
starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Surprise! That's what we've been getting all throughout this day. That's what we wanted when we announced that it would be a Swiss stage for the M6 World Championship. And it has been insane. I cannot believe the results that we've had. S2G, BTK, CFU, Team Spirit, and Twisted Minds recently just defeating Vamos. Those are the winners we've had so far. Welcome back to the M6 World Championship. I'm Renmar Santa Cruz. Just call me Renmar. That's Husky. And Trex, Husky, good? Feeling better?
Feeling better.
All good?
Way better.
Trex, still happy, proud?
Still
that
happy.
BTK won?
Yep.
All right. So now, by the way, with the M6 World Championship, we got a lot of time here. So if you want a little bit more time with luxury, where it meets gaming, then you get Fairy's first M6 Swiss watches. I got the beautiful one right here. It's in green. Can we get a little close on that? Yeah, look at that.
Makes your eyes almost look green.
Yeah, high quality. Really?
A little bit.
It's that beautiful. High quality materials right there. And they also have a special jewelry collection for Jushin and Mia. Gorgeous pieces and brand new champion rings and medals. So follow at A Fairy World on TikTok and their website for updates. So now here we are in the next set of matches for the M6 Swiss stage. We go back to Southeast Asia, as we mentioned. It's Falcon of Myanmar, Falcon Esports, and Aurora MLBB. Now, I want to ask you first, between these two, with PH versus Myanmar, what's the first team that pops into your head that you really want to look at?
I want to look at Falcons, right?
Yeah.
We've seen so much of Aurora, even though this is sort of their first season as an organization, but they've proven more than enough from the MPRPH circuit. But for Falcons, we've seen them here and there. We've seen some of the players, right? Some of the veterans, but now they get a chance to prove and test their mettle against Aurora. So for me, I want to see how far Myanmar has come and if this is their best chance to restore or surpass the legacy set by Burmese Ghouls.
Again, it's a rivalry that's been there since M2, the Philippines versus Myanmar. And in the past 2 to 3 years, Myanmar teams were actually unable to get the better of the Filipino teams. Falcon was defeated by both Falcon's AP Bren and Liquid Echo in MSC. Edward also even technically fought Falcon Esports during M4 group stage, albeit they were a different roster. Trex, again, this has been a day of surprises. I mean, just looking at it from a storytelling point, as much as it hurts the Filipino in me to say, since it's the Swiss stage and we've seen the results that we've seen, this might actually be the best time for Myanmar to get their revenge.
I mean, there seems to be this ongoing trend right now of teams that have kind of fallen off over the past year or two, coming back and winning some big games today. We haven't seen Falcons, we haven't seen Myanmar really do well since M4. They secured top 5 and 6. They tied with the Valley with top 5 and 6. And since then, it's been kind of a downhill slope. But this could be the chance. We just saw Twisted Minds win. We just saw BTK win. We've seen a lot of things. But they're going up against Aurora, right? They're going up against Edward. They're going up against legends of MLBB here. And if there's any of these teams that are going to have the toughest battle ahead of them, it is probably Falcon here.
Yeah, this might actually be a very closely and hotly contested series, or, well, again, best of one game. The good thing for Aurora MLBB is they actually see themselves as rookies. That's what they said heading into MPL Philippines Season 14. We are rookies. We may have MSC and World Champions and contenders there, but we are rookies. As we look at Aurora MLBB and Falcon Esports during their ping test, brought to you by ROG. I want one.
I want one too, right? You gotta rock on with ROG, the Republic of Gamers.
Yeah. Thank you so much to ROG. Of course, the ROG Phone 9 is a beast of a machine. So, as a Burmese representative, I will give my all to represent my country. That's not me speaking, I'm quoting what Dak said. We will also try to make Falcon Esports more famous than the legacy of Burmese schools. Now, I feel like it's a good time to ask you, Trex, like, considering what BTK did back in M3, up until M6 with M4 and M5, you know those teams and organizations that you had flying for internationals. They wanted to surpass the legacy of what BTK did back in M3. How difficult is it actually to do? I mean, I'm sure you've gotten to talk to the boys over the years. Does that put so much pressure on your shoulders?
I think there's definitely some pressure, but it's also, depending on the type of player you are, drive and pressure can be good, right? Are you a player that has that dog in you, right? Does that pressure, do you feed off of that? Because that's what the best players do, I think. I think they're the ones that thrive under the pressure. They're the ones that when they hear the crowd yell, they don't shake, they get hyped, right? They get ready to go. So I think if Falcon Esports wants to do that, that's what they got to be ready to do today. They got to be able to bite down, dig down, and get real.
And that's what Dak said. So this is his first M series, and he said he's ready to face Aurora. Hell, even Falcon Esports, the members said, we want to face Filipino teams. We want to face against Fnatic Onyx Philippines. We want to face off against Aurora. Now, that's the jungler for Falcon Esports. But I had a fun fact here that is shocking to me. Demon Kite is a legend in the global MLBB space, a local legend even here in Malaysia. Is this surprising to you that Demon Kite actually has never been in an M series, Husky?
It's pretty hard to believe, right? If you are just getting to know Demon Kai, you would think that, oh man, this guy should have been in an M series, way before. But him being here the first time is going to be a massive test of, like, if Demon Kai is really the Demon King. He has won MSC in Malaysia before 2022, and when he was in MPL MY, he also had hell of a season. It seems like Malaysia is sort of the second home for Demon Kai, so I want to see the second win that he can bring alongside Aurora.
Wait, you mentioned that Season 12 run. He was a regular season MVP, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
right?
he was. Like, one of the best junglers at that time. Him and Chibi had a rivalry going on, but everyone, even Chibi had the famous line of Demon Kai, separate Demon Kai. Who is Demon Kai? Well, I mean, there's a chance they might meet in the Swiss stage somewhere down the road, but Demon Kai definitely is one of the kings.
Yeah, that's who Demon Kite is. Again, a former MSC 2022 champion. All right, let's get on over to predictions. I'll say it right away. Don't want to lose my passport, and I want to be able to go home. Aurora MLBB 1-0, man.
Aurora, please. Demon Kite. Aurora.
I'm going to go with you guys this time. I am also voting for Aurora. Just a lot of monsters on the team. Yeah. You guys are talking about Demon Kite. I've been a big fan of him since RSG. Yeah. One of my favorite teams in PH for a while there with Nats, Demon Kite, the whole side. So I personally think he's one of the best junglers right now. But the thing about MPL PH is it's a hard region to get to M Series on, and that's probably why we haven't seen him at an M Series.
Yeah. For Aurora MLBB, though, I feel like there might be just a little bit teensy amount of pressure, even though a lot of people are expecting them to run away with this. Falcon Esports, I'm not going to deny the possibility that they might actually pull off a shocker here. So we have this thing in SPS, in between the MPL seasons, Myanmar and especially Falcon are one of the teams that we watch out for because they historically make us struggle, or at least if we're not going to lose to them, every game is like, oh no, don't tell me Philippines are going to lose to Myanmar here. That's going to be tough, man. This is a strong roster. The Falcon Esports squad is incredibly talented, and with a Filipino coach in their midst, in Coach RC, of course. But this young squad, so good. So let's get to meet them right now on your screens as we introduce to you to Falcon Esports of Myanmar. There they are. Here they are. It is Benny, KidX, PX7, Dax, and Royal Milk.
Yeah, we've seen them during SPS. You know, Benny, it is the same exact roster back in SPS. We talk about Dax a lot as in the jungler. But for me, I'm looking at Benny and KidX, kind of the roam gold lane duo. Benny has huge career potential, and KidX likes to get the gears rolling as early as possible. You give Benny a good game, we might get that premier gold laner experience once more, where he just ends up carrying the game and becomes the MVP. And I think that's what Falcon Esports is built off of, right? Like this aggressive approach, and wanting to surpass Burmese Gold's legacy isn't easy considering that they finished second in M2.
Yeah, they solidified themselves as the new young kings of Myanmar by defeating Mythic Seal to qualify for M6, made up of the previous generation of Falcon Esports players. But now here are their opponents, it's Aurora MLBB.
Yes, Aurora MLBB. Domeng in the gold lane, Renny J as the roam, Yue in the mid, Demon Kite as the jungle, and Edward in the EXP. Now here's the real question, who do you not focus on this lineup? You know, if I have to pick a favorite, it is tough. Demon Kite in the jungle. For me, Edward in the EXP, one of the most proactive EXP laners I think the world has ever seen. But my eyes really have to be on Domeng because we know everyone on this team can play. And if there really is a quote-unquote rookie here, it's got to be Domeng. He is probably the only one that I think hasn't been to an international stage overall, MSC or M Series. So he's the one that really has to show up and prove himself today.
All right, we got to chat with Demon Kite saying, welcome back to Malaysia. You want to read what Demon Kite replied, Husky?
Yeah, I feel great to be back in Malaysia. It feels very welcoming to be here, even though I'm not from here. And it feels like I've lived here for many, many years. Second home.
So you're right, second home here for Demon Kite. Fun fact about Aurora. If Falcon was the team that solidified themselves as the new young kings of Myanmar by defeating the previous kings, Aurora, they eliminated the rosters and organizations of the past 4 M-Series champions in the MPLPH Season 14 playoffs. Echo/Team Liquid, Blacklist International, and Falcons AP Bren. That's who Aurora is.
They're Kingslayers.
They are Kingslayers indeed.
I mean, Aurora, MLBB in general, the moment we saw that logo come up, the moment we heard the rumors of roster changes, of new teams coming in, there was hype. There was hype about this team in first season. Yes, these players, I mean, I don't care what they say, they're not rookies. We know these faces very well, but I like the attitude coming in. We're coming in fresh. We're coming in new. We're coming in with this nice, bright paint job ready to go.
I mean, you have Domeng, first international appearance, Demon Kai, first M-Series, Edward, 4th M-Series, right? You got the whole base covered, the whole spectrum. I remember when I first got early info about the potential Aurora roster, I was like, this team is going to show up on M-Series and make a blast, and I can't wait to see them get into the thick of it.
Who said there are no shortcuts in life? I literally invented one.
Tournament goes on as a series goes on, but this is a best of 1. And this Falcon squad has played together for a considerable amount of time, longer compared to Aurora. And they have done their homework. They're respecting the Eve on the hands of Yue, and they're respecting the Hitman, the Matilda, the Heelman, and of course, his signature Cho for Renegade.
Yeah, I think that's a smart play, right? We know how aggressive Renny J can be. We know what he can bring to the table, especially on the Matilda. We saw it back in M5 when he was on Blacklist, and even though they didn't win it all, he played amazingly on it. On the other hand, Master the Basics, making sure that they ban out this chip, ban out this Fanny, keeping things pretty simple overall, but look what's open. That's going to be Jushin open, first pick for Falcon if they want it.
All right, Jushin would be great, and they go ahead and pick it up, taking it away from the hands of Yue. First 2 picks for Aurora, what looks good here?
What looks good, I feel like for Aurora, there's always the I was thinking EB got banned. I think Valentina. I mean, you always the Khalid, Gatot.
Yeah.
A lot of flex picks open for Aurora.
I like the Valentina.
The Valentina, yeah. I think the Valentina would be a very solid
UA Valentina is a classic.
Yeah,
Cole classic right there. Cole classic. Paired up with like the Suyo or anything.
Yeah.
A nice
Yeah.
EXP laner. Hylo's still open as well. Lots of possibilities there.
Yeah, and remember, they can be very flexible for Demon Kite. If it's not gonna be fighters, it can also be assassins. Yeah, they go ahead for the Suyo, and instead of the Valentina, they go ahead and pick up the Gatot Kacha for Renegade. Again, becoming a staple roam pick in the rest of the world and in the Philippines. While Falcon, they go for a power pick first 3 with Hylos and Bruno.
Now they're in a tight spot, right? Because they either lock in their mid and they get like the Valentina, or they lock in a gold now to deal with the Bruno, but if they don't pick, I mean, no matter what, they can't pick one of them, which means Falcon starts banning out some of those power plays here. And because, you know, the drafts aren't identical, like mirrored in a sense of laneage, it just kind of switches things up here. Rora, what do you think? Do we think mid or do we think gold right here? Or maybe even...
I just want reach.
Oh, yeah.
Reach. Oh, there's some reach.
A little bit.
There's
Yeah,
some,
a bit of
reach, some anti-dive also. I mean, like, you look at Falcon's first 3 picks, sort of already covers most of the bases, right? You have a good front line, good peel, good sustain, great range with both Zusin and Bruno. You kind of keep most heroes at an arm's length, not to mention again the Malefic Gun, which has been a hot topic today for Bruno. So either way, Falcons have this solid foundation already with the first 3 picks.
For the gold laners here, Trex, there's 2 that I'm looking at for the hands of Domeng. It is either the Beatrix, again, we dub him as the next standard, as of course, as a little shout out to Keller as well, and how Domeng plays. But at the same time, he's actually proven to be a very reliable Clint player.
Oh yeah?
I think I've seen that. And Clint has had this weird place where, especially with a team that knows how to play the box like Aurora, is able to kind of hold around.
Yeah.
A Clint can just sit there and play safe, be protected by his team, and we already see the Suyo, we see the Gatot, we see an Aurora who can kind of stiff arm very well. It could definitely work here.
There's one thing that Falcon needs to consider banning, and it's... Oh, okay, they banned the Beatrix. They also have to take away the Edith of Edward. That has risen to be his most iconic pick, especially in the last season of MPL Philippines.
Yeah. Depending on where this Hylos goes as well, I think Edith overall is a very safe pick for the XP lane. I feel like Falcons might not focus on that too much. At least I don't see the need just yet. Joy ban from Rora, again trying to stop Dax. There's still Nolan, Hayabusa, Ling. Probably not Ling, but Nolan, Hayabusa still up in the pool for the Falcon.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha also still open for Falcon if they just want to go something fight. Oh, Alpha's banned out?
By Aurora.
By Aurora, never mind. Correction, my bad. On the side of Falcon, though, I don't know if you ban out the Edith. I don't know if you ban out EXP, because the thing is Edward's pool is deep enough that it's like...
Might be too tough.
You know, it's like why do you even just let him have the Edith? Because he's going to pick up something else and still play amazing on it, right? And that's the thing about a best of 1 is you can't really adapt, right? It's not like we come into game 2, okay, yes, that hero was too much. We need to ban it out now. You kind of just have to ban what you ban, but they do. There it is. There it is. There it is.
Yeah. You got to respect it. So up next at the docket with the Phovius gone as well. Now, well, I mean, they can still go Khalid. Khalid got all together. It provides a space that we mentioned, and if ever they go for the protect the marksman style of lineup, it would be okay.
So Domain Moskov comes out. There's also the tank Benedetta that we saw. Like Edward can play that hero.
Oh yes.
First time Moskov today.
First time Moskov, yeah. We've seen the Tamus also. It was picked in a wild card, I believe, once.
So at this point, Falcon needing to wrap up their draft. They still need a jungler. They still need a EXP laner or roamer. Can definitely flex either way here. For jungle, you mentioned some assassin picks. Ling, Hayabusa. The Joy is gone, but it's definitely down. The Bane! And a Hilda.
Yeah, got let through.
Great pickup. The aggression that Falcon is showing, the team fighting, they want to control Aurora in multiple aspects, whether it's in the center of the map or in the team fight itself. The Aurora need to time their entries here. I think another frontliner is warranted. It cannot just be the Gatot.
The Tigreal, I mean, there is still the Renegade Tigreal. It is open.
Oh, that's true.
You could put Edward on the Gatot.
Okay, this might not be an Edward pick. There might actually be a Renegade pick that they're picking last.
Definitely a possibility. Overall, Falcon, I mean, you want to try to do something that can stop the forward pressing of Falcon here with the Hilda, with the Bane. At this point, they have a very, get in your face and just keep pressing in. And they are going to wrap it up with the Gwyn. Here's the question. Is it Rome? It is going over to Renegade. Rome, Gwyn. Now, we saw this a little bit in NACT. Shark actually picked this up, and it worked well. It was a nice cheese pick. Do you think it'll work well here?
I like it.
I like it too.
Yeah, good amount of control, good amount of combo. Let's see, this might be a much closer battle than we expected. Here's Mirko and Brigida.
Thank you so much, panelists. I feel like in as early as the draft, it was already a very close fight which happened between two of these teams. It was a surprising pick on the Jushin, but the response showed to us by Aurora for their last pick. A Guinevere debuting on the first day of the M6.
That's new. So we get confirmation here. It is going to be Renegade on this Guinevere. We'll see how he's going to make this work. This is a pick that we've never seen before in M6, so it's another debut pick. We've just been rolling.
Yep.
The volatility of the drafts. Here it is.
Yep. Honestly, I want to throw all of my expectations out the window after all that has happened today. But how bright will the Northern Lights shine for tonight? They're going up against the Burmese Falcons. And we're down to the last 3 series for the first round of the Swiss stage. Let's see what happens between Aurora MLBB and Falcon Esports.
We're going to get straight into this jungle matchup. The Bane is something we actually haven't seen as well. I think we saw a lot of it in our playoffs, but unfortunately in M6, wildcard, and the last 4 matches, we haven't been able to actually see the Bane a lot. So Dax, it's already something new here from Falcon Esports. Benny on the Bruno, though, that's a signature pick. That's what he used in the Myanmar qualifiers, actually, to get through and to beat Mythic Seal. So I'm already expecting Benny to do wonders.
Yeah, and that's honestly the playstyle for Falcons Esports, right? They usually really want to funnel everything onto Benny, and this is a Bruno, so it's all the more reason for you to want to do that. But I'm really curious as to how Renegade will make use of this Guinevere. Like, what would be the ideal targeting? How particular could they be with the usage of this Guinevere? Is it really a pick-off-centric approach that they want to use? Oh, that's a Blade Surge, connects onto Kidex.
The spatial migration, that's a flicker from Yue. Unfortunately, unable to get the stun, but the damage is enough. Renegade picks up first blood for Aurora.
Oh, that's some early game presence Aurora MLBB is trying to show us here. Not even bothered by the presence of a Jushin trying to control the mid lane. Even the Hilda, I don't feel that Aurora MLBB is threatened by the presence of these early game heroes from Falcons Esports just yet. They're working really well together, and we're seeing a 4-man rotation as early as less than 2 minutes into this game.
Yeah. Aurora doing Aurora things, This is how they like to play the game. Renegade actually going to be sent down below to soak in the wave, I believe. All right, that's an interesting one. Edward already level 4, clearing out the mid lane together with you as Royal Milk tries to poke him down, but I agree with you. It's not that much pressure that Hilda can assert right now, but Dax is on the turtle.
Yep.
No response as of yet. Demon Kite can be pressured down by Royal Milk. Oh, the Wilderness, power of the Wilderness as well as the Deadly Catch finds him. Dax has fed him into the sharks, and the turtle will go to him. Spatial migration with the Violent Requiem. Renegade gonna be caught now. Juicin picking him up. Renegade low, taken out again. Dax still surviving as Kidex zones you away. That's the peel from the Crimson Beacon. That's another Lantern Flare, and Edward is down. Falcon Esports starts off strong.
And I'm not entirely sure if it was the best decision to proceed with that turtle contest, knowing that Demon Kite was poked really low. We were talking about how Royal Milk and his presence wasn't really felt in the first few minutes of the game, but he just made a statement with how he was able to poke Demon Kite really low, and PX7 was ready to do the follow-up. He dealt enough damage as well, and Aurora MLBB were unsuccessful in taking that turtle.
Now it gets eerie. Now it gets real eerie, Brigida. We've been saying, there's been a lot of upsets, but it should change. Aurora, we've been hearing the rumors. Sounds like they're a different team, but so far, the early game has gone to Falcon Esports, and man, that was impressive stuff. They literally just played it so well. Dax forced him into that pit, got into the Deadly Catch. Demon Kite goes in for the stun. The damage, Frigid Glacier, the combo. Demon Kite shoots the arrow down, and PX7 gets caught in the mid lane.
All right. So gradually, they're taking steps towards regaining control of this game. Renegade, though, forces out the Purify from Benny. So now they're rotating towards the top lane. And honestly, I really agree with what you previously mentioned. If it's Aurora MLBB, you know that they're a team who really comes into every single game prepared. And I think that's the difference for day number 1. For day number 1, at least, you know who you're going up against. Because you can't say the same for the next coming days here in the Swiss stage. Like, at least for today, they know that Falcon Esports, they're a team who really wants to rely on team fights. And maybe that's why they prepared this much damage.
Great combo, amazing combo. Finding the kill onto Dax. He's taken down now. There's nothing Falcon Esports can do right now.
There's been great layering from Aurora MLBB. Whoa!
Spatial migration from Renegade. And it's instantly comboed with the Frigid Glacier. Now Royal Milk trying to run away, gets stunned up again. The glorious pathway to get him out. The 2 tanky members of Falcon Esports will be able to escape, actually going back into the fight. But it's not enough to even get Edward low.
You know, I honestly forgot that there was a thing. There was a spatial migration flicker combo that existed, and Renegade reminded us of that. He's actually been playing a really great early game in terms of applying the pressure against Falcon Esports and finding the targets, if not even finding the full pickoffs, forcing out some really important resources such as the Purify from Benny. So in as much as we wanted to see Falcon Esports really funnel everything into their gold laner, that doesn't seem to be the case right now. They're yet to get any conversions or anything out of the first few rotations.
Sky Piercer now already for PX7. That's the first item, Sky Piercer.
For the Jushin?
Yeah, usually we see it as a second item, first item. Oh, Renegade.
Oh, wait.
Migration forward. Very close to the Lantern Flare. Crimson Beacon forward on a Purify 2 as Edward peels for him. Renegade gets out. The Glorious Pathway was already baited down, and Falcon Esports won't be able to get a kill despite using 2 battle spells there.
Yep. So there are some attempts still from Aurora MLBB to try and look for the plays, but at this point probably they really want to go for the macro overall, the PX7.
Yeah, really good poke.
Okay. Alright. They want to go for the turrets at this point, but how could you do that? Look at where Royal Milk is actually. He already cleared out the waves from the topmost portion of Aurora MLBB, and he also finds Demon Kai in the mid lane. So we're seeing some really interesting rotations here from both Falcon Esports and Aurora MLBB.
Yep, good damage, Renegade. The Bush not gonna go for the spatial migration, knows that Aurora, the rest of them, wants to just recall. And now it becomes a game of chess, really. How do you set up for the next neutral objective? It's all about setup here. Aurora have ways to, when they click, when they pull the trigger, it is an all-in, by the way, right? It's a combo that they need to commit to. So for Falcon Esports, it's all about how they can disengage from that combo, if they can.
Yeah, and I'm honestly wondering about where actually is the global presence just yet? Like, where's the macro control from Aurora MLBB? Because Falcon Esports, they seem to be looking for the ways to deal with that, but now that as soon as I bring it up, Domeng responds with a tier 1 turret into the hands of Aurora MLBB, but Demon Kaido, Royal Milk, here he goes again, trying to pressure the jungler of Aurora MLBB.
Well played to Falcon Esports, staying decisive, knowing that Domeng wants to go into the weak side to play for the push. Now he'll recall, he'll need some of the resources there. Oh, that was great from Domeng, taking the Spear of Destruction, PX7 escaping away from the spatial migration as Royal Milk is tanking a whole lot of damage, but the Frigid Glacier will lock him down with the AOG. Now, they go back in. Benny is in the midst of it all. Pops in a Purify. Now kiting back as well. Demon Kite walking up and gets shut down. Benny is kiting away on the Bruno. And that's a double kill for him. Domeng making quick work of the turret in the mid lane. Will be able to get away. Now Spear of Misery to disengage.
The sustain was there for Benny. And honestly, the Soul Silver, the damage wasn't enough just yet. He wasn't really able to take out Benny, even though he really went for the chase. So now Falcon Esports, they're also able to look for the turrets for themselves.
Oh!
And that's some insane damage from the Crab Claw Hana. I think it was also the exact same skill which took out one of the members of Aurora MLBB earlier in that previous clash.
Oh, that was a massive AoE for sure. On top of that, the gold crab as well over towards Dax. What does he have in his item build, man? It's a War Axe and a Brute Force Breastplate. It's not even like pure damage and he's doing that much. The Crab Claw Cannon, man. Something you have to definitely respect. Yeah, get to see the items here as well. Haasclaw's Berserker's Fury. So already Power Spike, building towards the Malefic Gun. Already has the Fury Hammer. So okay, pretty fast for Mr. Benny.
Honestly, I think when they really go for the team fights, a lot of their skills really complement each other well. Like the worldy, the amount of defense that goes down for Aurora MLBB during the team fights, even Royal Milk whenever he just goes in and looks for the targets and tries to go for some stats. So it might be a question for Aurora MLBB, especially if they're consistently unsuccessful in trying to take those slow pickoffs or those single targets from Falcon Esports for a moment, because we're seeing Falcon Esports really take advantage of the team fight so far. Not unless Aurora MLBB are able to layer their skills really well, because there were moments we've seen like really great layering. The Avatar of the Guardian and the Frigid Glacier, but Falcon Esports, they can just play around so much with their lineup. And now the Lord, who will get the Lord?
Oh, it's Doming with a Spear of Destruction all the way from top lane. Now Demon Kite running away. Benny getting the kill onto Edward. Renegade going to be stunned up as Doming takes the tier 2. How did he do that? How did he snipe it from downtown? Falcon though, they got a big win and the team fight is a 3-4-0. Only the Lord to Aurora.
It really seems like my macro is the plan for Aurora MLBB. Falcon Esports, they're going for the micro though. It's the complete opposite that we're seeing from their side. But Aurora MLBB, they're fortunate enough to get that Lord using the Spear of Destruction. What a well-timed Spear of Destruction. I mean, I couldn't even recall if they had enough vision or information regarding the Lord at the time, or it was just randomly thrown out there by Doming. Let's check it out here in the instant replay. I think they had some sort of idea. Edward was close enough to that Lord.
Oh
Doming
my goodness.
timed it so well.
Both of the junglers went for the prediction, right? They both of them just went in. So Demon Kite tapped it, Dax tapped it. It was a gamble at that point, and Doming won the gamble. The guy with, I mean, that was what are the odds on that, man? Doming shot it from so far, and the damage definitely doesn't, compare to the retribution, yet he got it.
Yep.
This man, now with the Lord, it's only the first Lord, so Falcon should still be able to defend this one. Cadex can be taunted up, the combo there as well. They're not going to commit fully onto that. The Holy Defense will be procced as well. And it will be Edward taken low. Great spatial migration onto BX7. The Spear of Destruction to the backline as BX7 goes in with the Crimson Beacon, and Royal Milk baits out the Frigid Glacier. No more fights.
But PX7, he was so careful. He didn't use the Purify at that moment. Not while he knew that he had all of his teammates around him and that the other damage dealers from Aurora MLBB weren't as close. So Renegade, he's been doing a great job in finding these targets, but then Falcon Esports, with this much pressure with their front lines, they're able to actually separate the members of Aurora MLBB really well. Like, they're trying to disrupt so much of their positioning, which I don't even know if Aurora MLBB wants to take on the team fights at this point. They've been working for the macro for the first few minutes, but could it be time that we see them actually engage in a 5v5 team fight? I mean, Doming is also here, but we're still 40 seconds away from the next Lord, and they seem really careful about the succeeding decisions that they're about to make.
So now it's a battle of scale, right? It's a scaling battle. So if we take a look at the item builds again, the Melfi gun's done. Falcon Esports have that power spike, and we know the Bruno.
Yep.
Well, this has been pretty good, man, that Bruno. 300 power spike though for Doming too, so should be all right from Doming. He should actually be the one for Aurora to actually, he's the X factor at this point, right? He's the main carry. Aurora, they need to utilize Doming, and Doming really needs to pop off here in the team fights, but also in the split pushes.
Yeah, he also has the Wind of Nature ready, just in case Falcon Esports finds a way to deal with him. But they're setting up for this upcoming Lord. They know where the members of Falcon Esports are coming from, but they're gradually making their way to the Lord pit. Who will be able to get this time?
Spatial migration already used up earlier. Revival as well. SOD did not connect now. BX7 gets the kill in the backline. Kidex is zoning them away. Dax wins the retry battle. Benny's going crazy. Doming able to escape. Benny frozen. But that's just Benny ice cold on the Bruno.
And Edward wasn't even able to cast his Avatar of the Guardian. Now it's Falcon Esports just making their way to Aurora MLBB and their base. They take down the mid lane inhibitor turret, and that's without the Lord. They still have the Lord. It's about to spawn, and Aurora MLBB, they have to defend. What?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Swiss stage of the M6 World Championships. I thought the upsets, they would end sometime, but Dax, Falcon Esports, Benny, they want to continue the train. They want to have a 1-0 bracket of full underdogs of the tournament. 4.3k gold lead, enhanced Lord in the mid lane. They're gonna go for it with the Glorious Pathway, the Deadly Catch as well. Aurora will have to respect this. Domeng is pulling the Lord over to the turret up top, but that will mean the base turret will be taken down below. And Aurora will be able to defend it.
Honestly, I just thought of it now, like the entire Bruno Bane connection, or the Bruno Bane concept of the lineup of Falcon Esports here. They're just really so focused on taking the objectives with the right amount of micro. Even though Aurora MLBB were consistently making attempts to deal with it with the macro as well. How could you face against the Bruno and the Bane when they gain access to your important turrets, to your objectives, and now they might just take out all of the inhibitors?
Oh, that Crab Claw Cannon, Royal Milk into the stun down, Domeng very low, so able to escape the spatial migration, gets him. Turret falling, Benny still surviving. Royal Milk dead, Edward walking up, Kinex will fall, PX7 with the Lantern Flare. Demonkite able to escape, does he get picked up, and Dax gets him with a Crab Claw Cannon. PX7 grabs the Sky Piercer stack. Falcon Esports, they walk away with another good trade. That was another base turret to their name.
All inhibitors down for Aurora MLBB. At least they were able to slightly surround Falcon Esports. It seems like they were really going for the end there. But now they prolong the game a little longer. Checking out the damage dealt ranking, still UL takes the lead. But in terms of impactful, like one-time, big-time damages that are dealt, you have to really respect Dax and the amount of damage he's bringing out to the table right now. But that's all aside the fact that Benny also has completed his items.
Dax is a Chad. He is a Giga Chad. Look, you see that item build, man? I thought War Axe, Brute Force, Tanky build. No,
Tanky build,
he goes War Axe, Brute Force, full damage. He doesn't care, and that's why the Crab Claw Cannon has been going through the front line. Yue, he started off that fight in the defense with a quarter of HP. The Crab Claw Cannon dealt that much. And now Falcon are just pressuring them, not letting them breathe. Domeng is caught off. Oh, good dodge from Royal Milk there for the SOD, but they won't be able to push forward anyways here. The Lord will be spawning in the bottom lane, and Falcon have 3 base turrets down, so they're going to have super minions pushing and shoving towards Aurora at every given moment.
Yep. How would Aurora MLBB deal with all this pressure? Benny and Kinex slowly are about to make their way to the Lord, and definitely Aurora would want to contest this. This doesn't look like an ideal situation if you were Aurora MLBB, if you're left to defend with literally no inhibitor turrets left in your base. But how could they gain access towards the Lord? How will they engage this? There's the Glorious Pathway of Domeng!
The X7 gets the Sky Piercer! The execute comes down! That might be the way for the end angle. Dex got the Lord earlier. Edward jumps in to peel for Yue, but PX7 gets another. And now it's Royal Milk who wants to push forward. Aurora, 2 members left standing. It's a Smiling Demon and Renegade. Falcon Esports don't care. They want to go straight for it. It's another Sky Piercer stack for Renegade. PX7 got the monster kill, and the day of upset continues.
Falcon Esports! They were so well prepared for this. They stuck with their identity, but were still able to pull through up against Aurora MLBB. We thought of it to be one of the most challenging matchups we've witnessed today, but they prove us wrong. Time and time again, today we just keep being proved wrong by all of these teams.
Throw out your predictions out the window, your expectations. Be damned. Welcome to the M6 World Championship. You gotta be greater than ever, and so far on day one, the opening day of the M6 World Championship, we've already gotten greater than ever. This has already blown all of our expectations out the window, out the roof.
Who would have thought the Swiss stage would be this interesting? That the stakes of each best of 1 series.
Brigida.
What?
You have to see the 0-1 bracket. You have to see the teams there, man. Oh my lord.
I'm not sure if I'm ready to see our 0-1 bracket just yet, but let's head over to our panel and let them dissect that game.
Well, even though our predictions didn't show it, we were discussing it. Just Falcon Esports, Myanmar teams really have a history of taking it to the Filipino teams, and they get the revenge. One of the first, not one of the first, but one of the more iconic victories of a Myanmar team against a Filipino team in a major tournament. Congratulations to Falcon Esports. That Jushin on PX7, the damage of Falcon was way too much.
Yeah, Jushin, 2 power picks, right? Jushin, actually 3 power picks. Jushin, Bruno, and Hilda.
Yeah.
All went through to Falcon Esports. You know, Jushin with the Sky Piercer as well, really catching Aurora off guard in that late game. They execute damage, really making life for Doming hard. Edward as well getting executed when they needed him the most. And of course, Benny, you give him space. We talk about Benny. I talk about him being able to deliver the Gold Link experience, and he did just that.
We just dropped into Earth 2024, a whole different multiverse where anything can happen right now. I mean, it's looking like insanity, and I couldn't say it any better than the casters because that lower bracket right now, that lower group is looking scary.
Yeah, the 0-1 column. Again, Falcon Esports, congratulations yet again for their victory against Aurora MLBB. Let's hear from Falcon on the stage with Rose.
The first day of the Swiss round, back to back to back, jam-packed with surprises. And this is Falcon taking the win against Aurora Philippines. Now, I'm here with Dex. First of all, Dex, how are you?
I'm fine.
You're fine. How does it feel like winning the matchup against Aurora? He's really happy. Now, as we all know, Aurora is actually a fan favorite, right? Did it give you guys extra pressure, or did you feel scared knowing that your first round of the Swiss stage is going up against Aurora?
Aura တင်းကြီးရဲမှာအဲ့လိုမျိုးကောင်းနေတဲ့အတင်းနေတာတတင်းမို့လို့ပေါ့နော်ကျွန်တော်တို့နေနဲ့ဟိုပထမပုံပွဲမှာတည်းကစတွေ့ရဆိုလေစောက်ရမယ်ဆိုတော့ထိတ်လို့ရှာပါ
It's the so seeing Aurora is one of the really good teams, a man out of all. So to be meeting them for the very first time, they were excited.
Okay, now I agree with that. Aurora is a powerhouse, especially coming from the Philippines. But since you said you're excited meeting up Aurora, how did you guys actually prepare? What preparations did you guys go through?
Screen တပွဲကြီးကျင်းစီတိုင်းကို focus ပြီးတော့ 100% အပြည့် train ခဲ့ Aurora အတွက်ပြင်ဆင်ပြီးတော့
So they really play screening stage and train 100% to meet Aurora team.
Okay, I like that. They're giving respect to Aurora. Now, it's been a while since Myanmar has actually won a match against the Philippines, with the last time being in around M4, if I'm not mistaken. So that is around 2 years. What does it mean getting this win against Aurora, and how does it improve or help you guys with your momentum in the upcoming Swiss stages?
She's a man, I'm way to have the tournament to cool on General Yamaguzavu in a Gongzong net. Gongzong to that over me.
So for the moving forward for the games ahead, as a Myanmar team, as a Myanmar representative, we will be playing the best. We will be playing the hardest for moving forward.
All right, now as we can see, Falcon is definitely putting their best and is making sure they're playing greater than ever. Thank you very much, Dax. And with that, let us show it back to the panel to break down what happened in this game between Falcon and Aurora MLBB.
Again, congratulations to Falcon Esports, and we talked a bit about it earlier. The raw damage that was coming out from Falcon Esports, and the readjustment of the meta. So, for those of you who are unaware, coming from the Philippines, we come from a understanding of the game where it's very macro to micro focus. Control the map, push the towers, 4-1 split, the classic that you get when you're playing with the Moskov and heroes such as that. Falcon Esports said, no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to play you in the macro. We're not even going to try to out-macro a Filipino team. We will out-fight and out-damage a Filipino team, and that's exactly what they did.
Absolutely. Even with the draft that they got, right? I think Mirko and Brigitte also talked about it. The Bane build, they go with Brute Force Breastplate and everything else is damage. And one of the perks you get as a Bane is that you don't need to hit the backline directly, right? One Crab Claw Cannon to a frontline tank, the Ricochet can easily destroy the backline. Tough for UA and Domain to even position in these fights.
Yeah, and it's tough because there's this old adage, if there's no assassin, Jushin is happy. Tsuyo is an assassin, yes, but this Jushin is incredibly well protected. That deadly catch provides a lot of space for the Jushin.
Yeah, I mean, the deadly catch provides space, the Jushin provides space, everybody's got each other's back on this team right here. Not to mention you have the Hilda and the Hylos, two of the tinkiest, heroes around right now. The ones that can really just hang out in the midst of a fight. But once again, I got to put my eyes on this Bruno, man. Is it finally time to ban it out? At what point? I mean, at this point, it's won every game except for one. It's won every single game in Swiss stage so far except for one, and I'm wondering when are we finally going to see it on that ban list?
Yeah, and the time that we saw the Bruno lost, it was up against an old school lineup of just the pure tanky fighters, hard front line. You don't have the best damage in the world, but you have enough to deal with it.
Actually, he lost 2 games, right? One was against the tanky, the classic lineup that BTK brought up, but another one was against a first item Malefic Gun Beatrix.
Oh yeah.
The Beatrix.
Right. The Beatrix too, as well, and which is why I thought the Beatrix pick would be coming in a little bit early, but then you posed the question in the first phase of
do they go for gold or do they go for mid?
And then they went for mid. I asked for reach, but apparently it wasn't the reach. It wasn't enough reach, as well as we look at the emblems now. For Benny went Assassin as well for this Bane, going for the attack speed, of course, as expected, and. Yeah, nothing too crazy in terms of the emblem builds we have. Although Doming, of course, as expected with the Moskov, going for the 4-1 split more is actually going to be rushing the Master Assassin.
Even when you hit from the mid to late, you start noticing a bit of a struggle for Aurora, which was you constantly have Royal Milk and Kid X running at your backline, and you just don't have enough peel to keep them away. Royal Milk keeps like swinging that axe at Doming. You got Kid X just running in with the Glorious Pathway at UA. They don't have the tools to keep the front line away from their backline.
I mean, speaking of Royal Milk, just so good at kind of stopping Rora from getting any of those backline attack plays, right? And taking a look at the damage, Falcon overall, I mean, for being a 16-minute game, 17-minute game, none of the damage calcs are really off the charts. Nobody even broke into the 100K mark here. Even Benny and Dax only at 59,000, but it just shows that they were able to buy some time, never force any big fights until that moment when those power spikes landed. And then they really just had control at that point.
She didn't deal a lot of damage, but she sure did deal a lot of kills on the side of our MLBB. PX7 and his Jushin with the rush on the Skypiercer second item. That's confidence. That's Falcon's understanding that, yeah, it's going to be tough. We like the Guinevere pick, but a part of me also disliked it because it is easily punishable by the Jushin.
Yeah, one of the few one-dimensional picks, right? You kind of miss that crowd control. You have to wait for your cooldowns, and we saw Renegade getting punished. MVP for this game, the Jushin by PX7, 7, 2, and 8. You reach a point where you just cannot touch him.
Yeah.
But also the Skypiercer was a little risky because in the early game we saw PX7 get picked off by the Gwenny. We saw PX7 not exactly thriving in middle completely, but then once the team got into the groove, once PX7 knew how to space, got comfortable with it, then it was like, okay, now we're getting value off this. This is very much worth it. But it was a risky pick for sure, getting that Skypiercer.
Well, but at the end of the day, I feel like the Jushin eventually became the centerpiece of a strong 4-man or 5 versus 4 team fight. I say that because, again, it is the Moskov on the side of Aurora MLBB. I've been vocal about this in the past. I am not the biggest fan of Moskov in this current metagame. Aurora MLBB definitely played it to its strengths. Domeng got that absolutely killer Lord Steel, but outside of that, they just lack the firepower and the presence in fights to deal with what Falcon Esports drafted.
Yeah, you can even see like in the highlights, right? Not only that PX7 is lifting out key targets and they're getting blasted by decks, but the fact that the Hilda and the Hylos are just massive zoning tools. There's just no way for Aurora MLBB to contest any objectives. And Falcon Esports, they can just keep on going. And it's just full team ahead. They don't need to stop.
Yeah, it feels like we've entered a world where ranged, heavy-hitting crit damage is key, and those close-up shredders like Claude, like Moskov, heroes like that just aren't really working anymore because there's no space for that Malefic gun, right? You want to be a shredder, you have to get the Trinity first, and by then, you're already getting outranged by this Bruno and just getting two-shot anyone on the field, so it's definitely a very different gold lane meta than what we've seen in the past.
Yeah, it's the marksman meta for sure, and puts a lot of pressure into teams to making sure that they draft compositions that really make sure that their marksman is well complemented by the picks that they have. And maybe it's time to move away from the old meta of having the marksman being just a heavy macro presence. It definitely needs to be there in the micro, and Falcon Esports understands that. Again, congratulations to Falcon Esports and what they drafted here and played up against Aurora MLBB. But with that, we are now down to the last two matches. And this one, if the trend continues, could be one of the most shocking results in M6 so far, as the China region, their representatives, KBG, will go up against the kingdom of RRQ Hoshi.
I'm not gonna make any predictions anymore. At this point, I'm just here for a good time. I'm just here for good MLBB games, right? We've seen what the second seed of the Chinese region could do. The FYG put up a pretty good fight in a wild card. So if anything, this sets the bar high for KBG. A lot more expectation. Saw like Ukundar and S2G, which also took down heavy hitters.
I mean, this next one's going to be interesting. I'll give a prediction on this one, but not right now. I'll make you guys wait on that one. Super excited for this one. I think both teams want to be here, and I think we're definitely in for some great games, these last two.
All right, don't forget, last two matches of the day. It is KBG of China versus RRQ Hoshi of Indonesia. We will be right back, and when we do another best of one in what has been a surprising Swiss stage here in the M6 World Championship.
for ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ
Who are we? New bloods. New legacy. A new era. We were. We thrive. We strive.
Style for champions. Worn by legend.
We are
Greater than ever.
It has been a day of surprising and unexpected, results here in the M6 World Championship. So surprising that I'm getting tongue-tied with the results that we've had. So let me set up the story. And keep it simple. It's KBG of China versus RRQ Hoshi of Indonesia. Because of the results that we've had, I'm pretty sure that tells you everything about this match. My name is Renmar Santa Cruz. Just call me Renmar. Still here with Husky and Trex. Before we go forward, of course, we'd like to thank one of our favorite partners and sponsors in the M6 World Championship. Hello Panda. Hello Panda. Semwa suka biskuit niya, as a great philosopher once said, for sure. It's yummy and you can fuel your game with it. Crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate. Did you finish the batch that we just got, Trex?
Yeah, I finished the second box.
What?
Yeah, I'm nervous.
Why are you nervous? BTK already won, dude.
Because I'm about to do something crazy.
Huh?
I'm gonna vote for KBG against RQ.
Wait, what? Wait, we're not in the portion yet where we're dropping predictions, and you're already doing that? Is it possible?
I feel better now because of Hello Panda.
Okay, is it possible for us to get a solo graphic of just Trex's prediction pop up? I feel like we need that right now. Again, that's the matchup that we're getting. Trex excited for it, but again, it's been a day of surprises, and I think it's apt that we talk about first KBG, Keep Best Gaming, the representatives from China. Now, Yanfang Yaguai did an amazing thing at Wildcards. The performance that they showed that put China on the map. KBG now has to follow that up. But remember, KBG is the team that beat the FYG in the grand finals of the China qualifier. And dare I say, Keep Best Gaming, it seems like the universe didn't want them to be here because they were tested in the China qualifier and they passed that test so well. But now RRQ Hoshi, after missing M4, after missing M5, returns to the world stage here in M6 and they have to face China's best. There's something about this tells me this could be the start of what could be a very long-term story between these two.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the Chinese region overall has really improved tremendously within this year. Even in the recently concluded AEG, the Asian Esports Games, for the women's MLBB, the Chinese team finished third place, right, top three, and they took a game off with the Philippine squad before they got eliminated. So overall, I think that region has grown. They've gotten time to play on the international server for quite a while as well. And Dianfeng Yaoguai delivered China's first series win on an international stage, so setting history on its own. I wouldn't be surprised if now all the pressure is going to be on KBG's shoulders.
Yeah. And speaking of pressure on shoulders, it must be a little bit different now because for RQ Hoshi, there's one man there who's been there through the highest of highs and the lowest of lows of RQ Hoshi's recent history for the past 2.5 years. Skylar must now lead a young squad. The first time we saw him in the world stage, he was the youngin being led by his coach. Now he has to be the co to Sutsujin, Dairen, Idok, and Rins. And they have to show they are ready to rule once more. How pressuring could it be for one man?
I mean, if there's any player in all of MLBB that can probably handle pressure the most, it is probably Skylar, because being on the team of RQ is a pressuring hold, right? I mean, it's you have one of the largest fan bases out there, so many eyes on you, and Skylar's handled it forever.
And now here's a quote from, well, Skylar. There we go. M3 was my first international tournament, and at that time I was still young and new to the scene. I had to adjust a lot. By M4, I had grown and started thinking more strategically. Now in M6, I'm guiding young players who've never experienced M Series. My focus is on educating them, and as long as we play as a team, the result, win or lose, doesn't really matter. And I agree with you, if anyone can handle that pressure, it has to be Skylar with everything that he's gone through in his career. And there's an important note in my head. Oh, right. This man, he's the face of Indonesian MLBB today.
Yeah, he definitely is, right? Like a homestay name as well. But at the same time, not only is he needing to guide a squad of young rookies, we also kind of talked about the mentality, right? Are you coming into the M Series as the hungry dog that you are? You want every win, or are you coming in with a team that wants to focus on the experience and not really care too much about the wins and losses? I think that for RRQ is very important as well. Seeing that they are the kingdom and they are now back on the M Series stage in Malaysia, where they came so close so many years ago.
Now, that's RQ Hoshi and the history that they have. We'll dwell more on that as the match goes on and, of course, as the M6 World Championship goes on. But now let's talk more about names unfamiliar to many of us, but names who are hungry to prove their position in global MLBB esports. Of course, that is KBG, Keep S Gaming from China. And let's look at B Lexi, their gold laner, and what he talked to us about, which is that he's played a lot of fighters across different roles, including jungler, gold laner, and EXP laner. The man is flexible. During M6 qualifier, he focused on fighters and assassins, and he's noted something about China's playstyle being unique compared to other regions. They focus on a lot of small fights and skirmishes, and he's excited to show the world what kind of performance we can deliver. If you're KBG, are you going to play comfortable into that and say, you know what, RRQ, we will hunt for those skirmishes and we will try to outfight you?
I mean, right now we're seeing that win out with so many teams. The micro, the small skirmishes. It is extremely important to be able to control those. And KBG is a team that, unlike RRQ, isn't really a homestead name, but is slowly trying to become that. Ever since China has entered the scene, it has been eyes on them, waiting to see when they will actually be, top 8 level, top 4 level. And at M6, we're already seeing the possibilities. And so far from DFYG, we saw amazing possibilities. So if KBG can hold up to that level, the sky's the limit at this point.
So now, as we've talked about KBG, I think it's time for us to talk about, well, the China region as a whole in MLBB. There have been people saying that just give them time, and I feel like that time, it's not running out, but it's coming close, because we've been hearing a few more things about how well KBG have been performing. We've been hearing more things and seeing it, being witnesses to it, to what Dianfeng Yaoguai has been able to do. So, do you expect him to rise in M6, or do you think it's still going to be another international of work in progress?
I think it's a bit of both, right? They've already proven the part where they are kind of the rising force to be reckoned with, but I also feel like there are still a lot of work that needs to be put in for the Chinese region in general. I know that the first year on the M6 stage, the wildcard stage, it was KBG, and people were saying that general consensus will basically give them maybe 2-3 years, but I think they've fast-tracked that, right? Within 1 year, they've shown us the possibilities, the infinite possibilities that they could bring to the international stage. So right now is to build on that.
Yeah, for me, China team stonks are up right now, and they are on a rise, and I definitely think if there's a time for them to really pop off, the meta works because of how it's not as single-minded as it used to be. There's just a lot of variety, and I think it gives teams that maybe have trouble, adapting to a singular way to play, it gives them room to play. And right now there is a chance for China to do something, especially if you've been watching all the games that have already been happening. It's got to give some of these teams that are coming into this as underdogs hope, like, oh man, if they can do it, we can do it too.
The champions of the China qualifier has to go up against the most legendary name in Indonesian and even global MLBB, with how massive their fan base is and all of the support from RRQ Hoshi and the Indonesian region. But now let's look back once again and highlight the new young kids. We've talked a lot about them, but it's because we need to understand them more. KBG.
Yeah, KBG, we got Bilexi in the gold lane, got Tracy as Roam, Lemui as the mid laner, Shaksha as the jungler, and a Winterturn as the XP. Of course, some familiar faces, some new faces, right? We've seen Shaksha, Tracy, and even Lemui last year, but of course, Bilexi and Winterturn are kind of the new names. The fact that you have old and new blood is always a good mixture, right? Sort of kind of like RQ Hoshi, they were primarily led by Skylar, but in this case, I'm looking at Shaksha to see if he can continue to build on what he has established in multiple regions in KBG's performance today.
So KBG, they brought in 2 Filipino imports, but we have to credit what KBG has done to turn these Filipino imports into champion level in China. And now their opponents are RQ Hoshi. Yeah, the kingdom is everywhere. You can hear them here in Malaysia. These are their members.
Yeah, Skylar in the gold lane. Edok as the roam, Rins as the mid, Sutsujin as the jungle, and Dairin as the EXP. Now, a lot of us have been talking about this team and how for a long time RQ was Skylar Esports. But after talking to some other casters, Sutsujin can pop off, Dairin can pop off, and I'm excited to see what they can bring to this table. Yes, the gold lane has been super important for so many teams that have won so far today. But EXP lane as well, Dairin, can he open up the field? Can Sutsujin buy time for Skylar to get those items in?
Yeah, and I just want to quickly build on what Trex mentioned about Sutsujin, right? Like, there's this moniker when Sutsujin was playing in a KG in MPLNY Season 13, they call him King Sutsujin. We've seen the rise and fall of this player whenever he's under pressure. But when he went back to MPL ID, he crushed the competition. So Sutsujin, the sky's the limit.
Day one.
Speaking of sky's the limit, this is day one. Thank you so much as we've hit a PCU milestone. 1.129 million viewers already for the M6 World Championship. To our global MLBB esports community, thank you. To those who have doubted our presence in the global stage as a video game to watch out for and as a sport to watch out for, keep doubting. We'll keep breaking records. So please scan the QR code on your screen right now and redeem the codes as we've achieved a milestone. Let's be greater than ever together.
Yeah, I mean, and that's such a great point to make. For anyone that thinks that this esports scene is not one of the hypest out there, if not the hypest out there, we are here to show you that it definitely is. And I'm excited for this next game. KBG, RRQ. What do we got to really look out for? Do we think the Bruno is going to be the most important pick here with KBG, I think, being on the blue side?
Yeah.
It's going to be huge.
So we actually got the chance to talk to the M6 coaches, and we asked them, who do you think is going to be the dark horse of M6? Bren says it's Ulfidnar because they learned a lot coming in and their punch will be warmer.
Yeah, and for Coach Lyrics, he says that the Chinese teams are the dark horses because they scrimmed against them at MSC and they have interesting heroes.
And for Kez Cutie, same. We scrimmed one game against the Chinese team, and they used a different meta.
Of course, Coach Wynot said probably Ulfidnar can be Team Spirit too with Kid Bomba's return. So Coach Lyric and Coach Kezcute, who is here right now, did mention that KBG, the teams from China, are teams to watch out for here. And yeah, we really got to acknowledge the rapid climb that they've had, the performances that they've been showing. Again, even back in MSC 2024, when it was still, before they were DFYG, they were XYG. and they made Falcons AP Bren work for a win during the group stages.
It was pretty crazy, right? Because XYG, the evolution to DFYG is essentially small monsters becoming big kings. And even the bans are pretty interesting because we talk about fighter heroes, interesting picks from the Chinese region. The Freya gets banned out by RRQ.
Yeah, very good respect. That's one of the top picks in China and one of the top picks of KBG in the gold. But they actually flex that sometimes into the EXP, sometimes even more or less in the jungle.
Hey man, we got a team that plays Freya Gold as well in NACT.
All right.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I will say it can be scary about 15, 20 minutes in.
Yeah.
But still, the possibilities are there and RQ is paying their dues. But once again, the Jushin is open.
Jushin, the Bruno is open as well. Like DFYG's pocket marksman pick, it has always been the Bruno. I wouldn't be surprised if that is also KBG's main choice, considering how strong he is right now. But I do prefer the Jushin as that first pick a lot more than the Bruno.
Having RQ plays it so well by putting that trade out there. It's like we ban out the Freya, but we leave some options and they pick up the Suyo with KBG. That means Bruno and Jushin?
Yeah. And there he is.
Yeah.
The Bruno, again, got acknowledged. He is the marksman of the M6 World Championship, and RRQ get the Jushin as well. Mirko is already happy about the first two picks on the side of RRQ Hoshi, and this gives them a quick scaling marksman that can dominate lane, and a mid laner that might actually stop KBG rotations.
They might have to take the Hilda now because we saw what happened when Hilda, Jushin, and Bruno are on the same team.
Oh, yeah.
Literally the previous game, power picks, early, mid to late, incredible pressure, insane late game scaling. So if you're KBG right now, you gotta select these next two picks very, very carefully.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just scary, man. Just seeing those two picks alone on RQ's side. I was already questioning if Bruno should start getting banned. Jushin definitely needs to stay banned. And right now they're both in the hands of RRQ. KBG, what do they pick up here? Do they go for EXP Roam maybe? Mid and Roam. They get the Valentina, they get the Hilda.
Of course, they gotta get the Hilda at this point, but with KBG's first three picks, they are lacking range. They need a little bit more of that into the second phase.
Something just crossed my mind, right? Remember we talked, I mentioned a bit about Fredrin, and Susujin was sort of like the first guy that played Fredrin in a long time in MPL ID.
Yeah.
Looking at what KBG has right now is not necessarily the worst of options as well. It definitely can be something that I think RQ can consider moving forward.
Oh, you called it!
That's the King Susujin. Fredrin is out again.
Okay, but how will it, so it worked very well against the Joy earlier today.
Yeah.
How is it going to work against a slightly harder hitting hero in the early game? You know, going up against the Suyo, like, will it still be able to just completely outpace the Joy like it did? Or is it going to have a little bit more trouble in the early game?
This Fredrin, I feel like with what it's paired with Jushin, and then at this point, the last possible best pick for KBG, if they want to be aggressive and match that, it's either going to be the Alpha or, well, they're actually quite comfortable with the Lunox. Those are going to be very expensive picks, and it's a very solid first three by RRQ Hoshi.
Yeah, at the same time, you are not bothered about the Hilda invading you, that's for sure. You got great peel alongside the Jushin, so it keeps Skylar insanely safe.
Yeah. By the way, fun fact, there's a very funny link between KBG and RRQ. So Saksa and Susujin both played with and allegedly has been scolded by many times by Sasa, the stern Kage. And Susujin agreed that Sasa is very strict, but he claimed that he got better because of his own hard work. Of course, that is Coach Sasa now of Dianfang Yaguai.
Pretty funny because Sasa in an interview said that as a coach, he's angry. He's less angry because, you know, he's not playing as much, but, you know, he got to control that anger. He ain't young anymore, but that strictness is one of the reasons that he became one of the Kages, the first player to win in 2 different regions.
Yeah, I like it. So now RQ with their last ban coming in. Do they just take it? Maybe they take out the Beatrix here. Maybe just keep on hammering into that gold lane. They took out the Granger already on the side of KBG. One more ban as well. Focus on into the XP lane. Maybe take out the Hylos.
Yep, could be. If RQ Hoshi decide to ban something like a carry, I'm gonna find it quite funny. But of course, they actually respect another respect pick on the side of, a power pick for KBG. They like playing the pick off, and Tracy is very good in that Kaja.
Yeah, even last year during their first wildcard experience, Tracy has demonstrated the Kaja as well. And you don't want to be isolated, right? If you're Susujin on the Fredrin, if you're Jushin, the last thing you want is to be pulled away from the rest of your team.
Yeah.
It kind of defeats the whole purpose of this protect King Skylar composition.
Most definitely. So now at this point, RQ is going to get first pick in response. Still need an EXP laner. So far, I mean, their draft is very telestrated, right? We know exactly where all of these heroes are going, but they are powerful heroes, so they don't need much flexibility. I think at this point, maybe get one more strong, tanky frontliner, something that can really just make sure that Jushin and Bruno can hang out on the backside.
Let's see if they are going to get that tankiness, either in the roam or the EXP. The picks of RRQ Hoshi means they can actually go for a duelist in the EXP lane. Nothing too soft, but something that might actually be able to punish in the lane. They go ahead and pick up a Cho, still flexible, but this is probably going to go into the hands of IDOC. One of the reasons why we actually don't have a lot of data on IDOC's Cho is because the times he's shown it, well, it did really good in Indonesia, and teams would rather take it away from him.
And it's not a surprise, so plenty of pickoffs and you can move fast. If RQ Kazu wants to have more mobility, the Khalid is still up on the table if they want to. If you want sort of like a big AoE presence, there's always the Gatot as well. So I think this draft is pretty, the flex pick is pretty open for RQ. I think they're definitely less worried than KBG are right now.
I think RQ could literally just pick about any EXP laner. With the draft that they have, anything will work. KBG, on the other hand, do lock in the Beatrix and the Belleric.
Whoa, up against
the Fredrin. Is that the idea here, right? You can run in, you can kind of get the big stun here, look for something.
Fred, Juice, and
the
Bruno.
CC, okay.
The CC comes in interesting. My brain is kind of going crazy a little bit with the matchups right now, but to be fair, okay, you know what? We gotta be fair to Trex. I was going into this thinking.
Wait, is that gold lane? Wait 1 second. I'm looking for the swap. Tracy gets the Belleric.
Yeah, it's a roam Belleric. To be fair, KBG, I did also consider KBG. More about that later. Mirko, bring it up. That draft, crazy, right?
I don't know why we're progressively receiving and seeing crazy drafts as time goes by, but it's not a bad thing. It's really exciting to see these kinds of drafts come up on the first day of the Swiss stage for the M6 World Championship. And now we're about to find out if they would cement the narrative that the underdogs have been taking over, or will RRQ switch things up as well this time around?
I guess we'll just have to see, man. At this point, no predictions, right?
No predictions.
Hoshi, though, I will say their draft looks stellar, but also KBG, I love the Belleric pick.
Yep, we've been hearing a lot of things about KBG, but now they're going up against the King of Kings. So we're about to find out what's going to happen. This is KBG versus RRQ Hoshi. I can't also believe that they're hearing the Kingdom. They're making a lot of noise all the way here from Malaysia.
Hey man, the fact that it's in Malaysia, very close to Indo, hey, there's a lot of them that actually flew out, right? So definitely a lot of the Kingdom here in the building. You can hear them after every single win, probably. Every single trade, probably too. That's how they are in Indo too, man. You know, W fans, but let's take a look at this. Oh, Rins! It's a Brave Smite on the Juicin. That's an odd emblem to go for. Master Assassin for Skylar. It's, Master Assassin too for B-Lexi.
Why am I feeling that this is potentially a very aggressive Jushin that could come in from Riz? Even picking up the tenacity for one of his emblems. So they might just really want to face off against Keep Best Gaming as much as possible. And I think they have the resources to do just that, but wait!
Rins with the flicker out. Very low, but still is able to escape. Skylar in the bottom lane in the 1v1 against B-Lexi. It does look like he's actually going to lose out on that trade. B-Lexi winning it out for now. Skylar will have to respect it. And KBG, they get the early control.
Honestly, we're just getting to know KBG and the way they really want to play things out. But it seems like what they're planning to go with or do in this game is to just really take on RRQ Hoshi as well. It's just to be equally aggressive. And we're seeing it from the lane-to-lane matchups and all the way to the invades. Look at Sasha, Tracy, and Lumu really being aggressive in the early game.
Well played, really well played by Keep Best Gaming right here. Stopping the level 4 from Sutsujin, and this is one of the weaknesses for the Fredrin in the jungle. Your clear speed isn't that good, especially up against a Suyo here that's online at level 3. You for the Fredrin, and you want to control neutral objectives, you still got to be level 4. He should still be able to get it with purple buff, but I believe Saksa will have the lead coming into the first turtle. Tracy knocked up at Lantern Flare, Skylar walking up as well. Tracy popping Revitalize. It should be a kill over to RRQ. The slide tackle, and that's a kill to Skylar on the Bruno.
Alright, Bennett's Rage also committed for Lexi, and it seems like they're going to focus on the gold lane for now, acknowledging the fact that they may potentially be slightly behind in terms of the jungle matchup, in terms of the red tree levels. The Saksha, I think he's already, one level ahead up against Sutsujin, but they're yet to start the turtle. So we'll see what RRQ Hoshi will plan to do from now, because Zyron is still holding it and they're getting information bit by bit regarding Keep Gaming. But both teams, they have full resources.
You can see the Rapid Dryad already online too for Tracy. Win return going to be chunked quite low. Edok also chunked by Luo Mu. Stolen the curtain call. Lantern Flare again to Tracy. Win return going in as well. Rapid Dryad plays down the curtain call. Two Appraiser's Wrath coming down. Tracy's going to be very low. Pops into Rapid Dryad as Edok goes in for the back. Sutsujin winning out the red tree battle, by the way. Edok with the Jikundo. Luomu going to be caught. That's a Crimson Beacon from Rins aggressively. Luomu taken down. Win return getting a trade over to Edok, but it will be Win return also taking down the trade in favor of RRQ. Rins flickering forward. Now the pull back. Lexi ball down by Skylar.
Now I believe you. They're reacting to every kill, to every trade that's happening across the map. And honestly, this is an all-out aggressive gameplay we're seeing for both of these teams. With RRQ Hoshi, they're managing it better so far, the way we're seeing it. They're ahead 5-1 in terms of kill score, and this might just be an attempt to convert it gradually. But then Keep Gaming, I must say, I'd also like to commend the way they're holding on to these objectives and to these potential pickups for RRQ Hoshi and Saksha.
That's a Rapid Dryad to catch Skylar. Edok unable to help him. Good kill back from Keep Gaming as they look to play for Lexi.
Yeah, that was a very decisive rotation towards the gold lane. They knew they had to shut down at least, or prevent Skylar from just getting all that farm. He's got 2 kills already. But I think another thing we have to really take note of is the way Rins and Edok have been rotating so far. I can feel the mid control coming in from this mid duo, and there's 100% kill participation in the hands of Rins. So it's proving to be quite effective. Like the way you pointed out, the Brave Smite and all that tenacity, even in the first attempt of Keep Gaming to take him out, if it weren't for those two, I doubt he would have survived up to that point.
Rins is the type of guy in Indo, right? We call him just crazy Rins also, you know? It's kind of like the Sans thing, Gila Sans, but Gila Rins, because sometimes he actually does go Gila mode. Crimson Beacon forward, flicker forward. We've seen it twice now, Crimson Beacon and flicker forward from Rins. So maybe that's why they went for the Brave Smite. He knows that he's going to be in a vulnerable spot a lot of times, and he will probably be punished if he doesn't have the Brave Smite. So this time he's like, yeah, if I'm going to go crazy, might as well have some safety lingers.
Yeah, he needed something to complement all those crazy plays that we could potentially see from him. And now RRQ Hoshi might just take control once again of this turtle pit. Oh no, will there be a Wrath of Dryad once again?
Edok gonna go for the way of the dragon, but it's gonna be cancelled by Saxo. Pops in the blink, Sutsujin with the red tree, wins it out. Meanwhile, Tyron gets rid of Tracy. Win return might be next on the chopping block, but RRQ will just be happy with the turtle. They'll play around the mid lane with Rins and Skylar.
Skylar's here. They're definitely going to attempt to take this down, but there goes Win return once again. Oh, Sutsujin. Flicker for Win return, but they're forcing the mid lane turret.
Oh, Win return might be picked up again. Sutsujin pops him up, but Rins, unfortunately, what happened up top? It's a solo kill. Tyron with the vengeance gets it done against Saksa.
I can't believe it. Like, is this the most kills we've seen so far? Like, is this the most action-packed game we've seen so far? We're only 6 minutes, but once again!
Tyron with another solo kill! In Indo, there was a line from Ghani. The guy made a deal with a devil to make a defense happen. He might have made another deal with a devil to get 2 solo kills. Tracy kicked back with the way of the dragon. Now over to Skylar. Is it Wrath of the Dryad bringing him back as Rins goes into the back with the Crimson Beacon, getting the Lantern Flare as well. Lexi zoned completely. Tracy to be knocked up and now zoned away. Skylar gets another 2.2k gold lead for the Kings.
They're managing it well. All that sustained from Keep Gaming. They aren't really able to capitalize on it much. They don't allow the damage dealers to get any closer to RRQ Hoshi. And now they successfully take out the tier 1 turret in the bottom lane. Even the top lane, it might fall anytime soon. So we're seeing control from RRQ Hoshi. This is a 3k gold lead in their hands, but Lexi, okay. We've seen this earlier. The Malefic gun in the Beatrix. But how effective would it be this time if you can't even gain access towards the turrets of RRQ Hoshi?
I think it should still be good as a way to defend, right? It's great at sieging. It should automatically be good at defending too, because you have that range extra for the Bennett to hit these waves and to poke it down before, you know, RQ could siege.
Guardian helmet priority here for Tracy as well. But what is the plan? What is the plan for Keep This Gaming? Arkeoshi, they're controlling the turtle. The potential last, or actually the last turtle will be seeing, and there's a way of the dragon.
Beautifully done on the success. Sujin walks up, Rins picks up a killing spree. That's a vengeance from Tyron. The curtain call already down earlier. And Keep Best Gaming, they've just lost 2 members. You can see the Kingdom here supporting RQ in Malaysia. Front stage, Rins. Red Lantern Flare, very low. Skylar, oh! With a flicker forward, gets the ball down. That was a worldie for sure. Win return. Stuck in the tier 2. Gonna go for the chase out to Skylar. Let's see how he deals with it. Skylar gonna be taken down as a big shutdown. Win return. Not gonna be chased down. Tyron should be able to get that kill. He's going mega.
The amount of team fights that are happening, Mirko. I mean, they let go of that turtle. Now it's an 8-minute Lord. So they just completely let go of that and fought against Keep Best Gaming, but it wasn't the best situation for them. Once RRQ Hoshi gets successful enough to take out both Tracy and Saksha, I think they're really trying to play around these 2 players, but once they're the first to fall, things just keep getting difficult for Keep Best Gaming.
Rikita, you keep bringing up the kills like you forgot. You know the server. This is the Brawl server, baby.
The Brawl server.
This is RQ Hoshi in the Brawl server. It seems like they're going to get this Lord for free. Nothing KBG can do while being 4,000 gold behind Edok is so annoying. Just always baiting KBG and screening him around, and now Skylar has the Mailpick gun.
Yep, I don't think they're even having second thoughts about looking for Tracy at this point. Even when he successfully gets to use the Wrath of Dryad, they have multiple ways to get out of it, and there are other players from RQ Hoshi who just make sure. There's Tyron, he can just dive into the backlines and make sure that Bilexi won't be having the best time of his life trying to get those free hits, unlike Skylar. Not unless we see a similar situation where Skylar's left alone or left behind, but from this point onwards, now that RQ Hoshi has complete control of this game, this might be very, very difficult for Keep Best Gaming to defend. Multiple resources are forced out just to clear the incoming minion waves. And mind you, RQ Hoshi, especially Edok, he still has the flicker way of the dragon.
Crazy brought back Edok! Goes in for the kick. Bilexi's gonna be caught there, and Win return will be able to escape for a bit. Rins picks him up. Skylar takes him down. It's another mega kill pick for Rins this time. 7,000 gold lead. They've dealt with 2, and they still have a Lord to play with.
All right, so that slightly wasn't a successful way of the dragon attempt, but still
Skylar! From downtown, he gets the shot. That was a goal. Half court. Luomu trying to defend. Again, the Lantern Flare from Rins. LMU is down. Skylar gets another. It's a shutdown now as Tracy tries to bait the pick over. Dyer with a yo-yo. It's him taking down Win return. He has to try to survive the curtain call, locks him down. Rins goes in with the flicker forward. He knocks him out of the base. And Tyron takes him out. It's a shutdown in the end. Can they go for it?
Is that what you call a crazy Rins play? Because I'm starting to believe it right now. They're gaining access to the base of KBG Gaming. They might take out all inhibitor turrets right now, and they have a lot of minion waves incoming. The death timers aren't that long though, so Keep Best Gaming, they might still be able to defend this.
They will be able to defend, but they have lost all of their base turrets with the first Lord. Now that is some ridiculous stuff.
I'm starting to realize just how action-packed, how active the Brawl server is actually. Yeah. Like, we're seeing it in action right now from our RQ Hoshi, and it's very exciting to see this kind of gameplay. And like, based on what's happening right now, it's so hard for Keep Best Gaming to find their way back in this game. Not unless they really get to set up a perfect team fight here. They have a lot of AoE, it's just that. The Wrath of Dryad, the Bennett's Rage. But you really want to reserve that as well for all those potential Lord Sieges that might happen later on from our RQ Hoshi.
You still can't take Keep Best Gaming out of this game just yet, right? They have defended. It's an 8,000 gold lead, but we've seen gold leads like this go away with one big fight. It seemed like RQ, though, they're playing the discipline game really, really well, and that's RQ for you. They play the Brawl server really well, but then they have the discipline to actually slow things down.
Yep, actually, this has been such a great game for Dairen even. Like, he hasn't died not even once in this entire game. And to think that he's actually the person from RRQ Hoshi who really dives toward the backlines. But speaking of diving, speaking of looking at the targets from the back, Edok, he's positioned himself really well, and that's the Crimson Beacon in once again from Rins.
Okay, Edok goes in, kicks Lexi back. Edok, you're a mad lad. The worldie comes around and the AoE's there. Skylar's gonna be able to free hit all around. That's a double kill for Skylar. Slide tackle to win return. One last shot to take him down. Will he be able to get the triple? Now RRQ going in. Skylar gets the triple. KBG trying to defend with Lexi with a male fit gun. Rins, will he go for another Gila play? Flickers forward. Now Skylar looking for a kill over to him. Skylar gets another. It's a maniac technically. The Savage gets taken away from him, but RRQ stay in form as they win in a day full of upsets.
I thought KBG would have still had a chance. The tactical reposition saving Bilexi, but it wasn't long before another crazy play was shown to us here by Rins and the rest of RRQ Hoshi, dominating this game and putting an end to all those, or actually, they don't plan to continue all these underdog stories, not at least for today.
And also, they avoid hell. That 0-1 bracket is literally hell.
I cannot imagine what everyone is feeling right now, but let's break down this game for you and head over back to our panel.
RRQ Hoshi just transcends trends in what has been a day of surprises. RRQ Hoshi came in and said, nah, it stops right there. Let's get this W and let's get the expected result. As the crowd here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia thunders RRQ, dominant is the performance of the Kingdom.
Honestly, I thought one of my favorite animes, Bleach, has a Hell arc, but apparently at the M6 Swiss stage, we also have a Hell arc coming up as well. KBG joins the unfortunate pool of decked out teams in that 0-1 bracket, but this was just a dominant win. I think we can sort of agree that the draft itself made the life of RQ Hoshi so much easier.
Yeah, KBG just gave up way too much there. Too many pricey picks given over to the hands of RRQ. And, you know, whether we had hoped for KBG or not, RRQ definitely came in as the favorite. And to just give them the Jushin, give them the Cho, give them so much comfort and power, it was too much to stand against.
Tremendous draft by Coach Kezcute and RRQ Hoshi as we head now to the stage for the winner's interview with Rose.
RRQ Hoshi, one of the very few teams today defying the odds, winning their first Swiss stage game. First of all, Skylar, congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, now Skylar, how does it feel to be back in the M Series stage?
Merasa lebih baik aja.
You feel good?
Yeah.
He feels good being back in the M Series stage. Do you miss playing in the international stage?
Yes.
Wow, all right. He said I can speak to him in English, don't worry. Okay, now Skylar, we know that RRQ Hoshi is the only franchise with the most M-Series appearance, but you guys haven't won yet. How confident are you, Skylar, that RRQ Hoshi can bring back the championship to Indonesia this time around?
18%. 80%.
80%, yeah. Kenapa? Why?
We still try hard. Because this is the new game.
So you're still trying?
Yeah.
Belum bisa lagi? Not yet used to it? All right. Okay, now we know that you used to play back then. You were in M3 if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now since you have experience as an international player, how do you cheer up your teammates when they're down, or how do you make sure they're not nervous for the games?
I just ask my friend, just confident, we can do it.
Wow. Do you trust your team?
Yeah.
You trust them?
I trust my team and then my team trusts me.
Aw, that's so cute. They trust each other. Okay, now we already have 6 teams with a 1-0. There is S2G, BTK, CFU, Team Spirit, Twisted Minds, and Falcon. Who do you want to meet tomorrow?
I don't know, because random, right?
Random, yeah, but if you can pick.
One?
Yeah, one.
I think BTK.
BTK! Why do you want to meet BTK?
I want to meet Mobazin because last time in M3.
Oh, so like a revenge.
No, just play fun.
Rematch.
Yeah, rematch.
Okay, now we can see that although RRQ is playing in Malaysia, the Kingdom came in full support. What does Skylar want to say to the Kingdom who are supporting Skylar and RRQ?
Thank you yang sudah support kita di Malaysia, yang sudah jauh-jauh juga dari Indonesia yang support kita. Makasih banyak. Kita masih dapat pertandingan semua dan tetap support kita lah. Makasih.
So Skylar said thank you to everybody who came down over in Malaysia to support them, and of course thank you very much to those in Indonesia as well. They will do their best and just keep supporting them. Thank you very much, Skylar. Congratulations on your win today. And with that, let us throw it back to the panel to break down what happened in this game against KBG.
2 kills a minute. That's the average for RRQ Hoshi. At that game, it was 13 minutes and it was a 26 total kills for the Kingdom. Welcome back to the panel again. Thank you, Skylar, Rose, and congratulations to the Kingdom and RRQ Hoshi. My goodness, RRQ, Trex, I think you said it best. They got a lot in the draft, but I really want to appreciate what Coach Kesgyud and RRQ Hoshi pulled off here with a surprise Fredrin third pick.
Was it really a surprise? I felt like I saw it coming from
You did.
quite a distance. Yeah,
Oh yeah, you saw that coming.
I've been talking about the Susujin Fredrin for quite a while. So even during MPI in my playouts, I've been kind of harping on that a little bit. I'm just happy to see Coach Kesgyud put out again. But yeah, when they got the Jusin and Bruno, because KPG decided to first pick Suyo, me and Trex just looked at each other and we went like.
Yeah, I feel like they got everything they wanted. They got the whole deal.
Yeah.
They got the box offer, right? They got Christmas Day on day one right here. You got the Cho. You got. I mean, it's rough. That was hard to see happen right there.
Yeah.
And RQ. I mean, I don't even think you come in. I thought they were gonna trade. I think RQ thought they were gonna trade.
Yeah.
But they got it all.
Yep, they got everything, and Valentina with the IMU could not get much. Looking up the lineup of RRQ Hoshi, it's tough for a Valentina. It's a great individual pick, but when you end up with not much to get, like, you diminish the value of the Valentina. So a great draft by RRQ Hoshi. And something that we got to point out here for KBG. Again, they mentioned and admitted that they are a team that love to take small team fights and skirmish. They're doing that against the Brawl server? They're doing that against RRQ Hoshi? That is not the right call. They tried to take trades. They got a few of them. But at the end of the day, RRQ showed just how much better they are with the small fights.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are seeing KBG try to speed it up. I think the mid trio, right? They were moving as a unit pretty early prior to the first turtle. But unfortunately, like you said, Remar, this Valentina didn't able to use that IMU too much because she is in fact not him this game. There's really not much that the Valentina could steal and utilize.
You know, and you mentioned how they were rotating as that mid trio. The problem with that is it was very telegraphed. It was bottom, top, bottom, top. And yes, they did get some pickoffs here and there. They got 8 kills on the map. I mean, it wasn't a complete wash, even though it was still kind of a complete wash. But they were able to get some pickoffs, but RQ felt comfortable with it. Even with Skylar taking to death, he still had a huge lead of 12.5k gold.
I think now we also got to see that, and confirm rather, that teams who are willing to play into the Fredrin, supplement it well, and be able to execute well around it will be rewarded. I don't think it's a full return to the tank fighter meta, but it's definitely the return of Fredrin.
Yeah, absolutely. At the same time, it's been quite a while, but people tend to forget how good Fredrin is in peeling for his team, soaking up damage, and just kind of being one of the guys that step on the gas, right? You keep on going. He got reduced cooldowns for his abilities in recent patches. He's a lot more beefier in the meta where everyone else has reduced base HP.
Yeah.
Fredrin feels like the man that can frontline.
Not only that, but it gives space to be able to pick up something like the CC that isn't exactly a crowd control EXP laner, right? It gives space to be able to play with your EXP lane a little bit more and maybe pick up something more dually, as you like to say, Renmar.
Yeah.
You know, something a bit more aggressive, something that wants to get in their face because you have this tanky boy with crowd control, with taunt, that can play that role itself.
Yeah, with the Vengeance, it's a great pickup there with the CC there at the end. It's not the roamer substitute, but it is a disruptive dually. Thank you. EXP laner for the side of RRQ Hoshi. And yeah, they just ran away with it in terms of the objectives. They were taking buffs. The gold lead almost ballooned up to, at some point, I thought it could have gone to like 12 or 15, but RQ Hoshi were willing to give up those bounties because they knew it would press the advantage. And I think that's the best thing RQ did here. Once they smelled the advantage, you got Skylar flickering forward. You got Rin saying, I'll go ahead and join you. iDog coming in from weird angles, perfect weird angles.
Yeah, I mean, iDog getting the final wave of Dragon onto Bilaxi to really seal the fate of KBG, even though it's sealed from the very start. And then you have Skylar, right? Like, we talk about him leading this young bunch of new blood, but him as the veteran also is the MVP of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Skylar with the $1 million smile right there, man. And I love the quote. I just feel like it all kind of ties together, right? Happy guy, bringing the team here, taking a dub on day one. But the final thing to point out, it's Bruno, baby.
It's a Bruno.
Ban this Bruno, guys.
Yeah, Bruno has put itself on the map in the hands of fantastic players such as the face of Indonesian MLBB, Skylar. Going back to the highlights, it was tough for Keep S Gaming to find any flow. I was mentioning to the boys here that as someone who's played Belleric myself, there are times where I'm happy as a Belleric, and honestly, this is one of those times. However, RRQ Hoshi, they knew that and they respected it. They have the juice in with them, and every time they can get a moment to build an advantage by taking out the Belleric and then punishing in the entry of either Saksa or Winterturn, they took it.
Juicin is so good against these immobile, beefy front lines that want to look for a set, right? Like, you just keep them at an arm's length. There's no way for them to get close to you in any way. But I also want to kind of touch on this Bruno a bit more because it's pretty weird. When we looked at the wild cards, team were respect banning Bruno.
Yeah.
But right now, Bruno is getting through every single draft.
I think at the end of day one, we might not see much of Bruno anymore.
I think it's going to be GG's for Bruno. Maybe tomorrow, maybe even the next game.
Yeah.
Big next game coming up. Won't spoil it for you. But yeah, I mean, not only that, the Bruno does well in just about anybody's hands, but you put it in the hands of Skylar, it is destructive, it is chaos, it is everything that RRQ Hoshi wanted.
With who RRQ Hoshi is, their history as an organization, and the players playing there right now, this was like the most perfect kingdom way to start M6 if you're an RRQ Hoshi fan, right?
Yeah, I mean, even winning the local league, right, and then coming into this as winning their first Swiss round stage. Some people might say, oh, it's a given. They're up against KBG, not some of the other actual heavy hitters, but still in such a dominant fashion where you have room to style on your opponents. That's gotta be a big morale boost.
Yeah, RRQ Hoshi, they are the team to secure the top seed of the regular season in MPL Indonesia Season 14. They were the first team to secure a slot in the M6 World Championship. They fell short to Team Liquid ID, but they seemingly have shrugged off that loss and have started off their M6 campaign with a vengeance. Coming up next now, it is, dare I say, the main event of the evening. The match that a lot of people thought we'd wait for the grand finals. But nope, we get it in day one, the very first day of Swiss stage. It's Team Liquid Indonesia versus Fnatic Onyx Philippines. As someone who comes from NA, I'm pretty sure even you're hyped about this, man.
Oh, I'm very, very, very hyped about this. FNOP versus TLID, and it's just a warm-up, right? We could see him again. We could see him 2 more times for all we know, depending on how things go. I mean, it's a nice start, and so far we've had nothing but bangers. I feel like back-to-back-to-back upsets, crazy matches. So this is just, the final little touch.
Yeah, and the surprising thing about this is, whoever wins this, you can't say it was an upset, because there are many camps who would argue that whoever wins this, it's not an upset at all. I mean, they're both champions of the 2 regions that many claim or many say and hail as to be the top of MLBB esports.
I mean, you could see them now in the 0-0 bracket and maybe in the 1-1 bracket, and then after it's in the 2-2 brackets. Who knows, right? It's, so many rematch potentials between these 2 teams when champions collide.
Yeah, we have been spoiled to a tremendous Swiss stage day 1 so far. That's only day 1. And the clash of titans between Team Liquid Indonesia and Fnatic Onyx Philippines is coming up after a short break. M6 will be right back.
モバイルレジェンド M6 スイスウォッチ
Who are we?
New bloods. New legacy.
A new era.
We were.
We thrive.
We strive.
Style for champions. Worn by legend.
We are
Greater than ever.
Anda semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda
glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ
Who are we?
New bloods. New legacy.
A new era.
We wear.
We thrive.
We strive. Style for champions. Worn by legend.
We are
Greater than ever.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry.
Greater than ever, the promise we delivered or wished to deliver heading into the 6th MLBB World Championship. To be greater than ever, that is what these two teams have achieved in their local leagues. They struggled for so long at a certain spot. Finally, they made it to the top in Indonesia and in the Philippines, respectively. Team Liquid and Fnatic Onyx Philippines face off in the final match of the Swiss stage. Welcome once again. My name is Renmar Santa Cruz. Just call me Renmar. Still here with Husky and Trex. Pumped for this clash of titans. FNOP, TLID. Bro, I don't even need to get too deep into it anymore. At this point, everyone knows why everyone's watching out for this.
Yeah, I feel like if you are not interested in any of the previous 7 matches, this was worth the wait, right? The clash of the champions of 2 different regions, eternal rivalry, all on day 1.
And we're going into this with some stakes. Again, it's been a day of surprises. So if you've just been waiting for this match alone, I wish you'd take the time after the broadcast to watch all of the action that you've missed. Because here's the kicker. At the end of a very surprising Swiss stage day 1, it could either be Indonesia going into the next round very happy that their 2 representatives are comfortable, while the Filipino representatives will go into the 0-1 bracket, or the Filipinos being happy that their champion beat the Indonesian champions and have one team in the 1-0 and one team in the 0-1.
I mean, there's a lot of different ways this could play. Well, actually, there's 2 different ways that this could play out. But either way, it's like, all right, do we want Indo to win so that there's a possibility of Indo versus Indo in the top? Do you just, let the other teams slide through so that things can get switched up? Because no matter what, tomorrow's going to be insane depending on which one of these teams goes to their respective spots.
Before we talk more further about this upcoming match, Kidia's Gaming and Esports District unites gamers, communities, and fans across all genres and walks of life. That is Kidia Gaming. Go search it up online to know more about Kidia. Now, TLID versus FNOP. People would want to think that there's a lot of bad blood between these two. Like, oh, I'm pretty sure Kelra hates Aaron Shiki or Fabian hates King Kong, but they are fierce rivals in game, but they're actually pretty close outside of it. If you follow their social media, they're all chill and cool with each other.
Yeah, there's this slang that we use in MPL MY. Well, Rose uses it, right? Yeah. Every time it's a kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di land of dawn. So friends outside the arena, enemies inside on the land of dawn. I think it's how it is for a lot of these teams out there. I'm just here for a healthy competitive match, and for me, I don't really care who wins, because either way, we'll already have an amazing day, and whoever wins is just going to be happy at the end of it.
Yeah, and again, a lot of that comes from their mutual respect. I feel like they know and they understand that a lot of people see them as the top 2 teams in the world right now, and them going up against each other, it's always a question of, hey, this might mean, they're the best team in the world right now because they beat them at this time, and vice versa, vice versa. So world stage dominance is at stake. We're getting what could have been and what people predicted to be the grand finals in the very first day of Swiss. They're both newly crowned, and they feature young but talented players with a super high ceiling, greater than ever to end day 1. Trex from the NA region, what... I'm gonna give you the floor here. Whether it's TLID or FNOP, who you want to focus and give a little bit more of light on.
I mean, there's so much to talk about with both teams. I'll do a quick little tidbit on both. I think TLID, the fact that it is essentially a team full of rookies here, completely dominating in their local league, even taking the win over some veterans in RRQ, and now here to really show themselves. And then we take a look at FNOP. You have the rise of Kelra, who, even though is quoted as the gold center, has never been at an M series, right? Yeah. Has won an MSCs, who has done amazing things, but has said himself in interviews that he doesn't feel like he's the gold center until he wins a world championship. So I think this is his time to really show that he is the best gold laner in the world. And Team Liquid ID, all 5 players just wanting to show that they are all the best in the world.
Yeah, I feel like that's one of the things that TLID has going for them. The fact that I know that they're the champions of Indonesia and there are a lot of eyes on them, but I feel like they can go into each match without that much crazy amount of pressure. Because they're a young squad. At the end of the day, just play your game, do the best that you can, and I think they themselves even would be happy about that. But Liquid, I feel like they're going to this with a little bit more of a crazy thing because, well, it's revenge against
Fnatic Onyx PH that they're looking for here. So let's first look at what Coach St. Lucas said from TLID.
Yeah, and he said that on the day of the draw, when we found out our first match was against Fnatic Onyx Philippines, we were all hyped up because everyone was eager to face them right away, and we were all excited for the challenge. Some players even kept asking if the team can head over to Malaysia immediately.
So excited to face FNOP is TLID.
And then from Coach, why not? People might not know this, but we scrimmed a lot with Indonesians because we'd look to them to learn and gain experience. While fans of TLID and FNOP argue online over who's better, they don't know that both teams actually respect and know each other very well in game. So it's exciting to have this opportunity. And what's even more exciting about it is the world isn't at stake here, right?
Yeah.
It is day one. It's Swiss stage. You got plenty of time. So yes, it is the perfect time for these two teams to have a little bit of fun.
It's quite anime when you think about the relationship between these two. No one expected Fnatic Onyx Philippines to go on the run that they did in the Philippines, breaking the win streak record of 13 Series 1 straight. And then, of course, they dropped the last one. They didn't get the undefeated season, but they went 13 series straight. And they became champions. And then for Team Liquid ID, no one expected Team Liquid ID to rise like that. They always struggled as Aura. They had to do a major shift early in the season in their roster, and then suddenly this team of young guns, these rookies, are champions in Indonesia. And now here they are on the world stage and they're buddy-buddy. It's anime, bro.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, right? Like Team Liquid ID, they started the regular season kind of sort of at the bottom. You literally started at the bottom. Now they're at the M series stage. I like the respect that the players have for one another. For them, I'm also happy that this is their first kind of encounter in the Swiss stage. We don't have to wait until playoffs and when the stakes are higher. We already get to have kind of the appetizer, right? The taste test of what the two potential best teams in the world can offer.
You know, and I want to pull back. You talked about TLID being those young guns, right? And when you're a young kid like that, to pull back even farther what I said earlier today, you have that dog in you, right? You're hungry. The world is your oyster. You have lots of opportunity. And that's sometimes what you're looking for. We've seen teams like this before. These rookie young players that come in and they just shake the world up a little bit. And that's what I think a lot of us are looking at when we look at TLID.
We've told you just bits of the story between TLID versus FNOP. Let's show you now the story of the TLID versus FNOP.
King Kong as #1, very dominating in the MPLPH right now.
Tapi Fnatic Onyx kuat, so strong. Semua player yang mechanical gifted. King Kong, Prince, Kirk, Kelra, big contender dalam M6.
I think Liquid ID is strong, can beat Onyx if using Angela and Link.
Who will follow the mercenary with a stampede, breaks red bow kill for Fabian. Team Liquid ID, Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Now that's a good draw.
Pendapatku buat lawan first match Onyx happy lah, soalnya kalau misalnya lawan yang bukan kita inginkan, kita jadi kayak malas-malesan lah.
Unang naramdaman ko nun, na-excite ako eh. Sinuntok ko pa nga yung pader eh. Kasi parang excited ako kasi ng kalaban.
Mereka pengen ngelihat champion versus champion kan, jadi kita orang bisa kasih game yang terbaik lah.
For me, I got excited because I'm gonna have to face Fabian. Fabian, you should watch yourself when we get into the match.
Ay, nasa Loki 5 kali lah lawan dia. Don't talk too much lah, just prove in game.
Kelra, lucu lu. Jangan kaget aja nanti kalau misalnya gue bantai dari early mid late game nggak ada nafas sama sekali.
Please make Aaron Shiki tilt. Okay.
Aaron Shiki ba 7 deaths in my lane. Papatunayan ko sa yung mga sinasabi ko.
The revolution is complete. The road to glory denied. Team Liquid Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
Kelra, gue bakal ketemu lo nanti dan gue bakal usahain buat ngalahin lu dan gue mau lu kasih yang terbaik. Siguro magiging queen siya, hindi na siya magiging king.
Ooh. There it is. I mean, we talked about these two as friends. Now, it's time to talk about them as fierce competitors. Team Liquid ID versus Fnatic Onyx Philippines. We've set up a good amount of the baseline. I think it's time to go into a little bit of a deeper analysis. So let's go off something that Skylar said. Angeling. You know the weird thing is, my memory might be serving me right, so I think we actually got to see Angeline given to TLID when they went off against each other in SPS. But in case I'm misremembering, let's just put it as, do you think it would be wise for TLID to go Angeline?
Would it be wise? I mean, I personally want to see it, but looking at kind of the trend, the patterns of the draft, it feels like it takes a bit too long for the Angeline to really come into effect. I would much rather we stay back with the Studio, Nolan, maybe the Fredrin even, because of kind of Bruno, Drusin, picks Hilda as well. So no, not really. I don't want to see it, not now.
Yeah. So one of the reasons why I brought up the Angeline is because when you think about it, based on the ordering of the draft, if they get Angeline, there's a high chance they might actually also have a Bruno on their side. So that might actually also be an Angelo Bruno that might end up in the hands of TLID. Now for Fnatic Onyx Philippines, do you ensure that Brusco, again, going up against Indonesians that I think he's faced off against before, if I'm not mistaken? Actually, no, only just one of them. Or rather, do you think that they should end up with a pick that, is can mean Brusco can be aggressive in the game?
I mean, I think keep Brusco on something steady. I think don't get too crazy. And looking at Fnatic, I mean, knowing PH, they're known to kind of just be solid, right? They don't. Every once in a while they'll throw in a cheese pick. They'll get a little outside the meta. But I think day one, you keep things simple. You hold down that front line. You be the roamer that everyone needs you to be.
All right, Team Liquid ID, here they are.
Yeah, so Aaron Shiki in the gold lane, Witty as the roamer, Yehizikel as the mid, Fabian as the jungler, and Aaron as the EXP lane. Now I think everything we're looking at right now is going to be Aaron Shiki. How is he going to be able to handle up against the gold standard Kelra? Can he pop off? They will be on blue side, so if they can slot him something up very early, he's going to be able to pull through just like we've seen so many gold laners already do today. And it seems like that has been the role that has really mattered with so many winning teams. So he needs to step up to the plate.
Yeah, this Team Liquid ID squad, Widdy, what he's done as the roamer, they call him Widdy the Wise. He's definitely going to have to show off some crazy approaches and strategies to how to break Fnatic Onyx Philippines' formation. As Trek said, when it comes to Philippine teams, they are solid, and this is as solid as you can get with our champions in the home of champions.
Literally the new generation of Filipino young bloods. We got Kelra, the gold standard in the gold lane. We got Brusco as the roamer, Super Prince in the mid lane, King Kong as in the jungle, and of course Kirk in that XP lane. Doesn't get any better than this. For me, I'm looking at King Kong, man. We have Kelra as the gold standard for gold lane. King Kong feels like the king of the jungle right now. Unparalleled performance, super fast with the tempo, but also the macro knowledge that he brings to the game really elevates Fnatic Onyx Philippines when the game goes late.
Well, alongside King Kong, I think one of the reasons why King Kong can shine the way he does, with the efforts of Brusco and everyone else, it has to be the Monster Mage in the mid. Super Friends, when they saw each other in SPS, of course, Fnatic Onyx Philippines defeated Team Liquid ID. That's because Super Friends actually popped off in that series and proved why he's called the Monster Mage. We got a chat with Fabian, and we asked him, any message to FNOP? Trex, could you care to read what he replied to us?
Hey, yo, King Kong. I'm going to kill you in solo lane.
Ooh.
But be honest, we are low-key friendly to each other. When they said we'll destroy you, he was just kidding. No cap.
I feel like that's an English translation of what Fabian might actually sound like, and it looks like we got the Fabian approval of, yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah, that was the Fabian thumbs up. I mean, even for Fnatic Onyx Philippines, right? I believe there was an interview with King Kong and Kirk's mom regarding their journey and the support of the family. And Kirk said, I'll show you one day where this will lead me. Well,
that was King Kong.
It was King Kong, right? So it led them to the international stage, which in of itself, right, comes full circle. But now the draft, it's gonna be underway. Got Liquid ID on blue side, the Hayabusa ban in the first phase.
Okay, big switch up. I don't think we've seen a Hayabusa ban all day in first phase.
First and last
showing
today.
Immediate respects. And you were asking if assassins are going to be, would we see the Ling? Are assassins going to come into play at least with these two teams? well, we're already seeing some respect, so definitely the possibilities are endless. Also, Phobius getting banned out by TLID. It's a very different ban game right now than what we have seen from so many games today. Joy getting banned out. I mean, just overall, and that just leaves so much open behind it.
Yeah, that's based off of their previous matchup when they faced each other in SPS. It was there where King Kong himself was starting to show Joy in the jungle, and I guess the LID is respecting the heck out of that because of what Joy can do once it gets to access the backline, the instant damage that you get once you get her items. Fnatic Onyx Philippines reading into it, and they're respecting the Jushin. The Bruno is open for them to first 2 picks on the red side.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, we have seen teams go for the Bruno first pick, albeit incredibly rare, but with so many options, like the Suyo is still on the table for Fabian if he wants to go for that as well. There can be a trade. The Alpha is also available for TLID if you want to go for Flex. There's always Todd
gotta go for the
Khalid.
Bruno. You got to, bro.
Just rush it? It has won most games today, right?
You have to.
Yeah.
You cannot give that to Killer right now.
Yeah, 5 out of 2 wins today.
They don't.
Hold on.
Mr. Renmar.
Of course they're going to be rushing that Angela, and again, that opens up the potential of the Angeling, meaning Fnatic Onyx Philippines. What if they overreact, you know? What if they just suddenly go, Ling Bruno right now?
No, I think they'll go Suyo, right? Like, this is it's a treasure trove,
Cho
but
Bruno.
Cho Bruno, yeah.
It's tough.
It'd be crazy if they pick up Ling now.
Definitely Bruno, but they might even actually consider
Super Prince Valentina, you know, like the Heart Guard steal.
I'm thinking Alpha Bruno.
Yeah, Alpha.
Oh, they go Hilda.
Hilda?
Oh, they respect the Hilda of Aran. Again, he is the Hilda guy, so
to vanquish the shadow.
Yeah,
oh, they're giving
Bruno.
No Bruno.
No Bruno. No Bruno.
We don't care about no Bruno. We got a Kelra.
We got the gold standard, right?
Yeah, if TLID pick up the Bruno here, it'll be perfect. And then Beatrix might actually be the answer of FNOP.
Okay, so the Bruno's still open.
One cares. All
but
right.
there is some nasty dive from TLID that can reach the Bruno, right? Like the entire day has been who do you pick to reach that backline and take out the Bruno? Right now, TLID already have some tools to make it happen.
Yeah, so now they have to think about it, right? What gold laner do we really want? We want something that can definitely move around. We want something that can escape that attack that TLD might just try to put pressure on.
Yeah.
I do like the fact that they pick up this Hilda, kind of knowing, because once you see the Angela, you know the Link's coming. You know some sort of assassin is coming, so they pick up the Hilda, someone that can be aggressive. It's kind of worrisome though. You see the Suyo, you see the Hilda. How does Ling deal with that type of pressure in the early game?
Whoa.
And now a Lu Yi, just to add even more aggression behind it.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, they're giving each other signatures, man.
That gold lane is so open, right? Like, I think you just start hammering gold laners at this point. You got 2 bans on each side. Both teams haven't revealed any of that kind of main carries yet.
Yeah, you go for the gold lane matchup trade. And I have this feeling that we're actually already seeing the roam of Brusco. So whatever the EXP leader of FNOP is, it's either going to be something along the lines of a CC or something along the lines of a Terizla or an Edith later on. Another thing you have to consider for FNOP is when they have the low E, they love pairing that up with a Claude. If it's not going to be the Claude, which, I mean, if they decide not to go for the mid to the late game strat, they might actually pick up something like anyone that deals magic damage really might be okay.
Yeah, I think just about. I mean, there's plenty of options when it comes to gold. And at this point, it's like, at this point, knowing that they're willing to put Bruno so far back where so many teams have prioed it up front, we know that either of these gold laners are very comfortable with whatever they end up with. Whatever ends up in their hands, it's like, listen, we'll make it work. Let's prio everyone else instead. Let's make sure our mid is ready to go. Let's make sure our mid trio is ready to go, because that's essentially what we're seeing from both teams here. I do agree the Hilda, most likely in her own position. It works well to maybe invade, put pressure onto this Ling. It's a nice answer to it.
Yeah, and that's why they banned out the Gata Kacha. It would have been the perfect partner alongside the Hilda, who might need the help with another tanky frontliner.
And that is why this is one of the most anticipated match, right? Even the drafting, the flavor that they give us is very different from what we've seen in the first 7 best of ones. For NOP, they have that priority pick in the second phase, so they are gonna go for the CC ban. Right? You guys kind of called it. It can be an option.
All right, so they're the ones to take out the CC, and now it's great that you actually see these two teams saying that, you know what, we want to win the gold lane. We'll save the last picks for our gold laners as much as possible.
there is still Cho for Brusco if Not wants to go for it, right? Like, you ban the CC. We've seen how CC deals into the hill down once that War X comes online. We've seen that vengeance from the side of RQ Hoshi earlier on as well.
This might actually be a tell by FNOP though. If they ban CC going to the second phase, there's a chance that they're actually going to just roll with the Beatrix already. Again, CC is one of the best picks that you can pick up to give Beatrix a difficult time. And that's why they ban it.
There goes the Beatrix ban.
10 steps ahead.
But that's a decent counter to the Bruno. So if FNOP does end up locking that in here, we're losing some possible options there. TLID may be working against themselves possibly with that ban. FNOP, fourth pick, coming in. They pick up the Cho. There it is.
That's the Brusco
TLID,
Cho.
how do they answer back?
They're saving the Keldra pick for last.
They are.
That's how comfortable they are with literally the only team that I think has pushed Gold Lane all the way back into their number 5 choice. The only team that is willing to take that risk right there.
You know, Granger has a good amount of dashes, and I feel like having a lot of dashes would be good against a Hyla, Sling, Angela. You know,
I like the Claude. Like the Claude, you get that BMI, you get that, you get the Purify with him because you always want to pick it. But also, we haven't seen him much. Where does he really fit? They do have the Hylos. A Shredder could work. But it kind of depends on what TLID picks up here.
I suppose if the Bruno doesn't get picked up, then we would have a more classic gold lane matchup, right? Than a Tan for TLID, which means that there is a chance we go back to an era where there's just no Malefic gun purchase.
A very TLID lineup, and a strong one at that. Fighting, controlling the map all around for the young squad. It now falls into the hands of Coach Why Not to set up his gold standard for success. What is the gold? With a Nathan on the other side, TLID might balloon this. They have to match it. They might actually just need to go for the Bruno.
Yeah, I mean, we'll definitely see the Natan pick does come in for TLID, and I love how you said this whole draft is very TLID. I mean, it's very reminiscent of the things they were picking up in their grand finals. The Natan was pivotal in so many of their strategies, the poke, everything that goes along with it. FNOP, though, final pick comes in. It is the Bruno.
Give me a team. Give me a team.
FNOP.
FNOP? All right.
FNOP.
Husky?
I'm feeling FNOP.
All right. I'm the panel host. I don't need to give my prediction. I like both. You know what? I'm not going to go do that. Something about it tells me the TLID lineup is very, it's fierce. I'll give it that. So, Mirko, bring it up. Why don't you give us your picks? Who won the draft?
Thank you so much to our panelists. We're down to the last match for round 1 of the Swiss stage. Give us our choices according to MR.
What do you think?
I'm gonna have to go for FNOP.
Wow, that's surprising.
What about you?
I will also say FNOP.
Oh, that's surprising. No. Oh.
Yes, sir.
No.
If you know, you know.
Well, I mean, again, this still is the battle of the champions, the much anticipated game for today. So we'll see how it goes because the panel has already mentioned it. They seem very comfortable with the picks that they have, Mirko.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Into the land of Dawn we go. Fabian on a signature link, King Kong on the Suyo that got him the championship in MPLPH. Oh, it's so crazy that both these teams are like, you know, the meta? Let's go with our comfort.
Yeah, and don't forget complete.
Witty.
Oh, wait. Brusco, goes for the flicker.
Also going in right now, looking for the Jikundo. Witty's gonna try to get level 2. Aaron Shiki will get level 2. Now trying to cut away Brusco. Shunpu forward, last hit, first blood to Brusco.
I should have prepared myself for all these action. I mean, look at RRQ earlier with the way they were able to play the game, but Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they get the first blood. And we were cut off when we were supposed to mention, but don't forget to also check out the entrance pass. Guys, complete all the active tasks during the event to claim all these amazing rewards that you could get, including the statue, the figure. Yeah, but then, all right, going back to the game. Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they were able to draw first blood against Team Liquid ID. Very decisive from Brusco there, burning the flicker.
Really solid stuff here, starting things off for FNOP. This looks like for the emblems here, that's the Master Assassin, so Kelra really wants to get the lane going. Also, the Bargain Hunter for Aaron, she gonna get those items a bit earlier, but it's a weakness finder. So Aaron's very confident in this laning of his as well. You know, usually we see a bit of a safer choice, especially up against a boy like no, for Aaron, it's all about that witty. Very good respect there. It just flickers out, you know?
I mean, if we, or if a lot of fans had a choice, I mean, I think they'd really want a solo camera just focused on the laning for the gold laners here, for both Aaron Shiki and Gelra. I mean, calling all the things they've said prior to this matchup before meeting each other here, the Fnatic Onyx Philippines might just get hold of this turtle uncontested from Team Liquid ID. It seems like they just let it happen. No trades whatsoever even coming in for TLID so far.
It looks weird, but this is actually how TLID play. Just like their draft, you know, not really the super meta draft right now, it's super unorthodox. And that's the way they actually won MPL Indonesia. For FNOP, they're doing what they did to win MPL Philippines, right? They're controlling the neutral objectives, controlling the early game and getting tempo around the map. For Team Liquid ID, it's all about waiting for the power spike of Aaron Shiki and Fabian. Once they have that, they will decide to fight. But before that, they will not fight. They will give away, concede all the neutral objectives that they have to wait for that. Patience is the key.
And this could be an impatient play from Fnatic Onyx Philippines, though. They go for Witty, and that's 2 kills now for Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
And that's what's dangerous when you're up against FNOP and you play the style. Kelra pushing out a lot of damage. Brusco walking up. The Jikundo will lock him down there. It's actually going to be an entropy forward there. King Kong trying to go for the stun. Will be able to get it. But Fabian now against 4 goes in for the blades. Will be able to pick it up and now escapes as well. That's the Usurper in action.
And that was Fabian deciding that he wanted to fight. Super Friends diversion play, but Kirk!
Power Wilderness, Kirk will be able to get the kill, gets out as well. Now he has kill and Witty against Super Prince. It's gonna be the healing coming down, stunned up as well. Witty desperately trying to stay alive, gets out with the flicker as Aran on the horse comes into the mid lane.
I cannot believe all those clutch kills coming in here for both Fnatic Onyx Philippines and Team Liquid ID. Imagine transitioning all the way from the gold lane to the mid lane and still seeing the action take place. But could this be another potential turtle that'll go into the hands of Fnatic Onyx Philippines, or has Fabian already decided that he really wants to go and fight from this point onwards?
I think they should be able to actually fight it out, right? It really depends on the position that they have here. Fabian's obviously going to be more concerned about the camps and getting that level lead. But I just noticed the Super Friends Brave Smite on the Lo Yi, by the way. That's something new. So far, Lo Yi, we've seen what? Impure Rage, mostly Lethal Ignition. So he's going for more sustain on this.
Oh, it seems like it. I think we were able to see this from Rins earlier, but that's the true shit. So you could like play around it a lot more. But this is a Lu Yi though. Securing the Talisman as well. So I'm starting to believe that that might just be the game plan here. But Kirk able to sustain everything. Diversion behind Aran. What? He gets away. So now they know which resources are down for Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
Kirk having his way against Witty. Oh, chunking him low. But that's the Khalid right there. Just can heal back up very, very easily. Both teams, it does seem like for FNOP too, they are aware of Liquid ID's game plan. They are aware that Liquid ID might have actually hit their power spike, and they might be comfortable enough to go and take the battle. So FNOP are playing the long game too. Fabian decides to go in for the Defiant Blades onto Kirk. The Yang reaction will hit onto Aran. Both teams just hovering around the turtle.
And Aaron Shiki might be joining the fight as well. King Kong takes the turtle though.
Raging Sandstorm to the back. Fabian's able to claim the blades there. Super Prince will be slashed down a bit by Witty. Kirk will still be able to escape for a bit here. Pops in the sprint. 2 gets immobilized. And that will be the chain CC to lock him down. Fnatic Onyx Philippines got the neutral objective. TLID get the kill.
Alright. And they try to go for a diversion towards the bottom lane. But Kelra on the top lane takes down tier 1 turret. And that's the entropy as well. Was it? Yeah, it was you here for or by Aaron Shiki. So Kelra takes the first turret up to top lane.
Defensive from Aaron Shiki. All he needs to do, because I think right now he's in the game plan of, I'm just going to farm, right? I'm in the ton. I'm not going to hit the power spike anywhere near as fast as Kelra on a Bruno. Might as well just play it safe. Fabian now soaking into mid lane. Superfin's going to be caught on the Raging Sandstorm. Not a Tempest of Blades. 2 could flicker out there. Fabian looking for the play over to Superfin's. Does he get it? It doesn't look like he can. Stun around. Fabian kicked down. Superfin's gets the kill. Aran now coming down as well with a glorious pathway. 2 members down already. Aran going to be stunned up with a Revitalize. Kelra still doing a lot of damage. Put down, Kelra with the flicker, finding the kill. Now was stunned over towards Aaron Shiki. It's a triple kill for Kelra. And Yehezkiel is forced back.
Oh wait, there's a diversion there. There's a diversion still. Wait, yes. Okay. Yes, Kel might be able to survive this, but still that was a triple kill going to the hands of Kelra. And I must say, Super Prince being able to survive all that, I mean, he went for the Warrior Boots as well. That's aside from the Brave Smite and all the shields that he got from spamming his rotation type dispersion. But, oh wait, all right.
Wow.
This is insane pressure coming in from Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
It's ridiculous pressure. They have so much of a power spike here in the 7th minute mark. And again, due to just them hitting their power spikes much earlier because they got the first 2 neutral objectives. And Team Liquid ID, despite the fact that they've tried to go for these plays, they are just not dealing as much damage as FNOP at this stage of the game, and FNOP know it.
Yeah.
Now it's time for them to start going onto the turtle and forcing fights over against TLID.
Who will be getting the turtle? Oh, Kirk blocks Fabian!
Very clean. Kelra going to be caught. Sliding tackle out again. Aaron Shiki goes in for the entropy, but gets caught.
Diversion.
Not a diversion. Fabian's in the diversion. The Yin Yang reaction catches him. Flavor Fave taken down by Kirk. Brusco gets the Jeet Kune Do on Yehezkiel, and it's another 3-0, making a 4-0 as they secured the turtle too.
And something tells me Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they're very particular with their timing. So long as they know that the hard guard's up, that Yehezkiel used it on Fabian, and that they're looking for a team fight, they try to avoid and position themselves in areas where it wouldn't be as ideal for Team Liquid ID to pick these team fights. And now that they have so much to consider, the bounty that's in the hands of Kelra for sure at this point in time, even King Kong, things are becoming gradually difficult. And there's another way of the dragon!
Brusco catching him on the wall. That way of the dragon. Oh man, Fabian is not getting space to farm. King Kong is already 3 whole levels ahead of Flavor Fave.
Look at Brusco just being able to position himself like that. This is actual aggression coming in from Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Keller has all the space he needs, has all the space he wants. And I really have to commend Kirk. I really have to commend Brusco for creating all that. All the while we thought that Team Liquid ID, they were just really waiting for their timings. Now, would they be able to still find that at this point?
Look at that 4-level lead, man. That's a juicy 4-level lead. He's doing so much damage, even to Aran. Diversion? Okay, to the back. It's a scare tactic for FNOP. They're literally just playing. They're threatening Team Liquid ID with every diversion.
And it's discipline, of course, for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Right now, taking hold of that 8K gold lead. Now that they're able to deny Fabian of his most important resources, this isn't looking too good for Team Liquid ID. Even if they do decide to get out of their base, if they do decide to attempt for the macro, the global presence that Fnatic Onyx Philippines has right now, their ability to just find their way towards those targets whenever they gain even the least or the slightest bit of information. It also probably gives Team Liquid ID a lot more things to consider whenever they actually want to think and go for a play. So now, it's an uncontested Lord that'll fall into the hands of Fnatic Onyx.
Man, not even in their own jungle can they farm up. He's been stuck at this 4-level deficit for a while now, and they're Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they're showing no signs of stopping. They want to continue to just suffocate Liquid ID inside their own base. You can see there was another attempt there to actually steal it. Fabian will get level 12 though. Finally, it gets out from that 4-level lead back to just 3-level lead. But now you can see the player head to head.
Oh no!
Ouch!
I mean, KDA, kind of a given. We're seeing the kill score, but then the gold per minute, the damage per minute. So they really were able to limit Team Liquid ID and read the plans that they had in mind. So now, oh no, this isn't looking too good for all the remaining base turrets of Team Liquid ID. They get one down, possibly even all. So Team Liquid ID, they got their base exposed.
Oh, Brusco gets the Jeet Kune Do away, the dragon. Winning with the Raging Sandstorm onto 2. Now Tempest Ablaze, it's a flicker out from Kelra. The hard guard on Aaron, and Witty just evaporates King Kong, going for the stun. Aaron still able to space out King Kong. Gonna be taking some shots now. The waves in the mid lane. Yin Yang reaction from Super Prince. Yehezkiel and Aaron, the 2 members alive. Just Yehezkiel in the end. FNOP, make it quick.
I could not confirm if that was actually the fastest we've seen for today. But I cannot believe it. We were looking forward to this match, but Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they just took it like that. They seemed so prepared, and they seemed to know what TLIT had in mind.
They were read out like a book. FNOP knew every move, every little thing that they were able to abuse in MPLID. FNOP knew. They had done their research, and you saw the research play there. You see the faces of FNOP, just the confidence of these players too. They knew it was gonna happen, it seems.
What a showdown. Still, we're looking forward to more of this. Who knows, it might not be the last, but for now, let's break down that very fast game together with our panelists.
Super family. That's what we call Fnatic Onyx Philippines back home in the Philippines. And you got to see why if you're not familiar with their game. Every one of them knows the role that they need to fulfill to win the game. And against friends, they show them the power of family. Just wow.
I mean, like Vin Diesel once said, family is everything. You have family, you can come back to life even if you wish to. But I just want to quickly kind of call back to a question you asked me earlier, Renma. You said that, is it good or is it good for TLID to go for the Angel Link? And I express my concern with the patterns of drafts we've seen today. It's all about fast draft, go early and end the game. Angel Link plus Natan screams late game, and Fnatic didn't let TLID even get past mid game.
Yeah, I mean, FNOP did what everyone else has been doing so far. They picked the picks that have been working. TLID did more of a throwback back to their championship types of drafts, and it came up a little bit short. Am I counting it out completely? Do I think the Angeling is not a possibility in the future? No, I'm not. I think it's definitely something that could be picked up, but it needs a little bit more around it.
Yeah, and congratulations to Team Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Let's go on over to the stage to hear from them.
The most awaited matchup for M6. Fnatic Onyx Philippines going up against Team Liquid ID. And with me here, we have Kelra. So first of all, Kelra, how are you?
Okay naman.
Okay naman. Are you nervous? Were you nervous just now?
Hindi.
No, not nervous. He said he's not nervous. Okay, now, like I mentioned, your match against Team Liquid ID is one of the most awaited matches this M6. Most awaited head-to-head. How does it feel like taking your first win in the Swiss stage against them? Alam natin lahat na isa to sa laban na pinapaka-antay or anticipated ng mga tao. So anong pakiramdam mo na ang una niyong laban is against Team Liquid ID tapos nanalo pa kayo?
Pakiramdam ko, nung kanina medyo mainit, pero ngayon, kalmado na.
Okay, he said just now when the game was about to begin, it was a bit hot, but now he's calm. Everything has calmed down. Okay, now, we know that prior to the matchup, you and Aaron Shiki has a lot of heat. That one is mainit. That one is a hot. So, now that you've won against him in a best of one, what do you have to say to Aaron Shiki?
Masabi ko lang sa kanya, hindi ko pa napapatunayan sinasabi ko, pero alam mo na kung sino ako.
Alright. Okay, so he said that he hasn't really proven his words yet, but it is time that Aaron Shiki knows who Kelra is in the international stage. I like that. It's pretty nice, pretty subtle, pretty humble. Okay, now Kelra, we know that there's a lot of upsets today. Okay, a lot of the favorites lost, right? Who do you want to meet tomorrow? Those that won, who are you looking forward to meet? Because the draw will be happening after this. Yes. Sinong gusto mong...
Specific lang.
Yes.
Gusto ko makalaban niya, Sino ba yung mga nanalo?
S2G, BTK, CFU, Team Spirit, Twisted Minds, Falcon, and RRQ.
RRQ.
Why?
Gusto ko makalaban kasi tropa rin namin yung RRQ.
Oh, he wants to go up against RRQ because RRQ is also their friends. So they want to have like friendly rivalry on stage, those kind of things. Okay, now last question. Are you surprised to actually take this win against Team Liquid ID, or do you think it was an easy game and you thought you could have actually won easily?
Siguro hindi naman ako nabigla, pero maganda rin naman pinakita nila. Siguro mas na-execute lang namin na maayos yung laro.
Now, he said that actually they weren't so surprised that they won, but TLID did put up a good fight, and he thinks that Fnatic Onyx Philippines just executed the game better. All right, thank you very much, Kelra. Congratulations on your win. And with that, let us throw it back to the panel to break down what happened in this game against Team Liquid Indonesia.
Congratulations to Fnatic Onyx Philippines. That is the player that we label as the gold standard back home. His name is Kelra. Now you know who he is. Now, interesting draft. Of course, we touched on the Angeling, but I think the world got an introduction to the fierceness of Super Princess Loyi. What do you think about those diversions, Trex?
The diversions were monstrous. Super Prince overall, I just feel like gets shadowed a lot by, you know, names like Kelra, by King Kong. But every time I watch FNOP's game, Super Prince he's an unsung hero on the team, I feel like, that makes these huge plays and these huge moments happen.
Yep, that's why I call him the Monster Mage, and that's why we touched on his impact for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. As we talk more about the victors, anyone else that you want to point out, Husky?
I mean, for me, it's Super Prince definitely one of it. Trax covered it. For me, it's King Kong as well. We looked at the macro play that he brought on the Suyo, which I've already kind of touched on a bit. Kirk, though, I think Kirk deserves special mention. He ran that Hilda instead of, you know, revitalize the usual ones that you see. He ran for Hilda Sprint, completely outpaced the high loss. And not only that, you see how active he is, how proactive he is looking for Fabian, being able to work together with Brusco to shut down this link, and willing to make those early rotations just to ensure that the rest of FNOP gets a hit.
The more we talk about Fnatic Onyx Philippines, the more we realize that really from positions, from each position, they know what to do. They know their job. And not to say the Team Liquid ID doesn't know how to do that. It's just that you go back to what Keller said. They just executed it better. There is definitely a universe in here where TLID could have won. So let's look at one of the key moments that may have turned things around and turned the story in favor of Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Trex, break it down.
Okay, so keep our eyes on Super Prince. He gets stunned. He hangs out. He holds on to the flicker when the Raging Sandstorm comes and saves it just in case Fabian wants to make the play that Fabian does, and Fabian pays for it. Now at this point, Team Liquid ID kind of could have pulled back. They kind of could have hanged out, but they stay there just a little bit too long, not knowing that Fnatic Onyx PH is relentless. And this is the moment where that 2-point K gold lead goes on to turn into possibly even more. Now, rewind it back one more time. Like I said, Super Prince, man, you just have to know your limits in a moment like this, because he sits there, he waits till that last second and still survives. Also, I'm so glad that you pointed out Super Prince, because that's what this replay was really about. And then he goes on after this fight right here to pull a diversion off. He doesn't get the kill, but still it just shows what's about to come. Once this gold lead starts stacking more and more and more, those diversions become more and more pressuring.
It's literally a magician, right? Like here, now you see him, now you don't, and again we saw how Kirk and Brusco kind of supplements FNOPs in these team fights. Fabian didn't even get to play the game much, because it's either getting cleaved in half by a Hilda running at him, or he's getting kicked off the wall by this Cho, that roundhouse that secures his death every single time. But yeah, Super Prince, he really is just putting all these tricks on TLID, and they got blindsided most of the time.
Fnatic Onyx Philippines broke a lot of records in MPLPH. They broke more records in this very first game. The fastest first blood in M6 is now at 54 seconds, set by Brusco against Aaron Shiki.
By Rome.
By a roamer of all that. Before that, it was Joe, a jungler for Legion Esports, and he did that in 58. And of course, the fastest level 15 in M6 is now at 8 minutes and 48 seconds, set by King Kong.
That's insanity right there.
Yeah.
Level 15 in 8 minutes. That's a good game. I gotta go ask for some pointers later.
Yeah. It's like 1 minute faster than the previous record that was set earlier today.
Yeah, that record was set earlier today, so definitely, Trex, please ask for pointers, because when you play jungle, I'm gonna need you to carry me in our next ranked game.
I mean, I've already been carrying you as an EXP laner.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm not gonna doubt that. Your Khalid is mean, bro. As we go into the emblems, you see Aaron Shiki decided to go for the mystery, but then he just really couldn't get to that timing.
I want to point out something. Kelra, so many Bruno players today have been picking up the tenacity, but Kelra just full damage here. Aggressive, in-your-face type of play, and it just goes to show the type of gold laner he is compared to the rest of the guys out there.
Yeah.
He doesn't need a little bit of extra tankiness. I got the moves, I got the grooves. You're not going to touch me before I take you out.
And not to mention that early, that kind of pre-1 minute exchange where they try to go for Kara. Kara survives, and Brusco comes in and takes out Aaron Shiki. That already kind of gave Kara a minor lead. Not to mention in this matchup, Bruno just feels so much more oppressive after that half claw timing. You even asked me, Remar, why did Fnatic kind of take the divergent to the bottom lane instead of help snowball Kara? Because Kara was already winning so hard that Fnatic didn't really need to support him much. He comes in that mid game within that key moment that we saw and gets a triple kill out of it. So, man, Kara just had a fantastic game.
Yeah, and it was maximized. 2 rotations by FNOP into the top side, only 2. And it was exactly at the right time. And the moment you brought that up to me, that potentially it's Keldra saying, no, you guys hold on, I'm good here. Yeah, I definitely see that. Look at the damage dealt by Super Prince and King Kong. And look at the damage taken by Widdy. Widdy the Wise. I feel like instead of discrediting him, I really want to put it as FNOP looked at Widdy and said, we've seen what you've been doing to teams in Indonesia. We're not going to let you do that to us.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the laning phase, he played the Khalid right, like getting in their face. But at some point, you got to start backing off. And we saw him get caught off by Brusco some point, mid-game there. And that's, again, when things started to fall. But taking a look at the MVP, it's King Kong.
Yeah, Husky, when this King Kong Suyo pick came up, you were excited for it. Can you explain?
I mean, I was super excited because when I watched the MPLPH finals, this Suyo was kind of the championship hero for King Kong, right? Not only is he proficient with this Suyo, like early to mid, you see how he kind of juggles around these team fights with its cooldowns, but if the game ever goes late, his usage of Suyo to play the map is nothing that we've ever seen that come from a jungler. So that itself, that macro knowledge, paired up with his micro skills, is just unbelievable.
Yeah, and it's the perfect hero for someone like King Kong, who's playing in a team like Fnatic Onyx Philippines. One thing that we love to push, the idea in the Philippines, is that Fnatic Onyx PH are good as individuals, but they are even better as individuals and become champions because of how they play as a family.
So taking a look at some of these highlights, King Kong just completely popping off. And there goes some of those diversion plays from Super Friends. Being the oil of the machine, man. Super Friends just really able to keep things moving on the side of Fnatic, Onyx. Brusco with more beautiful kicks. I mean, honestly, it'd be hard to pick an MVP in this match because everybody played their role to a T. And Team Liquid, this final fight just shows, yes, you can try, you can fight, you can try to push them away. But today, Fnatic Onyx takes the dub.
Fnatic Onyx Philippines, so taking the W, they join a very interesting cast of 1-0 record holders at the start of Swiss with TLID now. Could it be a situation of I'm not trapped here with you, you're trapped here with me for the 0-1 bracket?
Yeah, I think this has been a day of upset, so whoever is down in that 0-1 must not be feeling good at all. It feels like you've been thrown into the wrong crowd, right? It's like like you are a lightweight competitor and you've been thrown into a heavyweight roster.
Listen, in M6, if you want to compete, you gotta be a heavyweight at all times. There's no easy buys. Every team has to be ready to face any other team at any time in this. It's definitely going to be exciting in the lower and upper because, yes, like you said, there is a mix-up, there is a toss-up. The table has been flipped.
And I'm so excited because later on, wait, you're going to be there, right?
Yeah, Trex is going to be there.
Yeah, you're going to be there in the draw, but we're going to have a special guest for the drawing. Although
I will not be drawing.
Yeah, Trex won't be drawing. You saw it. Mirko will be there, but he won't be drawing. But we're not going to spoil who the special guest will be for the draw. But yeah, interesting day. Gentlemen, if I could just prod your heads just a little bit. Trex, do you have a favorite moment, favorite matchup that you saw today? The thing that for you would say like, oh, this is what I remember the most about day one.
I remember BTK taking it again.
Yeah, that you did. No, but okay, honestly, were you nervous?
Sleep well tonight.
You'll sleep well. Were you nervous?
I was a little nervous, you know, and then as the game went on, it was a nail biter. It went back and forth a bit.
Yeah.
But honestly, I think this day one as a total will go down in my memory as a keepsake. Like,
yeah,
because I don't think we've ever seen such an exciting day one in M Series history, the way things have gone today.
Yeah, and I'm excited that I got to share the panel desk with you, gentlemen. Husky, what about you?
I think for me, it's definitely the Falcons when they beat Aurora. I think that was a pretty memorable moment. Not only is an upset, but it also kind of reflects on the Falcons esports roster that I have been able to see from SPS. And I'm glad that they've evolved from that point to become greater than ever.
As we reminisce here, let's reminisce together. Let's look at the top 5 plays of the day as we run down the best moments of M6 Swiss day number 1. What's number 5? Ooh, BTK, Trex.
BTK taking the dub here. And Ulfitnar put up an amazing fight. This is one of the few times we saw the Bruno lose out. This was the first time we saw Fredrin in M6 so far. And it worked, man. It definitely worked. Second play, Husky.
Yeah, and of course, this whole day has been about that Bruno, right? Like we saw Sunshine earlier on from Ulfitnar, and now you look at Xing from CFU Gaming as well when they took down NIP Flash. And Bruno was just untouchable, right? Just shooting soccer balls in your face from 10 miles away, scoring goals after goal.
And this is the, why am I going to be the one to reminisce about this? Aurora MLBB getting taken down by Falcon Esports, but it was a tremendous showing. Benny got his signature Bruno, and a lot of questions as to why Aurora gave that.
And then there's Skylar in that recent game against KBG, a complete landslide, a wipeout, just devastation, destroying the Chinese team, and even styling on them at the end.
And of course, the number 1 play, it's this one by Fnatic Onyx PH.
Yeah, it was a great play. Super Friends able to get that kill. This is the one that I was talking about. Aaron just hangs out too long. And this is where Fnatic Onyx really put the nail in the coffin of Team Liquid ID.
And Kara even flickered forward past tier 1 and scores a triple kill. I mean, people say that, okay, Swiss round, you can't come up with the excuse of, oh, I'm in the wrong group, I'm in a really bad group, that's why I didn't make it through. I feel like you look at the 0-1 bracket, some teams are going to say that again. I think I'm in the wrong weight class.
Again, that's the beauty and the brutality of the Swiss stages. The first time ever in M Series history, we introduced this format. There are teams who have faced off in Swiss stages before, either in tournaments at home or other international tournaments leading to M6. But now in the world stage, the grandest stage of MLBB esports, well, it was definitely greater than ever. Potentially the greatest day number 1 we've ever had for an M Series main stage. We're about to wrap things up here, actually. We're about to go into the draw. Any other things that you guys want to mention before we go?
I mean, there can be the worst case scenario. We see like the Malaysian MPL Grand Finals in the 0-1. We might see, a potential that RRQ against Fnop in that 1-0 bracket. I hope those all don't happen, or else it will be an even major heartbreak for one of us.
Yeah. Hey, you know what I want to see? Sort of. Fnatic Onyx PH versus BTK. That could be good, right?
Hey, yeah, could be great.
Could be great.
What we're about to see.
Yeah, both great low E players,
Yeah.
In Hoon and Super Friends.
Let's do it.
I want to see RQ against BTK, right? Only one of them can get Fredrin.
I want Team Spirit BTK, personally.
Team Spirit BTK.
Oh, that would be good. All right, as we just, nerd out about what we want to see, we want to thank you all for joining us on behalf of Husky, Trex, Brigida, and Mirko. Thank you for joining us for the very first day of the Swiss stages. The draw is coming up, so don't go away.
starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ
Who are we?
New blocks. New legacy.
A new era.
We wear.
We thrive.
We strive. Style for champions. Worn by legend.
We are
Greater than ever.
What's up, guys? You thought day one was over, but we got the final and possibly most important part of tonight, the draws for tomorrow. But before we get to that, my name's Trex, joined here with Mirko. How you feeling about today's games?
You know, it started off really slow. I don't think anything surprising happened. No, dude, it was crazy. What do you mean? Oh my! I thought at the start, Trex, that you would be the only caster left smiling. Luckily, that didn't happen, though. Luckily, we're all smiling.
Or three. Yeah, there was a few
Two
of
or
us.
three smiles. A lot of non-smiles, though. A lot of angermans.
Most definitely. Well, we do have some things to talk about today or tonight as the final thing on. We're going to be looking at this bracket, at these groups coming up, because we got some games to pull tomorrow. We have some games to see. We got multiple best of ones coming in. We got our balls ready to go.
Just like Bruno, bro.
Just like Bruno, and I'm excited for it.
Dude, I mean, to be fair, the 1-0 bracket, the 0-1 bracket, we didn't expect the 1-0 bracket to look like this, right? We definitely did not expect all the favorites to lose in day one.
No, we didn't expect the 0-1 bracket to look like this, the 1-0 bracket to look like this. There are so many possibilities that we could see tomorrow. So wait, are you going to be the one drawing these?
Dude, I think they've learned from their mistake. You know, there's a reason you're not LaFell, and there's a reason why I'm here and I'm not drawing. I'm just hosting. We're just hosting.
Who's drawing?
You don't know? Didn't they brief you?
They didn't brief me.
A player is going to be drawing, as you guys remembered from, you know, all the posts before. You know this player? He's a
handsome
grand
guy.
Finalist. A handsome guy, grand finalist. He's an XP laner.
Okay. What's the start with?
D.
Delar,
there you go. Let's just bring him up here, man. Delar, what's up, bro? How you doing, man? Hey, how you doing? How you doing?
Good. How about you, bro?
You're good? Yeah. Hey, okay. Firstly, what the heck happened today, man? Did you expect this draw? Did you expect the results?
Oh, bisa ngomong bahasa Indonesia?
Sure. He's a Filipino who wants to speak in Indonesian, by the way. Just context for you guys.
All right. I'm an American, so that's cool.
Ako ga expect banget sekarang. Hari ini ga expect banget matchnya semua.
All right, so he basically said he didn't expect any of the matches. Like, there are a lot of the matches he did not expect at all.
All right, so question, are you ready for the sins you may commit here?
Yeah, I'm so excited because I have a wish list.
Oh, what? Give us your wish list, man.
I want RRQ versus Onyx Philippines.
Why do you want us to suffer on day 2, bro? Huh?
So, Jadi kita udah tahu siapa yang juara.
Okay, so the reason he wants RRQ and FNOP to meet on day 2 is because he wants to know who's gonna win M6 in day 2. You think it's either one of the two?
Yeah, of course. Because mereka karena Philippines dan Indo always in grand finals, right?
Fair enough.
Fair enough. I like it. So any other? What about a wish list on the bottom side? Any other teams that maybe you want to see go against each other? Any hype matches you think could happen? We got Team Spirit, BTK. We got SRG in the bottom side.
Vamos too.
Vamos in the bottom side. Do you want Malaysia versus Malaysia?
Yeah, I want SRG versus Vamos.
Lar, I get it. We want what we want, but you gotta be careful here. All right, you know what, Lar? I think we're ready. Are we ready, Trex?
I'm ready. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Let's go.
All right. We're gonna move over. You please
You
walk
get the
over.
middle. You
walk
get
over
the
to the
middle.
1-0.
Right here.
I'm gonna move over to this side.
And we're gonna start right here. We're gonna start off with the upper side. So any ball you want, grab one, open it up. Yep. Right now.
Twist it around, just make sure. All right, we gotta really pray here, Shrek. Bismillah, brother. Yes, exactly, bro. Last time me and LaFell did this, I lost social media accounts. I really hope this doesn't happen to you, Delar.
You got this.
Delar, you got it, man. Come on.
He's going for it.
No, there you go. The drama. Oh, Falcon Esports. All right, that's gonna be the first team drawn here for the 1-0 bracket. So, Delar, you can go ahead and put it on the left.
Right on the top, there we go.
Right on the top. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be going from left side all the way, and then we will be drawing right side for their opponents, and then we're continuing with 0-1.
And just to let everybody know, the way that these matches go on the board will not be the schedule for tomorrow. Anything could happen. These will be the matchups, but not the schedule.
Oh.
Just to let you guys know, let's take a look at it. We're going to go right here.
What is that? Is that SRG? S2G.
Close. You were close.
I was close. I forgot SRG lost. I thought there was 0-1. Yeah.
Away.
One, just one. All right, S2G, Falcon Esports. So far, this is looking like a pretty good draw.
Looking like a good draw. I mean, we still have a lot of possibilities. I'm looking for a couple teams to pop up on this side.
Since you're a BTK fan, obviously, right? Who would you want
Aurora's
BTK
gonna be
to
next.
go up against?
I want Turkey tomorrow as well.
Oh, we got a big one here, folks. We got RRQ Hoshi. There you go.
Right.
We got the Kings of Kings. Let's see. Kings of Kings. So Falcon Esports, S2G, RRQ Hoshi. These teams will not be able to meet each other. So RRQ, they're right now. They can either draw BTK, they can draw CFU, they can draw Twisted Minds,
Aurora?
Team Spirit.
No, not Aurora. You can drop FNOP.
Dlar, you gotta do this. You gotta.
What do you think this
you
is?
You gotta
right
get
here?
FNOP right here, Dlar. Dlar. He thinks CFU.
If he gets CFU, you better play the lottery today.
Oh! And he got it, man. Lar, you should become like a talent or something. You're pretty good with predictions, man.
That was clean. Was
it clean though? I mean, there's a chance RQ meets BTK. Keep on going, Lar. Yeah, you can keep on going if you want.
Draw is gonna be interesting.
He thinks the fifth draw is gonna be interesting. All right, let's see.
He's on to something here.
He predicted CFU on the go, so.
Team Spirit?
Team Spirit, I think.
Okay.
He's gonna predict this as we go. He got the wrong prediction. Twisted Minds is the first matchup of the 1-0 group. It will be Twisted Minds going up against Falcon Esports.
Okay, so up against Falcon, interesting game so far. For S2G, there is the possibility for Hoon's dreams to come true. He said it's Thanksgiving tomorrow. He wants turkey.
Are you going to give it to him?
Can you give it to him?
Falcon Esports versus Twisted Minds, man. Both these teams also really like to go in team fights. So that matchup is definitely going to be very, very exciting as we look towards the next one. Who's going to get the turkey? Who's going to get the Thanksgiving turkey?
I'm dead.
Oh, man. How do you feel? How do you feel?
I feel hype about it.
Let's go. Onyx versus... Okay, he called the BTK one. He's on fire right now.
He's on fire right now.
For the sake of me, you were friends, right, Lar? You gotta...
Not anymore.
Not anymore?
Not anymore.
This will determine our friendship right here, Lar. We can be real good friends, or we could just be...
Oh, he was so close.
That's a scary team too, though. Oh, man.
Team Spirit.
But it's okay. That's a solid draw. RQ versus Team Spirit. Thank goodness they didn't get me or LaFell to do it, man. Oh my god.
He's doing great. All right. We know what the last one will be, right?
Wait. No, there's like a lot of... there's 16 teams here in M6. What do you mean? FNOP.
What a surprise.
It's a surprise there. CFU Gaming versus FNOP. Araki Hoshi will be going up against Team Spirit. There you go, ladies and gentlemen, for the 1-0 bracket. We have completed the bracket, and these are going to be the matchups tomorrow. Though again, as Trex mentioned earlier, the schedule will not be as is. The schedule will be a bit different. This is just the matchups.
All right. What's your favorite match? Okay, I like it. Oh yeah, one more time.
And also CFU versus Onyx.
Sonic?
Champion versus champion, right?
That's true. So
Champion
RQ
versus
versus
champion.
Spirit and FNOP against CFU because CFU FNOP, champion versus champion.
All right, so let's go on to the next ones. We're on lower bracket. There's still a lot of possibilities here. Any matches you want to see, Mirko?
In the lower bracket?
In the lower bracket.
I mean, to be fair, SRG Aurora is a crazy matchup. I feel like Vamos against Aurora would be cool too. I really wanted Vamos or SRG versus BTK at the start, but it's impossible. So, we're going to get KBG as the first team drawn by Dlar for the 0-1 bracket. So let's place KBG right there. You know what? KBG Ulfednar will definitely be fun.
Ulfednar KBG would be nice. Ulfednar, I think could go against a lot of teams here. I would like them to play something, maybe a Malaysian team. Ooh. We get the
NIP Flash.
NIP Flash.
We got NIP Flash as the second team drawn by Dlar here for the 0-1 bracket. So NIP Flash and also for KBG, they will not meet against one another. It's okay, Dlar.
You're good.
It's good. It's all good, bro.
Close to you.
All right. Just roll it in, Dlar. Take your time here. Take your time. He said Bismillah again, Trex.
What does that mean?
It
means I'm doing great?
It means like God bless or something. Yeah.
Lucky. Stay.
Oh. Who's that going to be? Ulfednar. All right, we're not going to get to see the KBG versus Ulfednar match, but Ulfednar will not be able to meet also NIP Flash.
All right, next pick.
Who do you think it's going to be? Predict. Mycom Evolve.
Mycom Evolve. You know what this means? There's no Malaysia versus Malaysia happening.
Yes, that is what it means. There's no Malaysia versus Malaysia. And there's also no Aurora versus SRG. No Aurora versus Vamos. No Malaysia, there's no Malaysia versus Malaysia chance.
You survived. Your IG may do okay.
Congrats.
He did not do as well.
Oh. Team Liquid ID will be going up against KBG. So right as KBG went up against Araki Hoshi, now they go up against Liquid ID.
No. Yeah.
I go here. This is my prediction.
This is what you hope for?
I told the Muntun that I think Liquid versus KBG.
Okay.
Wow. This guy's on point, man.
He's on point. He needs to jump on the casting desk with us.
It's almost like he's a pro player. Have you thought about that, Dlar? Maybe you should go pro.
You probably should.
I think better talent.
Okay. Yeah. I agree. He was a creator one day. You remember?
All right, who's NIP Flash going up against?
Let's see. Oh, who's it gonna be? Aurora.
And they're gonna be coming in swinging. You already know after the loss today.
They're gonna be real angry after the loss today. But I think NIP Flash will be similarly angry. And to be fair, they are the kind of like the kings of cheese. NIP Flash. So let's go with the next one, Dlar. You can continue there. Are you proud of the Aurora matchup you got for NIP Flash?
I'm confident that Aurora gonna win against Team Flash.
How confident, like percentage-wise?
99.
99?
99%. Last time someone said 99.99%. They lost it to 0.01%.
Hoon also said 99 against Ulfednar, and
oh man.
So the curse has been...
It's been shifted.
It's been shifted.
All right. What's the next team up here, ladies and gentlemen?
That's a banger.
Oh, that's a banger.
That's a banger.
That's a banger. Certainly a banger there. SRG will be going up against Ulfednar. For some reason, this matchup always happens, Trex. MSC 2024, it was FF at the time up against SRG, and then ISF, it was Malaysia against Turkey. For some reason, it's fate.
And it went, what? 3-2
and 2-1.
Whole way. Ulfednar never gets a break.
They never get a break, no. They're always up against Malaysia, and Vamos, the last Malaysian team here, will be drawn last. So we will have Mycom Evolve going up against Vamos.
Okay, so Dilar, taking a look at the bottom side now. Give me a game that you're most excited to see tomorrow.
I'm so excited about Aurora against Team Flash and SRG against Ulfedner.
Any predictions on those two games?
I think Aurora win and SRG win.
Okay. Now taking a look at the whole board.
I'm scared because today's prediction always lose.
So you missed all the predictions. You got everything wrong?
Mostly. I think I win only 2.
You only got 2. Same here.
All your guess coins are gone.
Yeah.
Sad.
To be fair, it's not really his fault. It's none of our faults either, right?
It's your fault.
Okay, maybe it might be my fault. That's fair. But also, what are you gonna do? You know, all the teams have just been going crazy. They've all improved so much, Trex. And I think they're gonna improve even more here as we get towards day number 2, day number 3, and we continue on to the 1-1 bracket, the 1-0, or sorry, the 0-2 bracket, and possibly the 2-0 bracket.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things to see here, and where things I think are really going to get interesting is in this 1-1 right here.
Yeah.
Because you're going to see a lot of these winners, possibly Aurora, possibly SRG, possibly TLID, move up and face a lot of strong teams here as well. So as things move on, it's going to get crazy. Are you happy with your overall draw?
Honestly, so-so.
So-so.
Yeah, because my wish list is different from this draft, right? Yeah, ito aja.
Okay, that's it. Yeah, he just it's not according to his wish list, so he's not really that happy. He's so.
Maybe next draft, right? Is gonna be more interesting, right?
Exactly. It's all in his hands, ladies and gentlemen, all right? So if you want to complain to his hands. Anyways, though, Blar, I do have a question for you. Since it's best of 1 until an elimination match or a qualifying match for the knockout stage, what do you think as a pro player? Best of 1s have been really tough for a lot of the teams. A lot of the favorites have lost in day number 1. Do you think the best of 1 hurts that bad for a lot of these teams?
Yeah, of course. Karena kalau best of 1, itu kamu harus siap banget. Banyak strategi, even best of 1 gitu. Terus mentalnya harus kuat juga ya. Tapi tergantung playernya.
So he says it depends on the players, but yeah, if you're playing in a best of 1, you have to be super prepared. You have to have a lot of strategies, and you have to be ready for whatever is to come from the opponents as well. And that's true. We did see a lot of people just get completely curveballed. But what do you think about the picks here? In my opinion, you know, the Bruno's been left open a lot, even though it's Super Prio and Wildcard.
I think Bruno wins game.
Bruno definitely wins games.
Especially if the Myanmar team using Bruno. Oh my God.
I agree. Benny is a monster on that Bruno.
So one last question, or another question here. We know that you know the Southeast Asian teams. Anyone outside of C that you have your eyes on? Teams like S2G, Twisted Minds, BTK, Team Spirit, Ulfednar. Any outside regions that are up and comers that you think we should keep our eyes on as we move through all of M6?
For me, my top 1 bias is Team Spirit. Karena Kid Bomba is so good, you know? Yeah. His performance and their chemistry right now is different from the other their experience in an international tournament. Yeah. So I think Team Spirit is the dark horse in this tournament.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Dilar. Thank you for possibly, taking the shot for us. We couldn't do this ourselves.
Thank you so much, man. You saved my social media.
All right.
Thank you,
well, that is going to be it. Thank you guys for tuning in today. This was just day 1. We got a lot more days to come. We will see you guys tomorrow. See you next time.
the shadows, feeling so small. But I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just